House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
Let's pray. Dear God, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that you have created all of us equal, that you have endowed all of us with certain inalienable rights, that you have given all of us life, liberty, and even the pursuit of happiness. You have given us the charge to ensure that this government is a government of the people, for the people, by the people. Help us in these chambers and for the decisions of this evening to strive for liberty and justice for all. All. All created equal, all endowed with rights, a government for all people, liberty and justice for all. Expand our vision of that all until that all includes all. Until all means all people, not just our party. Until all includes not just the powerful and the wealthy, but the poor and the marginalized. Until all includes not just the voices that lobby and promise to re-elect us, but includes the voiceless, the weak, the different. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that you have created all of us equal, that you have endowed all of us with certain inalienable rights, that you have given all of us life, liberty, and even the pursuit of happiness. Give us the courage and the will to work for liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Members, our guest chaplain for today is Reverend Gary Dreyer from Christ Lutheran Church on Capitol Hill, right here in St. Paul, Minnesota. Members, if you would please remain standing as Sarah Erickson, captain of the Golden Gopher National Championship Women's Hockey Team, leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker and members, I rise to a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege. 1 minute, please, Representative Kahn. Members, if you could, please. Please take your conversation to the alcove or the retiring room. Representative Kahn, you do have the floor.
Okay. I am very pleased to present a House resolution today congratulating the University of Minnesota women's hockey team in winning the 2012 NCAA Women's Hockey Championship. And this is I will present the House resolution to the two co-captains and the coach and greet the rest of the team in the gallery above us.
Thank you, Representative Kahn. The clerk will read the journal for the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 87th Session, 2012, 88th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Monday, March 19th, 2012.
If there are no objections, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will stand as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Hearing no objections, the journal stands as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Comparison reports. Copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk. If there are no objections, the motions will prevail. Hearing no objections, the motions will prevail and the substitutions will be made. Reports of standing committees and divisions. Copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk. If there are no objections, reports will be adopted. Hearing no objections, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File 1492.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 1607.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2337.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2339.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2359.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2404.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2415.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2447.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2508.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2582.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2704.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2763.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2770.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2828.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2829.
Second reading.
And second reading, House File 2861.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading of Senate File 1735.
Second reading.
Second reading of Senate File 2131.
Second reading.
Second reading of Senate File 2296.
Second reading.
And second reading of Senate File 1586.
Second reading. Call the member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, it is my intention to place House File number 2337 on the fiscal calendar for Wednesday, March 21st, 2012.
Introduction and first reading of House files. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report these House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 2939 through 2945.
First reading, House File 2939 through 2945. Fiscal calendar. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, Holberg for the Committee on Ways and Means calls up for immediate consideration House File 2738. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2738 on the fiscal calendar for today, the second engrossment. An act proposing an amendment to the Minnesota Constitution, Article 7, Section 1, requiring voters to present photographic identification.
I call on the member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer, to present your bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm very pleased today to bring House File 2738 to the floor of this chamber, a photo ID constitutional amendment, and how appropriate it is for this constitutional amendment to be placed to the voters on this November ballot. Because certainly on Election Day is when the people govern. On Election Day is when the people decide their elected officials, and how appropriate it is that on Election Day this year they would have the opportunity to add to our Minnesota Constitution additional language that will help increase their public confidence in our system and increase the integrity of our election system. Without a doubt, it is a system, and it starts with voter registration, and it goes through to the final count, or in sometimes a recount of the ballot. To every single vote, every single ballot in that ballot box. We don't say close enough is good enough. Every single vote in that ballot box deserved to be counted accurately and honestly in a fair and transparent manner. And members, when it comes to the voter registration system, the same level of integrity should be there as to who gets a ballot. Certainly, that part of the voter registration system deserves the same level of integrity and accuracy while preserving Minnesota's access that we have. Right now, we have a system that is weak in the area of voter registration. Lots of access, but very weak on integrity in the voter registration process. My belief is that we should have an upfront openness, transparency, and honesty in the voter registration process. Certainly as an election judge for 11 years, how many times I would be processing the election day activities, and a stranger would come to me that I didn't know, and I thought how much quicker and how much more simple this would be to just simply show your ID. And I think many Minnesotans across the state have expressed that same desire. Let's just show our ID. And I want to mention that since there have been quite a few folks that have talked about courts, that we want to be sure and let you know what the courts have to say. In the Supreme Court of the United States, Crawford versus Marion County, Indiana, a quote, "The electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist to deter or detect fraud or to confirm the identity of voters." And again, confidence in the integrity of our electoral processes is essential to the functioning of our participatory democracy. Voter fraud drives honest citizens out of the democratic process and breeds distrust of our government. Voters who fear their legitimate votes will be outweighed by fraudulent ones will feel disenfranchised. And again, from the court, universally applicable requirements of Indiana's voter ID law are eminently reasonable. The burden of acquiring, possessing, and showing a free photo ID is simply not severe, because it does not even represent a significant increase over the usual burdens of voting. And the state's interests are sufficient to sustain that minimal burden. In the polling place, I've seen young mothers come in with 3 young children. I've seen fathers come in the morning. I've seen others who drive to work, come back to vote, drive back to work again. The practice of voting does take effort. And it is something that we all consider it a wonderful opportunity to express our voice on Election Day through casting our ballots. In the 7th U.S. Court of Appeals, again in Crawford v. Marion County, the principal evidence on which the plaintiffs relied to show that many voters would be disenfranchised was declared by the district judge to be totally unreliable because of a number of methodological flaws. And so they accepted that judge's finding of those flaws. And in the Michigan Supreme Court, again, these are court statements, very strong ones that I believe would probably be echoed here in Minnesota. In addition to possessing the constitutional authority to regulate elections, the United States Supreme Court has also recognized that states have a compelling interest in preserving the integrity of their election processes, including an interest in ensuring that an individual's right to vote is not undermined by fraud in the election process. Deterring, detecting, increasing public confidence is a common theme that runs through these court opinions. And common sense, as well as constitutional law, compels the conclusion that government must play an active role in structuring elections. As a practical matter, there must be a substantial regulation of elections if they are to be fair and honest, and if some sort of order rather than chaos is to accompany the democratic process. There are more court statements, and we appreciate their upholding the constitutionality of photo ID. And we are also in good company because President Jimmy Carter supports photo ID, the U.S. Supreme Court, Justice Stevens and his opinion in the Crawford decision, Andrew Young, former African-American mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, very strong statement about his support for photo ID. And he considered it an important part of engaging those who are poor to be able to not only stand on their own 2 feet with their own ID in the voting process, but in the rest of society as well by having an ID tool that they can use. I think that is important. But on a practical level, I want to be really clear, be very, very clear. This constitutional amendment will allow us to keep same-day voter registration. This constitutional amendment, well, we will keep absentee voting. With this constitutional amendment, we will keep mail balloting. With this constitutional amendment, our very active seniors in the voting process will continue to be able to vote. And we will give them every assistance and every accommodation as the courts have allowed. With this constitutional amendment, college students will have an expanded ID to use, as well as they will be able to get a free state ID if needed. Certainly, that's an important part, and Minnesota's current residency laws will make sure that every student wanting to claim residency in Minnesota and is an eligible voter will be able to vote under this constitutional amendment. And most important also, and with special meaning, as the wife of a Vietnam veteran, as the daughter of a World War II Navy veteran, with many family members serving in the past and actively, on my honor, this constitutional amendment will absolutely allow for our military voters to be able to vote with this constitutional amendment. I want to be clear again, very, very clear. Same-day registration continues. Absentee voting continues. Seniors voting continues. Mail-in balloting continues. College students are able to continue. And our military, who fights so hard for our rights, they will be able to exercise their right to vote with this constitutional amendment. Without question, adding integrity to this election system, especially in the voter registration process, when our soldiers have laid their lives on the line for their integrity and upholding our country, we can certainly not shrink back from having integrity in our election process increased. Increasing public confidence increases voter turnout. A few other material things that I think are important. If you have a driver's license or a state ID card or any one of the government-issued IDs and it doesn't have your current address on it, that's okay. Minnesota law covers that already. It's having your identity, your residency, your identity is the same. You are who you are, proving that as part of the ID requirement. However, your residency changes. We move a lot. We enjoy moving a lot, getting around the country, and that's a good thing. We recognize that. Proof of your residency and current Minnesota law can continue under this constitutional amendment. Without question, we have a very strong constitutional amendment that protects our access, increases integrity, and makes sure that every eligible voter will be able to vote. Some have said, well, what about disenfranchisement? Well, I want you to know that in those court cases, not one single case of voter disenfranchisement was documented before any of those courts, not one. But the court did recognize that fraud does occur, and the honesty of legitimate voters can be undermined by having those who are not eligible casting their ballots. In voter turnout in other states, matter of fact, Indiana has been studied a great deal, voter turnout increased. And not only that, it increased amongst the Democrat areas more than the Republicans. I'm absolutely confident that when the people pass this constitutional amendment, we will come together as Republicans and Democrats, working together with our wonderful organizations throughout our state, 134 of us, 67 senators, and everybody else, AARP, Lutheran Social Services, Catholic Social Services, Evangelical, Minnesota State Council on Disabilities, and so many other organizations, the Taxpayers League, everybody. And I'm absolutely confident that we will all work together to make sure that every eligible voter is able to vote. Members, House File 2738 requires a voter photo identification. This is an important component that is well supported in the state of Minnesota, and I think that our voters deserve the opportunity to vote on this constitutional amendment on this November's ballot, with the necessary flexibility to allow every eligible voter to vote while increasing the integrity and public confidence. Members, I ask for your support and a yes vote on House File 2738. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler, moving to amend House File 2738 as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to my amendment that I'd like to incorporate.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dean, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Rule 3.21, motions and propositions to be germane, and I have advice.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry, Representative Winkler.
Point of order in order when a member hasn't had an opportunity to present the amendment, particularly when there's an amendment to the amendment that the author would like to add. Representative
Winkler, once the amendment has been reported, is before the body.
And
so that, yes, Representative, to answer your question, Representative Dean can rise to a point of order once the amendment is before the body.
And Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry, Representative Winkler.
Is it not custom and usage and common courtesy that a member could amend the amendment before it's formally reported and have the minority leader rise to quash it?
Representative Winkler, Representative Dean, rise to a point of order. I recognize Representative Dean. Advice, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, advice. Representative Winkler's amendment is absurd. It is appears to be some tax bill that might be relevant to a tax amendment relative to a tax bill. It has nothing to do with the voter ID amendment, which Representative Winkler probably will be talking a lot about. I don't understand why he's bringing a stray bill before us, but it obviously expands the scope of the bill. It doesn't fit within this bill. It doesn't fit the test. I would say that 3.21 applies. Ask that you would consider that to be well taken.
Advice, member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would give you advice that the Dean point of order is not well taken because I do have a further amendment to the amendment that may in fact deal with the germaneness issue. Second of all, Mr. Speaker, Representative Dean made the cogent parliamentary argument that my amendment is absurd. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with an absurd amendment. So if my amendment is a bill that's absurd, so if my amendment is absurd, I don't know why it wouldn't be germane to it. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a constitutional amendment, despite the fact that you have promised us that we are not focused on constitutional amendments, that we have a laser focus on jobs.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
And Mr.
Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Winkler, 1 minute, please. Representative Dean, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
What is before the body at this time, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Dean, the point of order under 3.21 is the point of order before the body which you raised. Representative Winkler is, I would believe, in his words, making a broad base, but I'm assuming that the point of order that you're raising is about the line of questioning, or I'm not sure what your question is, Representative Dean.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Winkler is bringing up an amendment that he says is not germane, but could be with an amendment that he will offer. What is before the body is clearly not germane. Representative Winkler himself has admitted such, and I would ask that we move ahead with the work at hand, which is
Representative Dean is not on advice to the Speaker.
Representative Winkler, for what what's your point of parliamentary inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, I was giving you advice. Representative Dean interrupted with a point of parliamentary inquiry. You answered it, and he continued to speak. The floor is mine to give you advice. Representative
Winkler, again, advice to the germaneness point, 3.21 point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I started by saying that Representative Dean called the amendment absurd, and I thought that would make it germane to an absurd bill. But the more serious point, Mr. Speaker, is the amendment is the governor's jobs bill. It's the jobs bill that hasn't come to the floor yet. It's the jobs bill that actually creates work for Minnesotans. It's actually a jobs bill that is the priority of the state of Minnesota, the people in it, to create jobs and improve the economy. Representative Kiffmeyer is offering a constitutional amendment. Constitutional amendments are foundational to our system of government. The Constitution is our most important document for governance. And, Mr. Speaker, the most important issue before the state under which we legislate and the Constitution under which we legislate today is jobs and the economy. Mr. Speaker, you are ignoring the priorities of the public and pushing a constitutional amendment that is your own priority. And so I would ask that you find the Dean point of order not well taken.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins, advice.
Advice, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that this amendment even is before us under Mason Section 401. You clearly have the ability not even to report an amendment that follows that. The member who made the motion or the amendment says, well, if you let me amend my amendment, then it will be germane. I'd ask, Mr. Speaker, that you remind the body that if you want an amendment to be germane, draft it right in the first place. The member then goes on to say, well, the bill before us is frivolous and absurd. Well, I think that's insulting to about 80% of the state of Minnesota who believe that showing an ID when you walk up to the polling place to prove you are who you say you are is neither frivolous nor absurd. And so I find the insult to the people of the state of Minnesota a little unbecoming of a member of this legislative body. Mr. Speaker, clearly the amendment before us in dealing with the title of the bill, in dealing with chapter, with verse, which every rule in Mason's, in House rule, and in the tradition of the body, the amendment before us violates. This amendment clearly is not germane. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that you cut off debate on this germaneness now and stop the absurdity.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask you that you rule the point of order not well taken. What this bill, what Representative Kiffmeyer said that this bill is really about is people's faith in the integrity of our government. That's kind of the fundamental argument she's making. And last year, we saw in the last 4 days of session when we had a huge budget deficit facing us, us spending 3 of those last 4 days obsessed with a constitutional amendment that took all of our energy and didn't allow us to finish the budget on time and forced us ultimately into the longest state government shutdown in state history because our attention was focused not on what we should have been doing but on this constitutional amendment. And here we are again. We have a jobs proposal that the people of Minnesota, if we want to restore faith in the integrity of our government, we ought to be doing the business the people want us to be doing. So this is ultimately germane to this bill because what going to the governor's jobs bill would do would be allow us actually today restore faith in our government, because what the people of Minnesota want us to be focused on is creating jobs for them and not constitutional amendments. So I'd urge you to rule the point of order not well taken.
After hearing advice from Representatives Dean, Representative Winkler, Representative Biskins, and Representative Thiessen, I find the Dean point of order is well taken. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Winkler, moving to amend House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the A12 amendment requires the legislature to pay back schools in Minnesota, to pay back kids in Minnesota, and actually close the school shift. We have a constitutional provision that requires us to provide for a uniform system of public education. It is a constitutional mandate. We also have a constitutional provision that prohibits us from borrowing money and going into deficit spending. But, Mr. Speaker, when we borrow money from the school kids of Minnesota, we are not providing for a uniform system of public education, and we are not living up to our requirement to not go into debt. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask us all to seriously consider the A12 amendment. It's a further chance to pay back the school kids of Minnesota, close corporate loopholes, and actually do the work of the people of Minnesota and do the work that they sent us here to do, which is to pass their priorities, fund schools, provide property tax relief, and to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge a green vote on the A12 amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under 3.21 motions and propositions to be germane. The Winkler amendment is the same problem with this first amendment, is that it is not germane to the bill. It vastly expands the scope of the bill, would require a title change, has nothing to do with this bill whatsoever. And I certainly hope that Representative Winkler's forthcoming amendments will deal with the bill rather than the speeches to be made on the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that that the point of order be well taken. We rule this not germane.
Representative Dean rises under Rule 3.21, germaneness. Advice to the body, the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, it's advice to you, and I hope you'll take it. The advice, Mr. Speaker, is to find the Dean point of order not well taken. I think Representative Thiessen very ably said that confidence in government, the very purpose for which Representative Kiffmeyer asserts that she is offering her bill, could not be further undermined in Minnesota than our failure to provide for a public education system that leaves our willingness at our decision to leave us 47th in the nation in class size. Mr. Speaker and members, we owe the school kids of Minnesota $2.4 billion. It's of questionable constitutionality, and it's foundational and fundamental to public confidence in elections. So I think the amendment is germane. I'd ask you that you rule the Dean point of order not well taken. And members, I would ask for a green vote on the bill. On the amendment.
Member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, advice to you and to the body. Members, I turn your attention to Mason Section 180. It talks about dilatory motions. Members, the purpose of rules in a legislative body is to be able to engage in orderly, appropriate debate and discussion, which ultimately reaches resolution. Members, Section 180 of Masons, which is part of our order of rules, deals with parliamentary procedures which tend to slow down, obstruct, and, if left to its extreme, stop completely the legislative process of a duly elected body. We are protected against such frivolity and absurdity, members. Mr. Speaker, you do have a recourse. You do have a recourse in this, and that is if a person is to continue to go down the road of frivolousness and absurdity. Mr. Speaker, it is within your power to refuse to recognize that member when they stand on the House floor. Mr. Speaker, this motion in front of us is no more germane to a photo ID bill than the motion previous, which you ruled not germane. It's no more germane than the motion which we will have next that's been placed on our desk to a photo ID bill before us. Mr. Speaker, I hope you rule that the point of order by Representative Dean is well taken, and that you consider your powers under Mason Section 180 if this is to continue.
Advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice on the point of order that has been raised is that this is germane. Representative Winkler is talking about our constitutional duty to the school children, and there's this constitutional amendment before the body. It's clearly germane. To the point of order that wasn't raised but was alluded to, it's not dilatory to argue that the state has better things to do than divisive constitutional amendments. It might be dilatory if we get to the point of reading the Bible or reading the Minnesota rules out loud, but it is not dilatory to suggest that there is more important work that this body should be doing at this time.
Advice. The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My advice, referencing Section 159 of Masons and reviewing this amendment, it appears as if this has already been submitted and rejected during this session. Therefore, we cannot take it up again.
Advice. Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. Minnesota Constitution, Article 9, Section 1, regarding constitutional amendments, requires that proposed amendments be submitted to the people for ratification.
Mr. Speaker,
And then
what point? Parliamentary inquiry?
1 minute, Representative Wardlow. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen. For what purpose do you rise?
I just inquiring what order of business or on what rule the point of order was raised under, because I'm hearing arguments that are not related. I think he raised, Representative Dean rose under germaneness, which is the point of order before you. I'm now hearing arguments that don't relate to germaneness, that I think are irrelevant. So I would ask that we focus on the point of order that's actually before us.
Representative Thiessen, we are under a germaneness rule 3.21, as I've given all members pretty broad latitude when making their arguments on the House floor. We'll continue to do that. Representative Wardlow, if you could contain your advice to Section 3.21. You do have the floor, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution, of course, is relevant to the House rules and supersedes the House rules should there be in conflict. Here, the amendment is not germane to the bill because the amendment would include a statute with a constitutional amendment, one piece of which bypasses the governor and goes straight to the people for ratification, the other piece of which goes to the governor for his signature or veto. So I believe that the amendment is not germane.
After hearing advice under Section 3.21 germaneness, advice from Dean, Representative Winkler, Representative Biskins, Representative Hortman, Representative Quam, and Representative Wardlow, find the Dean point of order is well taken. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this third amendment and final amendment, in an attempt to demonstrate to Republicans what a priority actually is, it relates to property taxes and reinstates the market value homestead credit that you took away last summer in the budget debate. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a priority. The constitutional amendment is not a priority. But, Mr. Speaker, I know that Representative Dean is really bothered by debate on the constitutional amendment. He was bothered by it in the Rules Committee. I know he's going to be bothered by our having a debate on the floor tonight about something he doesn't like us to talk about, which is a contrary point of view. So before asking Representative Dean to rise to another point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to withdraw my property tax amendment. I think you understand, Mr. Speaker and members, that property taxes, schools, and jobs are priorities that you are ignoring tonight and have ignored all session long. And the real question before you is whether you're going to be going to the doors of the doors of voters this November and be able to say, we passed nothing but constitutional amendments. That's what we have to show.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Amendment.
Representative Winkler withdraws the A14 amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
I was rising to a point of order. Since Representative Winkler has withdrawn that, I will not raise the point of order, and hopefully we will move on to more substantive amendments.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Norton moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE2.
Call the member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think this is definitely relevant. This is actually an amendment. I hope it's being handed out right now. So would you like me to continue? I'm not sure everyone has it. Okay. This is an amendment that offers an alternative that supports the efforts of our Secretary of State, and many of you know it as the poll book. At least originally it seemed to have some bipartisan support, and it wasn't in bill form yet, and it actually was on the roster of the general orders yesterday. So it even has a House file number, but has not yet had a hearing. This particular amendment would allow the current license, the photos that are on a person's driver's license, to be sent directly to the polling places, so no one will have to have the ID. It will be present, and if someone comes and doesn't have one, a photo could be taken on the spot. You've probably read about it in the paper. It has a great deal of support across the state right now. The advantage to this particular amendment is that it is statutory and not constitutional. It does not bypass the democratic process. It does not abuse our Constitution. It actually has legislators doing what we're supposed to do, which is making decisions and putting them before our governor for a signature. This is a law that I think meets many of the concerns on the other side of the aisle, having to do with visually verifying the voter at the polling place, in addition to the current requirement, which is your signature. This amendment will safeguard our long-standing practice of same-day registration and keep us from having to put in place new bureaucratic provisional voting systems, as will happen in Representative Kiffmeyer's bill. I must also state that many of the statements that Representative Kiffmeyer mentioned when she introduced the bill that I'm amending on the House floor are quite contrary to the opinion of the Secretary of State, whose job it is, who the voters elected to run our voting system in the state of Minnesota. So I think there needs to be further explanation if we're to move in that direction. This amendment also protects our nation-leading voter turnout. We're the envy of the country. It adds the photograph that so many of you want and feel is important. It costs less than half than Representative Kiffmeyer's bill that was before us. It protects our veterans' votes and absentee votes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I put this amendment before this body in hopes that we can do the right thing, which is handle this statutorily with something that the governor will sign.
Discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Norton and members. There's some good ideas in here that we could use next year. But members, first, we put a constitutional amendment to the voters on the November ballot, and then we will work on ideas such as this for the enacting language. But members, at this time, we are proceeding to a constitutional amendment, and members, I'd ask for no vote on this amendment.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to ask for a roll call on this. This is very important. This is
Representative Norton requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just think we need to really think about what we're doing here. We are jumping past something that Representative Kiffmeyer just acknowledged has some good stuff in it. It's what the Secretary of State has been working on for a year to address some of the concerns that members on that side of the aisle raised. Some I personally think are politically motivated, I'm sorry, but not necessarily what my voters are concerned about, which is making certain that their vote counts, and it has, and we have proof of that, and the Secretary of State has stated as such. I think we need to do this the way we're supposed to do it, not with the Constitution, but with statute. I survey members in my district, like many of you do, and I asked a really generic question. How many of you think we should amend the Constitution? Yes or no? Very simple. 3-1, the answer was no. And of the ones that said yes, only a handful could identify something, and voter ID from those few was identified. Most people do not want the Constitution used to bypass a democracy. They want statute. They want us to do our jobs working together to solve a problem, and it can be done with this bill, with this amendment on this bill. We do not have to move fast and furious to force a constitutional amendment before the voters, when we can handle it in a way that's far more appropriate. So, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I have a cold. I would very much appreciate a green vote on this amendment.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I rise under a point of order of House Rule 4.05. This amendment actually has an open appropriation one time, and then also an open for a base appropriation. We don't have the fiscal note yet for this bill as introduced that I'm aware of. I know there's been discussion of the costs, but this would obviously be spending money, and that is in violation of Rule 4.05.
Representative Holberg rises a point of order under 4.05. Advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, House File 2738, the constitutional amendment, also spends money, and the amount of money that the constitutional amendment spends is completely unclear, Representative Holberg. I'm surprised you didn't ask for that in committee if you're concerned about Rule 4.05. Mr. Speaker, the constitutional amendment requires that all eligible voters receive a photo ID, a free photo ID from the state. The amendment doesn't say that you actually have to apply for a free ID. It just says that everyone gets one. So to me that indicates that all driver's licenses from now on in the future of Minnesota are going to be free for everybody if they're an eligible voter. In addition, all state IDs would have to be free for everybody, whether you can afford it or not. So there are all sorts of, and there's nothing more of an open appropriation than a constitutional provision requiring that a service or a product, or in this case a license, be offered for free. So the concern that somehow 4.05 is spending more money than 2738 is really misplaced. The appropriation in the Norton Amendment actually deals with a poll book with a certain dollar amount. The Kiffmeyer bill has a wide open blank check from the Treasury from anybody who ever wanted a free ID in the state. So I think the Holberg point of order is not well taken. Certainly there's no fiscal reason to support the Holberg point of order. The Norton Amendment is far cheaper than an open book from the Treasury for free IDs, in addition to all the other things that you have to do in order to survive constitutional challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no 4.05 issue with the Norton Amendment. All of the entire constitutional amendment is one big open appropriation, so there's no way it could be exceeding it under 4.05.
Advice. The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Advice. My recollection is when the constitutional amendment to dedicate 100% of the motor vehicle sales tax passed, there wasn't appropriation or legislation that accounted for that expenditure. I don't believe that there was expenditures or accounting for the legacy amendment, constitutional amendment. When that was passed through the body, the issue of the spending relative to the constitutional amendment will come into play following the November election. We discussed this in Ways and Means and in fact had an amendment on the effective date to allow for that process to move forward. The Norton Amendment, as you can see in the last section of the amendment, calls for appropriations at this time.
Advice. Seeing no further advice, hearing advice from Representative Holberg and Winkler, I find the Holberg point of order is well taken. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Simon moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Simon, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, here we are again, 1 year after we passed another constitutional amendment, and it feels like this is getting to be kind of a regular thing around here. And I think we have to put this debate in perspective. This isn't just any old House file. This is, again, amending our founding document. This is a really, really big deal. And we don't normally do this with such frequency, but we have over the last couple of years, and I think that's telling. For the first time that I know of in Minnesota history, we now have an era, last year and this year, where we are putting policy preferences into the Constitution on a whim because one political party can, because they have the votes. And I hope members, both who have been around here for a long time and the newer members, understand what they're really doing here today. I know how the vote's going to come out. I don't have to look at the voting board at the end of the night here. I know that all Democrats probably will vote against it and all Republicans probably will vote for it. But I think everyone has to know, when you're alone in the privacy of your own thoughts, what you're doing here and what you're really launching. This isn't necessary. Amending the Constitution should only be done when absolutely necessary to accomplish a goal. Not because you can, not because it feels good, not because you have the votes, not because you feel passionately about an issue. That's not good enough, and that's not the standard that we've had in Minnesota. Only the state of Mississippi, only Mississippi has done this through a constitutional amendment. There are 15 states in the country that have some sort of photo ID. Only the state of Mississippi has done it. Even conservative Republican states have had the self-discipline, have had the self-restraint to resist what I guess would be the legislative equivalent of the nuclear option. But we're seeing a sad absence of self-discipline and self-restraint today, and that is very unconservative. Conservatism, I always thought, was at bottom about restraint, about caution, about limits, and that's not what we're seeing here. This is about inserting policy preferences, and I know they're passionately felt, and people think this is the right thing to do, but inserting policy preferences, not necessities, into the Minnesota Constitution. So now we have an end run around the legislative process. We are now constitutionalizing policy differences. And this is high stakes, because when you put something in the Constitution, you're writing in permanent ink. The only way it can ever be changed is by another constitutional amendment. And members, I don't know of a single time in the state of Minnesota's history when we have put something in the Constitution by amendment and changed it in any way by another amendment. And the only one I can think of on the federal level is prohibition, where we put something in the Constitution, it didn't work out, and then the citizens of this country, after a relatively short time, said, no, we're going to take it back out again. Short of that, it never happens. And so what we put in the Constitution or on the ballot today, and if it ends up in the Constitution, we're stuck with it. Maybe forever, but certainly for generations. And at a minimum for a very, very long time. And I think we have to think about this. This is no House file or Senate file that we can come back next year and tweak and change and revise and perfect. This is, for all intents and purposes, forever language. And I just hope, members, you would have a little bit of reverence and a little bit of respect for the Constitution to realize that when you vote. I'm not even asking you to vote no, because I know that Republicans won't vote no. But I'm asking you, please, to have a conscience and realize what it is you're doing and what it is you're doing to our state and the role you're playing today in Minnesota history. So what you're doing is you're putting a policy preference, not a necessity, beyond the reach of future legislators, beyond the reach of future governors, and you're going over the heads of the governor, of current legislators, and even of the citizens. And I think you're engaging in an exercise that you're going to come to regret. Because unlike a statute, a constitutional amendment imposes our values and imposes our will on future generations. And in this instance, that is simply wrong. This is a technical subject matter. No one knows that better than Representative Kiffmeyer, who served as our Secretary of State in Minnesota for 8 years. She understands that this goes beyond bumper sticker slogans. She's run elections before. She knows how many volumes of information and data it takes to run an election. She knows that this isn't just about simple slogans like photo ID or voter ID. She knows that this is complex stuff. And what she said, and what is not true, is that we can come back next year through enabling language and fill in the blanks. Members, that is false. And I'm going to later on ask Representative Kiffmeyer to show us where in the constitutional language it gives us that authority. Now just use your common sense. This isn't a lawyer issue. This is an everybody issue. Think about the federal Constitution. Fourth Amendment says we're all free from unreasonable search and seizure. If it were that easy that Congress could just write a law saying search means this, or seizure means this, or unreasonable means this, we wouldn't be having these arguments about what police can or can't do for the last 200 years. So just putting language in the Constitution doesn't give us any authority whatsoever. There is one line in this constitutional amendment that may arguably give us some authority, but the rest of it, forget it. So don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself that we can fix it later, flesh it out later, fill in the blanks later. We cannot. And we will not, because we cannot. So this is it. There is no second bite of the apple. And ironically, we hear so often from conservatives about judge-made law and judges legislating from the bench. This constitutional amendment begs judges to legislate from the bench. Terms like government-issued photo ID. I don't know what that is. Does that include a MnSCU campus? Does it include a watershed district, a township? Does it include the passes that we have to get in and out of the Capitol that have our photos on it? I have no idea. But there is no latitude for us to define those terms through legislation next year. None in this constitutional amendment as far as I can see. So what's going to happen? Courts are going to decide. And will courts have any guidance? No, they won't. So they'll have to do their best with definitions that they think make sense based on their own common sense. But make no mistake, this isn't for us to come back next year and fill in the blanks. This is it. This is it, members. And so it's not so simple. Terms like government issued, substantially equivalent, and others that are in here, we don't know what they mean. And this is our shot to give some substance and to elaborate on those terms. But let me put it in a way that I think more members, unfortunately, will be able to understand. Let's leave the merits aside for a minute, because I know everyone here has made up their mind on the merits. Is it a good idea? Is it a bad idea? Let me talk in ways that I think everyone in here as an elected official can understand. What you are doing when you vote green today is you are starting an arms race that I think you will regret. Because now the standard is, if you feel passionately about an issue, if your base loves it, and if it polls well, forget the legislative process. Go over the heads of a governor and just slap it onto the Constitution. That's the new standard. And I fear, I really do not cheer, this is not a threat, it's not a promise, I will be sickened if this happens, but I really fear that what's going to happen now is there will be, of course, some sort of retaliatory impulse. And two can play at this game. So there will be no incentive among supporters of Democrats for any restraint or self-discipline when it comes to constitutional amendments, just as Republicans today are showing no restraint, no self-discipline. And so if there's a popular issue that plays well in certain political circles and that the public seems to like based on public opinion polls, why not go for it? Why not just slap it into the Constitution, write in permanent ink, make it forever, and impose our will on future generations? So, for example, Representative Gunther, chair of the Jobs Committee, I don't know how you'd feel about a minimum wage constitutional amendment. I bet that polls in the 60s or 70s. Representative Davids, how about a Warren Buffett rule? I bet if I took a public opinion poll right now, any reputable pollster, a Warren Buffett tax rule saying that no one on the top of the income pyramid can pay a lower effective tax rate than anyone else, I bet that would poll at least 70% in Minnesota. Slam dunk constitutional amendment, we're imposing our will forever on the voters of Minnesota. That's what you're wishing for. This is the arms race you're starting today. This is where it's all happened. The combination of last year and this year, that could be at least the pressure that will be felt in this capital. I hope we have the wherewithal to resist the kind of tinkering and that we can be sort of the bigger people and not engage in this kind of tinkering and policy preferences, but I don't know. Representative Holberg, how about a right to privacy? I know you're a privacy advocate, but I also know that you're strongly pro-life. And you know, as I do, that an implied right of privacy was the cornerstone of the Roe v. Wade decision. How about if we put an express and explicit right to privacy in the Minnesota Constitution? How do you think that polls? If you were asked to someone in a phone call in a poll, are you for a right to privacy in the Constitution? Guaranteed, 65%, if not 70%. So why shouldn't we do that? It feels good, we like it, we're passionate about it, and the voters say it's a great idea. What's to stop us? You've shown us the example that we ought not to exercise any self-restraint, any self-discipline. We shouldn't be like Wisconsin or Utah or Idaho or Texas or Alabama or other states that have had the self-restraint not to use this nuclear option. No, instead, if it feels good, do it. How very unconservative. No impulse control whatsoever. And so, for example, Representative Gottwalt, I don't know if he's on the floor, how about a right to health care? I bet that one's a dandy in the polls. Got to be at least 60%, maybe 65%, on a good day 70%. How about that? I don't think you'd want that. And I think you'd be arguing that that's rash and hasty. I think you'd be arguing that there are unintended consequences. I think you'd be arguing that that is an insufferable kind of imposition of our will on future generations. You'd be arguing that, and you may even be right. But why should there be any impulse control among Democrats or those in the center left when there's no impulse control, no self-control, and no self-discipline here today? If it feels good, do it. If it polls well, do it. If the base likes it, do it. If you have the votes, do it without any regard or consequence for what we're really doing here and the precedent we're setting. So this is an arms race. It's been started today. It's unfortunate. Again, I don't cheer it. I regret it. But this didn't have to happen. This fight didn't have to escalate. A little self-discipline, a little self-restraint would have been in order. There were many times during the Pawlenty administration when I and other colleagues here had bills vetoed, bills that we really felt passionate about. We really felt they were the right thing for the state and the right thing to do. And we were really upset and frustrated and angry at Governor Pawlenty for vetoing them. And I might add, we probably really had a lot of support in the polls. But no one over here, as far as I know, lacked the self-discipline and the self-restraint to propose putting that kind of thing or those kinds of bills in the Constitution. But that mold has been broken. That mold has been broken, and those days may be gone. Because now, as long as you've got the support in the polls, and it's an idea you just really feel strongly about, you might as well stick it in the Constitution. So I was hoping that there would be senior, or even not senior, but respected voices in the Republican caucus, certainly people I respect, who I suspect have misgivings about this, who would carry the day and talk some sense into either leadership or others who thought this was a good idea. Because I thought that maybe they would think selflessly, not just about this issue and about scoring political points and racking up a political victory, but they would think about Minnesota and what this was doing. And sure, it would be nice to have this victory, but we really want to go down the road, first with gay marriage, and now with a constitutional amendment on photo ID, to stick things we just kind of like in the Constitution. Never mind that the Constitution says nothing about divorce, custody, family law, parentage. Just stick gay marriage in there. It's not a subject that's in the course of the Constitution. And how about we like photo ID, and even though every other state but Mississippi has had the self-discipline and self-restraint not to just do what feels good and put it in the Constitution, how about we just do it by statute? And even though Governor Davis
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Last year, and even though
I'm sorry, Representative Simon, 1 minute, please. Representative Biskins, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Under Mason Section 101, debate is limited to the question before the House. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer advice.
State your advice, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and to the representative dealing with the motion at hand.
Representative Winkler, Representative Biskins has the floor on his point of order first, and then I'll be happy to take your point of parliamentary inquiry, Representative Winkler. Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the debate brought up by the member who has the amendment before us, but Section 101 of Mason says debate should be limited to the question before the House. Now, I've listened on, and I do believe that the debate currently being brought before us is quite appropriate on third reading, on passage of the main motion. However, I do believe that the member has strayed quite far afield from the question which is before the body, which is the A6 amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you find the point of order well taken.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is there a rule prohibiting dilatory points of order to disrupt floor debate?
Representative Winkler, I will defer ruling on your point of order or your question. The point of order that's been raised is under Mason's 101. If you'd like to bring it up after Representative Biskin's point of order, you're entitled to as a member of the body. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've already seen in the committee process advice.
Advice.
Okay.
Representative
We've already seen in the committee process an effort to suppress debate on this amendment that's going to suppress voter turnout and participation in our elections. You certainly do not want to go down the path. Representative Simon is making a strong argument in favor of his amendment, which has to do with altering the language of this amendment to allow more options that will get rid of some of the problems that he's alerting. I would also note, in good relations with my friend from Dakota, from Scott County, the irony of Representative Biskins actually rising on this particular point of order to keep the debate on the subject that has been. To keep the debate on the subject that is the subject of the amendment. But that aside, we cannot have a point of order raised that would not allow Representative Simon to make what I think is a very strong argument on a very, very important issue before this body. And I hope that you won't follow the lead of what we've seen in committee, like in the Rules Committee yesterday, where Representative Dean cut off debate immediately, and in other committees where debate was suppressed on this very important constitutional amendment. So I hope that you find the point of order not well taken.
Advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a simple hurry it up would do. I'm happy to do that because I'm about to get to the substance of my amendment. I think, especially on something as important as this, Mr. Speaker, it is, after all, a constitutional amendment. I used to say this only happens once in a great while, but right now you can set your watch to them every year. But all joking aside, I would ask the Speaker to give me a little bit of latitude. I'm almost done with the kind of prefatory remarks, and then I'll get to the substance of the amendment. But they are related, and I would appreciate having a little bit of latitude and independence in terms of making the argument for my amendment the way that I want to make it.
Advice, the member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend, the minority leader, and to the author of the amendment. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that the statements that you are making are inappropriate to be made, and the length is up to your choosing. Okay? However, the purpose of Masons, the purpose of rules, the purpose of custom and usage is to maintain order. And the order of business before us is the A6 amendment, not the main motion itself. And I would just ask the Speaker to remind all members that when they are standing up to speak, they speak to the question before the House. When it comes to the main motion, there will be plenty of time, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you will give as much time as a member of this body needs to make their case on the main motion, but that is not what's before us right now, Mr. Speaker. The A6 amendment is what's before us, and for that purpose is why I rose to make the point of order.
Members, after hearing advice from Representative Biskins, Thiessen, and Simon, Representative Liebling, I'm not going to rule, but if you'd like to offer advice anyway, Representative from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been standing for quite some time, and I do think it is important. I would like to offer advice, if I may.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there are other rules in Masons as well, Representative Biskins and Mr. Speaker, and one of them is Section 60, the right to debate. And Section 60 says, before the members of any group can reach intelligent decisions, it is necessary that they understand the subject upon which they are making a decision and the effect of any decisions they are making. To accomplish these purposes, an opportunity is given for debate on all questions of business to be decided. I think it is quite clear that Representative Simon was giving us an eloquent and scholarly and very powerful explanation of the amendment that he is offering. And it really is quite concerning that some members of this body don't have the patience, apparently, to wait, and they can't read the amendment before them to see that the relevancy of the speech that Representative Simon was making. But, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this body is not to keep order. The purpose of this body and the ultimate purpose of these rules is to allow debate on the questions before this state. And there is hardly a more important question to be decided than whether an amendment should go before the voters to be put into our Constitution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge you not just to avoid making a ruling on this question, but to rule that this point of order is not well taken.
Members, after receiving advice under Masons 101, Representative Biskins, Thiessen, Simon, and Liebling, Representative Biskins, I will not rule. I'm not avoiding a ruling. Representative Liebling, I am offering great latitude to all members on the House floor, whether they are offering an amendment, offering their opinion on an amendment, or on the bill. Representative Simon, I would ask that you stick to the point of business, which is the A6 amendment. Representative Simon, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm getting there. I know that the precedent we're setting here today does not represent the kind of politics that many of the members that I admire on the Republican side practice. I know that. And that's why I'm all the more disappointed that they will apparently today go along with this and set in motion a process that I think they are really going to regret, where what feels good, what has the votes, what enjoys popular support, goes into the Constitution. That's it. End of story, with no other criteria other than you kind of like it, and it's a good idea. You probably have noticed that people around here have different ways of pushing the button when they vote. You ever notice that? Some people are the kind of quick jab types, kind of a spear-like motion. Other people linger for a long time. Other people kind of bend down and look at the board at the same time just to make sure that their actual vote is registered. You ever notice that? Everyone has their own kind of quirk or tick or style when they do it. Well, whatever your style today, members, if you vote green on this, what you're doing is launching a missile. You are launching a missile that is the opening round in a constitutional amendment arms race that I think you will regret starting. I really do. And that's so sad. And that's so unfortunate. Because we're so much better than that. At least I thought we were. And I think what we're about to do today, forget the merits or demerits of photo ID or voter ID. What we're about to do today by constitutionalizing policy differences, once again, second time for the second year in a row, what we're about to do is a very, very damaging thing. On to the substance of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Before I forget, I'd like to call for a roll call.
Representative Simon's requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Representative Simon, you have the floor.
Thank you, members, and thanks for your indulgence as I had that kind of throat-clearing passage. Now on to the substance of the amendment. This amendment, the A6 amendment, would change the language of the constitutional amendment so that we're not locking in technology and procedures that will become quaint and old and outdated very quickly. Just yesterday morning, Representative Mike Benson and I were at a meeting of the Voter Integrity Task Force. He and I are the two appointees from the House of Representatives. There are two senators and many members from the broader community. And we had someone in from Iowa to give us a presentation on their technology. He is the Republican, I might add. He is the Republican County Auditor from Cerro Gordo County, which is Mason City, Iowa. And Representative Benson, I'm looking at you. You remember, it was just yesterday morning. And he was telling us about what they do down there. Now, in Iowa, they don't yet have a photo ID process, but they do allow people, for time-saving purposes, to swipe or scan in their driver's license or other state ID, and they use certain technology. And he was telling us that barcodes are the wave of the future, that in fact even the FBI is moving away entirely from photographs as a means of identification because it's not reliable, it's subjective, and it will soon maybe go the way of the dinosaur. And here we are, members, another reason why a constitutional amendment is so very inappropriate for a technical subject matter like this. We're putting words and terms in the Constitution that we may want to change in a year or 2 or 10 or 20. But now we're going to have the word photograph in the Constitution. And I know we can think of no other technology that's more cutting edge because, of course, we live in the year 2012 and there will never be anything more forward-looking or cutting edge than what we know now. But if what we heard yesterday from the Republican county auditor from Cerro Gordo County is true, we don't want to put a term or a word like photograph in the Constitution. It's backward-looking and someday may even be seen as primitive. So what this amendment would do is it would get the word photograph out of the Constitution and instead say that one criterion of eligibility, apart from obviously age and residency, would be a person whose physical identity or likeness has been verified before voting in a manner prescribed by law. In other words, you have to verify their physical identity and likeness, but we're not locking in photograph in the Constitution. Imagine if 20 years ago we had put cassette recorder in the Constitution, or 40 years ago we had put typewriter in the Constitution. It's silly, it's ridiculous, and it won't serve us well. So if this has to pass, and obviously I oppose it, but if this has to pass, then members, let's please be forward-thinking about this and not lock ourselves into dead technology in terms of verification. This would allow us to identify the likeness and verify the physical likeness of someone, whether by retina scan, fingerprint, and photograph, or other means that maybe we haven't even thought of yet. And when I asked that Republican county auditor just yesterday morning from Cerro Gordo County, what would you recommend to a state that was thinking of putting in its constitution a photographic identity requirement, he said more or less that would be crazy. My words, not his, but he basically said that would be ill-advised for obvious reasons. So members, this is a way to accomplish the stated goal, and I won't go into an inquiry about what the non-stated goals are. That would run afoul of House rules. But I will assume that the stated goal, which is to make sure that people are who they say they are, can be accomplished as it could have been accomplished through Representative Norton's amendment and can still be accomplished through the bill that she's now introduced. that this idea would accommodate not only poll books, but it would make it so that we can verify someone, but we don't need to do it by photograph. Think to yourself about whether we want to put the word photograph in the Constitution. Members, this is a common sense way to make this amendment more manageable, though I oppose it. If we're going to have this in the Constitution, this makes it more manageable and more flexible for future generations. And I hope on this amendment, on all amendments, and on the final vote, we're thinking not just about what's expedient, not what's going to score us points with our base, not what's going to get us headlines, but how future legislators and how citizens in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and 100 years are going to be treated under this amendment. So I urge your support for a common sense proposal in this amendment not to lock bad or old technology into the Constitution.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, you allowed Representative Simon a long time to talk on his amendment, so I hope you'll forgive me if I stray just slightly off of his actual amendment, which I think was just probably a vehicle for him to lay his groundwork for his opposition to the entire bill. But Representative Simon, I listened to
Mr.
what
Speaker,
you had
point
to
of
say.
order.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Calling members' intentions into question, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin just was trying to was actually accusing Representative Simon of not offering a serious amendment when this actually is a very serious amendment in order to deceive some other type of purpose. And I urge you to find the point of order well taken.
Do you have a section, Representative Thiessen?
Section 1.24.
Representative Thiessen's rise to a point of order under Section 1.24. Advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. You'll have to take my word for it. This is a serious amendment. I offered it in committee. It's meant to accommodate the things that I said. I think it's a good idea. I think I'm not in the habit of bringing up junk amendments that I don't believe in. As the world's foremost expert on what I think, I can tell you that I think this is a serious amendment and not intended as any platform for any other remarks.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you not to rule on that. My point wasn't that your amendment wasn't serious. My point was that you spent at least 10 minutes winding up to get to your amendment. So I hope that the Speaker will not rule on this and instead allow me to stray slightly from the amendment. That's all I was asking for, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
member
advice?
from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, advice. I would hope that Representative Simon would ask Representative Thiessen to withdraw that. Representative Pepin obviously is going to respond to that. Representative Simon, you were given great latitude for approximately 25 minutes on the House floor to deliver your amendment, which is quite technical in nature and dealing with a very small portion of the bill. I would just hope that Representative Simon would allow that and not continue to allow Representative Pepin to be cut off and interrupted by Representative Simon's colleagues.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask if Representative Simon would stand for question.
Representative Benson, we're under a point of order raised by Representative Thiessen. So after that, Representative Simon, I'm sure will yield, but right now we're on a point of order raised by Representative Thiessen. The member from Mysanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
The minority leader mentioned that he was rising under a point of order under Section 1.24 or Rule 1.24. I can't find that in either of my rules of the House or Mason's manual.
Representative Doubt, Representative Thiessen referenced Section 124, making the assumption for him, since he didn't cite the rule and section. It's Rule 2. Member referring to another member should not or should avoid using the member's name is not the measure of the is not the person the measure subject of the debate and should not be allowed to arraign the motives of the member. Representative Thiessen, I will not rule on your point of order. Again, members, if we can stick to the subject at hand. All members have been given great latitude. We will continue that on the House floor. Representative Thiessen, I will not rule on the point of order. Representative Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try this again. Well, I guess I'll start with asking Representative Simon if he'll yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Simon, I'm wondering if you can tell me what parks and trails of regional or statewide significance means, and if you could point that in the Constitution, that definition.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, I don't know.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simon. Representative Simon, I'm not really sure what that means either, but I want to point out that the 2008 Legacy Amendment, that is in our Constitution, used those words. And our Constitution says, et cetera, support parks and trails of regional or statewide significance. Okay? And the reason I bring that up is because you talked several times in your speech about we have no self-discipline, why not slap it in the Constitution, if it feels good, do it, put it in ink, if it feels good, do it, no impulse control, arms race, you had all sorts of inflammatory words, Representative Simon, but the fact of the matter is that was in the 2008 amendment. You talked about, I think you made some good points about taking the Constitution that we all hold so dearly seriously, and I fully agree with you, but you talked about things like equivalence and all those things that you criticized in the constitutional amendment. But Representative Simon, you voted for the 2000 Legacy Amendment. I didn't vote for that because I had some really serious concerns. And the members who voted for that, I appreciate their concerns. But what we did back then was we increased the sales tax beginning July 1st, 2009 by 0.3% on taxable sales. And the impact of that is being felt now. Some of the funds are being used wisely. I pointed out in Rules Committee that one of the things that taxpayers' money went for, just one example, I sit on the Legacy Committee with several members, but one of the things is we spent $45,000 for an author to speak for 1 hour. That's some of the good money that our legacy money is used for. Okay? And so I guess what I'm asking for, Representative Simon, is some consistency here. You want us to have some self-discipline. We've had some other taxes that are in the Constitution, the motor vehicle sales tax. We've had lots of constitutions, Representative Simon, and I just want to clarify for members that since statehood there have been 214 proposed constitutional amendments. 120 of those have been adopted by voters. That's about 1.4 proposed amendments per year of statehood and 0.78 amendments adopted per year of statehood. And Representative Simon, you have been a part of that. You have voted for constitutional amendments. And so, you may not think that this is necessary, a photo ID, but Representative Simon, I want to point a few things out to members. You need an ID to write a check, to cash a check, to use a credit card, to buy tobacco products, to get a prescription, to just open a bank account, to cash a check, apply for a fishing license, apply for a hunting license. To get married, you need an ID to get married. You need an ID to get admitted to the hospital. You need an ID to rent an apartment. Representative Simon, you are absolutely right that the Constitution is an important document. The right to vote is immensely important. That's something we all hold dear. I know you do, I do, I know the whole body holds that dear. We take an oath up here to abide by the Constitution. But if we think so little of the Constitution that we're not going to, at the very least, require people to prove who they are, that's really hard to understand. When you have to buy beer, to buy tobacco, you have to use an ID. But we don't think we need one to vote in this state? The idea that we're somehow carelessly throwing words around and that somehow we're going to regret putting this in the Constitution, frankly, most people are shocked when they go to the polls and they pull out their driver's license or their ID and the election judge says, oh, you don't need that, that's not required. And I think, I've spoken to a lot of people, I'm sure many of you have, they think it's outrageous. Bipartisanly, they think it's outrageous. We can talk about the technicalities and move into these amendments. Representative Winkler had several dilatory amendments that had nothing to do with it to try to distract from the issue. But the fact of the matter is, this is a no-brainer. We should have an identification to vote. A very simple and important right that we all hold dear. And so, members, I would ask that we that we vote this amendment down and we vote all amendments down, because quite frankly, this is what the people want and expect us to do. They expect us to have integrity in our elections. And you might argue that you think that there hasn't been any fraud and there hasn't been anything going on. That might be true. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. But why not ensure it? Why not make sure that all the people in Minnesota know that their vote really means something? That putting their ID forward and saying who they are really means something, not just walking on the street and not having to prove anything. And then probably the next stop is going to a liquor store where you have to show your ID. It's outrageous to me. So, members, I'd really appreciate it if we just try to stop doing these dilatory motions and just get to the point. Thank you very much.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Very briefly, I just want to draw people's attention to the Constitution, Article 7. Representative Simon's remarks might indicate to those watching out in the public that somehow putting something into the Constitution regarding elections would be a strange thing. There's an entire article, 9 separate sections, and by my count, 7 of those 9 actually have to do with the voting process itself. 2 of them directly have to deal with eligibility, place of voting, ineligible persons, and residents. And so to somehow claim that this is an inappropriate amendment to the Constitution, I think is a really big stretch. So members, let's just remember this is an appropriate place to do this, an important place to do this, and to the public, don't believe the arguments that somehow it's totally inappropriate to be amending the Constitution on this matter.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Simon yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Winkler.
Representative Simon, on your A6 amendment, I see language on line 1.3 and 1.4 discussing physical identity or likeness being verified in a manner prescribed by law. Would your amendment in this constitutional language permit us to implement a poll book system that is consistent with this with the constitutional amendment as you would amend it?
Member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, yes. The answer is yes. We could implement a poll book system that is consistent with this Constitution, if by that you mean we'll be able to verify people's physical identity and likeness. We don't need to do it by photographic evidence. There could be something else in the future, a fingerprint, a barcode, a retina scan, something of that nature. If that's what you're getting at, then yes, that's possible.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since we're debating what we can debate to start off all of our debates, I wanted to just talk about the fact that the Simon Amendment is far from technical in nature. Representative Dean, it's extremely substantive. It actually makes the amendment work. It allows the legislature to actually do the things that Representative Kiffmeyer claims that her amendment does. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the authors of this amendment, and I'm presuming that everyone who's an author of the amendment both supports it and understands what it means. Otherwise, they wouldn't put their name on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Franson would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franson, the Simon Amendment deletes and amends language in this constitutional amendment. And since this amendment will be part of the Constitution if it passes, every word in this really means a lot. Every word will be carefully scrutinized, and there will be a lot of arguments about the interpretation. Now, when you look at the language in the amendment that says that a government-issued photo ID, it must be provided at no charge to an eligible voter, what do you think the words "at no charge" mean?
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you please repeat your question, Representative Winkler?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franson would yield. Will Representative Franson yield?
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Representative Franson, in the bill before us, the constitutional amendment, lines 1.21 and 1.22, the sentence reads, "The state must issue photographic identification at no charge to an eligible voter." And given that all of us need to understand what these words mean, since they're going to be argued about later, and you're an author of the amendment, or an author of the bill, I assume that you can tell us what you mean by "at no charge."
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I guess, like with the free health care that we got going on the national level, I guess that means that the taxpayers would be paying for it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe the author of the bill would yield to a question to get a clearer answer.
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, Representative Simon deletes the language that says at no charge. And, of course, no charge could mean that you don't have to pay a fee for it. But we've heard in committee that sometimes to get an ID you might have to expedite it by paying additional funds to get it more quickly, to get it by Election Day. You may need to present a birth certificate, which you might not have and will cost money. You may need to provide a marriage certificate. You may need to provide a decree of divorce. All of those documents cost money. And so in addition to all that cost, the amendment as written says the state must issue photographic identification at no charge to an eligible voter. Does that mean that as an eligible voter, I can go and get a free ID anytime I want to? And if it does it also mean that the state has to pay for all the other documents that make that ID actually free?
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler and members. When it states in the Constitution a ID provided at no charge, that means no charge for the ID itself. And in fact, if you have a driver's license, you cannot get a free driver's license. So if your ID is going to be a driver's license, you would pay for that ID. That would be a driver's license. If you do not have a driver's license and you want a free ID, then eligible voters would be able to get a at-no-charge ID.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Kiffmeyer, I admire your ability to restate the language in the amendment to make it sound like you're answering the question. But the question was, if you yield to a question.
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. Representative Winkler.
Does every eligible voter get a free ID in the state?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Any eligible voter who does not have a driver's license and who has need of a free state ID will be able to get a state ID. And there's a difference between the costs and the efforts for voting. Without doubt, there are a variety of efforts that go in. Some people drive 100 miles. They are back and forth to work. They bring their children with them. There are a variety of levels of efforts. But in regards to the specific state-issued photo ID to eligible voters, that would be at no charge for that ID.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, but that confuses me. Much of your amendment confuses me because this is the exact quote. The state must issue photographic identification at no charge to an eligible voter. So to me that says if I'm an eligible voter, the state must issue a photographic identification to me at no charge. So that means that if I have a driver's license or I don't have a driver's license or I can afford one or not afford one, the state has just created an entitlement for everyone to get a free photographic identification, and it's going to be in the Constitution. Representative Simon's amendment takes that provision out and says that in a manner prescribed by law we must have visual verification. Representative Simon's amendment actually makes your amendment work. It actually makes your bill work because it doesn't create an entitlement for everyone to get a free ID. And so I wonder, Representative Kiffmeyer, I know that you've said that if you don't have a driver's license, you could apply to get one for free. But that's not what the words say. So how do we know that a voter who is eligible won't show up, ask for a free ID, and not get one and sue under this language? How do we know that's not going to happen if you would yield to that question?
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. Representative Winkler, one of the important components of the constitutionality of a photo ID requirement is to make sure that IDs are available to eligible voters who have need of them. And I would just mention that here's our current Minnesota Constitution. These are the number of pages in our current Minnesota Constitution. I'm sure that all of us in the back room as well have a large number of books of statutes that derive from the language in this Minnesota Constitution. And it is assumed by every word that is in this Constitution that when it is passed by the people, or if it is passed by the people at that election, that the legislators would have the responsibility, as they have in every other part of this Constitution, to act on that constitutional language and statute. And current Minnesota law, if you already have you can have one ID in regards to either a driver's license or a state ID. And so if you have a driver's license, you have your ID. If you need something for driving purposes, you have your ID for driving. But if it is for a voting purpose, then the state ID will do very well, and then it would be provided to those, and that would be at no charge for that ID.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, you have exactly highlighted everything that is wrong with your amendment. Because the Simon Amendment, the A6, says on lines 1.3 and 1.4, whose physical identity or likeness has been verified before voting in a manner prescribed by law. Your amendment says a provisional ballot must only be counted if the voter certifies the provisional ballot in the manner provided by law. But nowhere else in your amendment does it say anything about in a manner provided by law. So we can have laws that we pass for counting provisional ballots, but there is no other room anywhere in your amendment for us to pass laws to give meaning to any of these words. Every single word that is not subject to a provided by law section is subject to court challenge. It is subject to litigation. If the language in your amendment that says the state must issue photo ID at no charge to an eligible voter, it doesn't say at the end of it, in the manner provided by law. It just says the state must do it. That means if we don't provide a free ID to every eligible voter in the state who asks for it, there's a lawsuit. Very simple. So what you're doing is creating a constitutional entitlement to free photographic identification. As Representative Simon has said, you're doing it in permanent ink. You're doing it perpetually until it's changed. So, Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, I don't know why you wouldn't accept the Simon A6 amendment. It actually makes your amendment, your bill for a constitutional amendment work. Because otherwise, all we're going to do is ask the Minnesota Supreme Court to decide what every other single word in this amendment means. Because you give us no room for as provided by law. The Simon Amendment actually takes this whole concept of photo verification out of the Constitution and replaces it with giving the legislature the very discretion that you have repeatedly said that we have. But the reality is your amendment does not provide the discretion to the legislature to act in that way. You are telling us one thing, but your amendment is doing something else. And we don't have to talk about the motives. The simple fact is your amendment creates problems that you will not acknowledge.
The member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Representative Simon's amendment, I think we all agree that the right to vote is a fundamental thing, fundamental to democracy, fundamental in many different ways. But if we don't protect the right to vote with measures that are designed to protect the integrity and reliability of the electoral system, like this amendment is designed to do, then the right to vote is drained of meaning. Because, of course, if people that are not entitled to vote are voting, it dilutes the entire vote and disenfranchises other voters who are entitled to vote. So the first point is that this issue obviously belongs to the Constitution. Now, employing a particular technology, photograph, putting that in the Constitution, that's not unusual. We have an entire article, Article 14, the public highway system. Public highways, that's a particular kind of thing for a particular kind of technology which may or may not exist in the future. And that's why we have an amendment process to the Constitution. We can change it in the future by going to the people. This is the most democratic way to do things, going to the people and proposing the change. So if in the future we need to change photograph, we can do that through the constitutional amendment process. It's not written in permanent ink. It's just putting it in the highest law of the land, and this belongs in the highest law of Minnesota because it protects the integrity and reliability of the electoral system and gives meaning to the right to vote. So, looking at Representative Simon's amendment, it does not protect the reliability or the integrity of the vote. Quite to the contrary, it undermines it. If you look at line 1.3, it includes the phrase, whose physical identity or likeness has been verified before voting in a manner prescribed by law. Verification of physical identity or likeness is so vague that it could mean almost anything. It could mean vouching, that someone at the poll says, this person is who they say they are. That's one way you can interpret physical identity or likeness. Or it could be just signing an affidavit saying you are who you are. So this amendment completely eviscerates, this amendment to the constitutional amendment proposal completely eviscerates the proposed constitutional amendment. And what we're trying to achieve here is protecting the confidence of people in the electoral system and increasing the integrity of the electoral process so that we can have confidence in the outcome of elections. All are legitimate state interests and belong in the Constitution. So I urge members to reject the Simon amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A couple of comments in response. First, Representative Pepin, I truly admire your passion on this issue. It's obvious when you got up to speak you feel very strongly about it. So does Representative Kiffmeyer. I respect that too. I respect the passion and the zeal of everyone in this body. But that's sort of the point, that everyone can feel passionate about an issue and think it's a good idea to do. The question is whether you have the self-restraint and the self-discipline to keep it out of the Constitution. I'm very glad that Representative Downey mentioned the issue he did. I anticipated it, I'm ready for it, and I'm glad he mentioned it, which is, hey, we've got election stuff in the Constitution. So this belongs there because we have stuff in our Constitution about elections. Well, I did a little research on that, and I wanted to see how many other states that have done photo ID statutorily, which is all of them but Mississippi, how many of them also have voting stuff in their Constitution? And the answer is every last one of them. Wisconsin, Utah, Texas, Alabama, every one, 100%. 100% of the states that have had the self-discipline and self-restraint to do this by statute also have voter eligibility provisions in their Constitution. But that wasn't an excuse for them to stick it in the Constitution. They knew the long-range problems that might be presented with putting something so highly technical in the Constitution, locking in current technology, imposing our will on future generations. So while it's true that we do have a Constitution that makes mention of voting criteria, so does every single other state that has put this in statute. Every single one. So that's no argument. Representative Pepin, you mentioned some terms from the Legacy Amendment, and it's true, I can't define them, but that's different. The Legacy Amendment was about budgeting, which is inherently a legislative function. Of course we're going to have a say after we put a certain budget formula in the Constitution. Of course that will naturally be our job to reconcile later. I think it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison. And what Representative Winkler just said is absolutely right about those magic words, as I read them anyway, the magic words which appear only once in Representative Kiffmeyer's House File 2738, and it appears on the end of line 1.24 and 1.25, and I will grant her and I will concede that those words, which is in the manner provided by law, those are the magic words which say, go ahead, legislature. It's in the manner provided by law, meaning statute, meaning once this is passed, go to town. Fill in the gaps when it comes to how or why or when a provisional ballot must be counted. That I concede, because you've got the magic words in the manner provided by law. But as Representative Winkler was getting at, the absence of those very words elsewhere will indicate to, I would predict, most courts that we were conscious about not giving the legislature authority in those other areas. In other words, the court's going to say, hey, legislature, you knew how to be conscious and intentional about it when you wanted to give yourself the authority. We know because you put the magic words on line 1.24 and 1.25, but the absence of those words elsewhere indicate the opposite, that though you knew how to do it in one place, you consciously didn't do it in the other. So that's the point. The point is those magic words give us some latitude, and I think it's the responsible thing. And by the way, the Senate language does do that. So I hope if this is reconciled with the Senate that we take the Senate language. Senator Newman's bill does 3 or 4 times in his constitutional amendment language, followed up with as provided by law or as set forth in law or some such magic words. That would give us the discretion. But under this constitutional amendment, as set forth by Representative Kiffmeyer in House File 2738, there's only one place where we have the discretion, and because it's listed in that one place, we will probably not have the discretion in the other areas. So that's why I say this is it, members. In terms of the polls, I understand how this polls. I get it. I get the fact that once this is put on the ballot, I certainly wouldn't bet against it. I'm sure it will pass. And I'm sure there are allies of mine who don't like me saying that on the House floor, but I can read an opinion poll. I understand that the public thinks this is probably, on most days and in most senses, approves of this kind of thing. We'll see. The point isn't whether it's popular or not. There are lots of things that are popular. I think, Representative Pepin, you kind of underscored my point. There are lots of things on both sides of the aisle that are popular. That doesn't mean they ought to go in the Constitution. I listed a bunch that might be popular: a right to health care, a right to privacy, a Warren Buffett taxation rule, minimum wage indexed to inflation. There are a lot of things that I would bet poll very, very well. But I think we'd see a lot of protest from a lot of people if we thought just because it polls well, we ought to put it in the Constitution. As to the amendment, members, this flexibility and this freedom that this amendment provides is really in those magic words, as required by law or as set forth in law or in a manner prescribed by law. And this would enable us to go beyond just photographs. We could do photographs, and we could do photographs only, but we could do barcodes, we could do retina scans, we could do fingerprints. This is a way to make Representative Kiffmeyer's stated goal and stated intention of making sure we know who's voting and that they are who they say they are. This is a way to make that work and make sure that the burden is shared and not just all and 100% on the voter. So I urge a yes vote on the A6 amendment.
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I hope the pages, who I know have been they've been working hard this week, and they've been following the photo ID bill, and they've been kind of watching in committee. So I hope you guys, I see that you're listening very attentively, and you're probably thinking, what are they talking about? Photo ID is pretty easy. Are you who you say you are when you go to vote? And how do you tell who you are when you go to do things like go to the hospital? Representative Pepin brought up the things that you need to present a picture ID for. Are you who you say you are when you go to vote? You need to bring ID. Should your picture be on it? That's what we're talking about. Actually, it's not any more complicated than that. Okay? It really isn't. Okay? But these guys are really good. Okay? Representative Winkler, Representative Simon are really smart. They're very smart lawyers. And smart lawyers are very good at making things a lot more complicated than they actually are. So are you who you say you are when you go to vote? Good idea, bad idea? We're all going to find out. Should your picture be on there? Should you be able to show? Well, we got about 31 states that are doing this. About half of them say you need to bring a picture. The other half doesn't. This amendment says we don't want to be one of those states with a picture. That's what Representative Simon's amendment is saying. Representative Winkler, I think, oh, there he is. Hey, Representative Winkler. What Representative Winkler is saying is, in some of his arguments, is that, well, actually, we're going to have to buy photo IDs for everybody in the whole state, you know. And the reason for that is, if you don't have an ID, you should be able to go to the DMV, even if you don't drive a car, and say, I need a picture ID, and one should be given to you. If you're poor, you shouldn't have to come up with the money. That's what he's talking about. So, are you who you say you are when you go to vote? Do you need a picture ID? Should you have to pay for an ID if you go to DMV? Yes, yes, and no. That's what this amendment is about. So I just need to break it down a little bit for the pages because I saw you getting a little bit puzzled, but I know you're following along better than everybody else. So way to go, way to hang in there. That's what this is about. Representative Winkler, your amendment actually steps backwards. I understand you don't want to show a picture ID. That's what your amendment says. If you believe in that, you want to step backwards on photo ID, then vote for Representative Simon's amendment. If you think picture ID is a good idea, vote for it.
Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Vogel yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Vogel, I know we've talked about this on the radio show in Wilmer a couple times, and having had the chance to look at the language here, I'm just curious, being that you're an author on this bill, how come it wasn't drafted correctly? I think on line 1.22, basically, instead of an eligible voter, we could eliminate all of these issues if we had just drafted it to say all eligible voters. And so if you can help me understand that, I would appreciate it.
Member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Falk, thank you for that question. Well, I believe House Research is the ones who drafted this up, and working with Representative Kiffmeyer on all of this, and I believe they know what they're doing, sometimes better than I do on this, so I'll leave it up to them to make the right decision on that. Thank you.
Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Vogel, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess I know House Research is very good about drafting things, but they do take the direction from the authors. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, we've had a prolonged debate about this issue regarding whether or not the state has to provide free IDs. Seriously, there's a simple way to fix this if you would have just drafted it correctly. All you would have had to said is state must provide photographic identification at no charge to all eligible voters. I think you would avoid all problems that way. So if you could help enlighten me as to why you didn't draft it that way, I would appreciate it.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk, we worked hard on this language, many steps of review, many committee hearings, many hours of testimony, and I stand by this language as good language because I want to maximize everybody able to vote. And I think that's the most important consideration. When I took a look at this language, my most important consideration is maximizing the ability of eligible voters to vote. And so this language, I believe, accomplishes that. I believe it is well written and will give us the tools that we need to take care of our Minnesota people. Thank you.
Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Kiffmeyer, if your intentions were to have good language, there's better language. It's very simple. You provide a free ID to all eligible voters. That would ensure that the vote is maximized because everybody then would have the ability to have a photo ID and they would be able to vote under this premise that you have here. But you're making it unduly burdensome for many people to be able to get an ID, whether it be free or not, unless it is provided free to all. It's a simple concept. So once again, why was this not drafted correctly? It's simple. I mean, it's not many changes. And once again, if you claim there's such a huge problem here, then let's pay for the problem. Let's actually pay for it. There's a cost to it, absolutely. No doubt about it. But if you're saying that there is so much question of the integrity of our election systems and it requires a constitutional amendment, then we might as well put forward the resources to make sure that every single eligible voter in Minnesota is provided with a free photo ID. We find them, we get it to them, we make sure that they have it, so no matter where they are, no matter if it's a college kid enrolled in a school away from home, whether it's a senior citizen in a nursing home or a short-term or long-term care facility, whether it's a person who is homeless, we need to make sure that each and every person has that free photo ID. We have to have the burden be on the state to provide it. You said yourself that you wanted to go and maximize the vote. Here's the means to do it. I provided you with the language. It's not that complicated. It has a cost to the state, absolutely. We're putting very, very prescriptive language with huge ramifications and consequences into the state's founding document. We shouldn't take that lightly. And if there's a cost to it, acknowledge it and then account for it.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Benson J.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reason I'm standing here is because we're beginning to have a little discussion about the purpose of the legislative process. And when Representative Wardlow talked about popular sovereignty, it reminded me of this particular amendment and how Representative Simon has discovered a possible, and I believe, technical flaw in the author's main amendment or bill, this constitutional amendment. And Representative Wardlow was talking about popular sovereignty, and I was just thinking, back in the history of our country and some of the founders, two of the great ones, Henry Clay and especially Daniel Webster, who was probably the greatest constitutionalist our country has ever produced. And both of these men were founders of the Whig Party. And the Whig Party also had another distinguished member, Abraham Lincoln. And of course, the Whig Party evolved into the Republican Party because the Whigs and most of the founders of our country believed in the Republican form of government, not direct democracy. And the reason that they believed in representative democracy, which, by the way, ought to be the foundation of the present-day Republican Party. The present-day Republican Party, surprisingly to me, is going off into a different direction, something that Andrew Jackson and his supporters who believed in popular sovereignty advocated. And the reason that the founders didn't like the idea of popular sovereignty is because it's all too easy for an author, no matter how hard he or she might work on a particular piece of legislation, to gain such personal ownership in it that they just naturally resist even the best possible amendments. It's hard for someone who's worked so hard on a piece of legislation to consider the possibility that he or she may have overlooked something. And I think Representative Simon has discovered a weakness in this bill that we ought to deal with here on the floor of the House. And we see, and we've heard, that members of the Senate have discovered this same flaw and have changed the language. So this ought not to be seen as some attack on the author or some devious purpose in trying to sabotage the legislation, but I'm not a member of the Republican Party, although I have a lot of family members who are. And republicanism means legislation through a legislative body made up of representatives of the people. So this notion, going to the Constitution immediately to resolve these issues, really is contrary to basic fundamental notions of how a democratic republic ought to operate. So I would urge the author of this constitutional amendment to seriously consider this really minor technical change being offered by Representative Simon, and stick to your own tradition of believing in representative Republican form of government.
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I cannot support this amendment, not about my personal tie to it, because I believe that the language that I propose to you already gives us very strong, good language. Matter of fact, this language that is here is so vague that it would still allow for vouching. I mean, any ID that is so vague here that still allows for vouching just preserves the current flaws in our system. In good conscience, I think it is very important that the language I presented to you today that this would not be an acceptable amendment. And matter of fact, in regards to breaking any molds, I would just like to mention that there are several pages in our Blue Book. I think the mold's been broken. And as far as the democratic process in our Constitution, it has a way to amend it. We are simply using that democratic process with our constitutional republic, that rule of law that we have here in front of you today. So, members, I just ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really hadn't planned to speak, but I've already shared this little story with Representative Kiffmeyer today, not thinking I'd share it with the body. But it deals with photo IDs and the validity of them, and I'm here to support Representative Simon's amendment. But about a week ago, two constituents of Representative Kiffmeyer's were outside the chambers, and they came up to me as I came out the door and said, "Are you Representative Kiffmeyer?" And I smiled at them and I said, "No." And what makes you think that I'm Representative Kiffmeyer? I was very nice to them. And they said, because we have the green book with the pictures in it, and you look like Representative Kiffmeyer, and so we thought you were Representative Kiffmeyer. And I did a chuckle, and I said, no, but we're both blonde. And they said, well, and you're both cute. Now, I like that when I'm my age and somebody says I'm cute. But at that point, I said, no, I think you'll have to look at the pictures again and be a little more discerning. But my point is that I think to put photo ID, they're not very valid. And I do think in the future we're going to need different ways of assuring that we have integrity in our voting system, whether it's a barcode, scanning of the iris, fingerprints, who knows. But it just struck me that it was very coincidental that it was Mary Kiffmeyer and Sandra Peterson who were mistaken for each other. So I would support Representative Kiffmeyer or Representative Simon's amendment.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Morrow moving to amend House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be asking for a roll call.
Representative Morrow requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I wrote a 462-page dissertation on the Constitution. Representative Simon, I hope you don't mind if I read it now to the body. Mr. Speaker and members, I mention that as well because to me this is a seriously important issue. Not to suggest that anyone's not taking it seriously, but I do think it's incumbent upon us to state the reasons upon which we're taking a position on a bill such as this. On this floor we debate questions of policy. On this floor we debate questions of principle. And tonight we debate both. The Constitution is a document born of debate and compromise. As is stated on the National Archives website, the Constitution is the work of many minds. It stands as a model of cooperative statesmanship and the art of compromise. Statesmanship and compromise are not occurring on the floor tonight. And that's a very sad thing. Because the Constitution is not only a document born of debate and compromise, it's a document that enshrines and encourages these values in our democratic processes. Each and every time that this country amended the U.S. Constitution when it concerned voting, Representative Kiffmeyer, it expanded the right to vote. It expanded the right to vote to African Americans, it expanded the right to vote to women, and it expanded the right to vote to younger people. We have never, as a nation, amended a constitution to reduce the number of voters, at least until we came to photo ID. Not one more Minnesotan will be eligible to vote if this goes onto the ballot and is amended into our Constitution. Not one more Minnesotan will be eligible to vote. But nobody on this floor can stand here and tell us that there won't be eligible voters who will be unable to vote. And in fact, the great likelihood is we will have eligible Minnesota voters who will be prohibited from voting. But not one more Minnesotan will be entitled or eligible to vote. That is deeply concerning to me because, members, I see this bill as I see a number of bills that have come across our desks this session. The enemy in this bill is Minnesotans. The wrongdoers in this bill are Minnesotans. The presumption here is that our process does not have integrity. The presumption here is that we have Minnesotans cheating the system in significant enough numbers that we can jeopardize the ability of others to vote, so I move to my amendment. Members, my amendment is very straightforward. I would change the words government issued to government approved identification. And Mr. Speaker, as an aside, I don't think we should be addressing the pages. We should be addressing the speaker. I think that was inappropriate. I won't do it, but I will talk about college students generally. Mr. Speaker and members, the reason why changing from government issued to government approved is important is because this bill, this amendment language sets up a dangerous probability that MnSCU students would be able to use their college ID to vote. It sets up the probability that University of Minnesota students would be able to use their college ID to vote. And it sets up the danger that private college students would have to go get a new ID to vote because a Gustavus, a Bethel, or Augustana, a Concordia Moorhead ID is not a government-issued ID. We are taking one set of voters, Minnesota college students, and we're treating them differently when it comes to a constitutional right that we should be encouraging in our college students. You know, my daughter is a freshman in college, Mr. Speaker, and she has just finished voter registration at her college. They had a voter registration drive, and Mr. Speaker, maybe you've seen it at colleges when you've visited, but any of us associated with a college know that the voter registration drive is an exciting time on a college campus. It's a time when the chance to vote for the first time for many college students is becoming a reality. Representative Banyan, you see debates on your campus. You see the college Republicans, the college Democrats, the Greens, the other groups. They're excited about the opportunity to exercise their constitutional right to vote. But what this bill says is on some campuses you can remain excited because you'll be able to use your college ID, but it does nothing to guarantee that private college students in the same town will be able to use theirs. We are treating the same class of voters differently unless we make this amendment. Now, this amendment doesn't open the floodgates, and again, I don't think there are floodgates here to be open of fraud and abuse. But I defy anyone on this floor to stand up and say that you think Minnesota college students are committing voter fraud to such a degree that we should prevent the Minnesota private college students from having the same ability to use their college ID. Mr. Speaker, I honestly believe to the core of my soul that this is wrong. And this is fixable. And before members ask me, I'm going to tell you right now, I have tried with more than one author of this bill to get this change. This is not something I'm dropping on March 20th. I've brought this up year after year. This is an easy change. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that Representative Kiffmeyer will be able to take this amendment, and if not, I look forward to having a debate on what the credible difference is between government-issued and government-approved, and an explanation why we should be treating our private college students as second-class citizens when it comes to the constitutional right to vote.
The gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Representative Morrow, thank you. Certainly it would never be my intention, and in fact I have stated that on many occasions, that we would have any kind of election system that would actually cause people not to go to the polls. I want to correct you, though, in terms of what's already been spoken. Representative Kiffmeyer alluded to a study that was done by the University of Missouri in the early 2000s, right after Indiana decided on a photo ID. And in fact, exactly the opposite happened. They did their study after an off-year election, and in that study it demonstrated that over 2% increase in voter participation. There isn't any, in any of these cases, members, there is no evidence of the fact that photo ID will cause for people not to show up to the polls, or there will be a reduced number of people eligible to vote. Would bring it to the members' attention that, in fact, this body has voted 2 previous times to enact laws that did restrict the number of voters. In the 1920s, it limited to only citizens. And in 1960, we decided that you had to live within the precinct for 30 days. Again, I have no intention of driving people from the polls. In fact, we need to be about making sure as many people possible go to the polls. And that's what's been crafted, and that's what we can craft after this is passed. A process to make sure that people can vote. But the thing that you didn't bring up that I'm more fearful of, if anything, is just the fact that, you know, the governor has got an election integrity task force. And for me, the issue of integrity is potentially the greater detriment to the number of people who decide to vote. If they don't think that their vote will count, they may not show up at the poll. That's what my greater worry is. And we've had a lot of close elections, regardless of which side won, and a lot of conversation about whether or not we can trust the outcome. We need an election system that makes sure that we maintain the integrity of the system. Thank you.
The gentleman from Waseca, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Morrow yield for a question?
The gentleman from Nicollet will yield. The gentleman from Waseca.
Representative Morrow, you in your last oratory there, you said something about you defy anybody to get up and give a figure of what rate of fraud there was, or voter fraud. You said that that would cause you to believe. You said to what degree, to any effect. I mean, what would be your degree where you think too much voter fraud would take place? Because you didn't say that there wasn't any. You just said you wanted a proof of what degree. So what puts you over the threshold, 1 fraudulent vote or 100 or 10,000 before you'd get upset?
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cornish, I think you misstate the question. The question isn't what number or to what degree would I be upset. The question is, what are reasonable measures to take to prevent voter fraud and still protect the constitutional right to vote? I don't see the connection here between preventing Representative Benson's students from using their college ID, Representative Banyan's students from using their college ID, and my students at Gustavus, or Representative Lanning's students at Concordia Moorhead from using their college ID. I don't see, since we don't have all these numbers and evidence, I don't know what to make of it, but I do know that if the goal is to have an integrity of the voting system, as Representative Benson's saying, then we should be encouraging the 18 to 22-year-olds who are voting for their first time to vote. And to me, this puts an obstacle in the way when you say government-issued ID is okay. That means Minshew ID is okay. I'm proposing just make it government approved, so the government could go to Representative Benson's college, the government could go to Concordia Moorhead, the government could come to Gustavus or to Bethany and Mankato, examine how they issue IDs and say, you know what, you've got integrity of your ID issue system. Those IDs will be just as good as the Minsky ones down the street.
The gentleman from Waseca, Representative Cornish.
Well, Representative Morrow, you never answered the question. You did say you defy somebody to get up and tell to what degree it is to cause this action that we're taking. And so what is your degree? Is one fraudulent vote too many? Would you agree? Would you agree that on the Mankato State University and other universities there is more than likely one fraudulent vote cast by somebody? And if so, don't you think one is one too many? Or what's your degree of concern? How many does it have to get before you think that there is fraudulent voting? Or you just don't think there's any whatsoever?
Is the gentleman from Waseca asking the gentleman from Nicollet to yield? He will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cornish, this is right back down to the basic point. That'd be like me asking you, how many eligible voters have to be denied the right to vote before this is a bad bill in your eyes? What's the number? Is it 10 students at Bethany? Is it 5 women in a Good Sam nursing home? What's the number? So you and I could go back and forth on this number question all night. My point was this. I would want to see the proof of the fraud problem. Look at the measure that's being taken to prevent the fraud problem and see if the measure to prevent it is rationally related to the fraud problem. Now you're saying to me you're sure there's fraud going on at MSU Mankato. First, I think that's a dangerous statement to make without proof. But second, that still doesn't tell me that this amendment is good or bad. Why, even if there is voter fraud, even if you believe that, Representative Cornish, it doesn't explain to me why government approved is not acceptable language.
The gentleman from Waseca.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Morrow, at least I answered the question. I don't think there will be anybody disenfranchised from voting. But you can't say that there isn't one fraudulent vote, because there is, and I think you know it, and I think that it's happening on our campuses. And I could go back and tell the students in Mankato that I think it's going on. I'm not embarrassed to say that. And so I answered the question. I think that there is, and I don't think that there'll be anybody disenfranchised from voting, but we don't know yet. I think we know there's voter fraud, but we don't know anybody's going to be disenfranchised. So I think it's just a term of answering the basic questions. So I think I have more proof than you do.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you go to NCSL, you can see what other states do. And let me read you a partial list of what other states do in this regard. The state of Alabama, hardly a liberal leftist state. Any college ID, not just government approved, or I'm sorry, not just government issued, any college ID. The state of Idaho, hardly a bastion of liberalism. Any student ID card from an accredited institution. Kansas, same thing. Any student ID card. Missouri, any higher education institution accredited in the state of Missouri. Other states are even more lenient. In Virginia of all places, you can show any employee ID. Any employee ID, not just public, but private sector as well. And this is probably my favorite. This really is worthy of framing, probably. In Florida, signed by Jeb Bush, you can use a neighborhood association ID. Not kidding. Look it up. A neighborhood association ID set forth right in the statute. I don't even know what that is. I've never lived in a neighborhood where I had to have an ID, and I'm not sure I want to. But the point is, there are many states. In Arkansas, a bank statement or utility bill. These are the non-photo states that require some form of ID but just not photo. In North Dakota, a utility bill. In Kentucky, a credit card. In Kentucky, you can use a credit card. So all we're asking for here, all Representative Morrow is asking for here, is to give us the discretion that Representative Kiffmeyer says she wants and believes somehow is in the bill, so that we can come back next year and amend or change or alter or improve that list of IDs that would be viable here. By putting Representative Morrow's amendment in there saying government approved, that is magic language, at least as I read it, saying that we will have that discretion. Otherwise, it says government issued, doesn't even say an American government. It could be Kenya. It could be South Africa. It could be Albania. It says government issued, and by the way, it doesn't say state issued. It does not say state issued. And you don't think some crafty lawyer is going to make a big deal out of that, members. Another reason not to put something like this in the Constitution. It says government issued, and that means any government. And I don't know why Representative Kiffmeyer chose that language and not state issued or state of Minnesota issued, but the point is Representative Morrow's amendment will give us the freedom and give us the flexibility to come back next year and in subsequent legislatures and define that term and define what is approved. We may not want to do a credit card like Kentucky. We may not want to do a neighborhood association ID like Florida. We may not want to do any student ID. Maybe we want to keep it to the University of Minnesota and Minskew. But the point is we'll have the flexibility. Now we don't. With Representative Morrow's amendment, we do.
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Representative Simon. I was going to go to the list of all the states that allow any college ID. They don't limit it to government-issued ID. Representative Benson, the statistics interesting, although I think you have to account for two things. One, the 2008 election drove up election rates everywhere. But any increase, that doesn't tell us that private college students' voting increased in that area. And that's my concern here, members. My final point, I guess, and I'm sorry Representative Cornish left the floor, but if Representative Cornish is now telling us that there's fraud going on in voting at Minskew and the University of Minnesota, the only logical result of that is we should stop them from voting too. Why do they get to use their IDs?
Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield for a question?
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. The lady from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kiffmeyer, I hope I can get a good answer to this question. I had some troubles yesterday in the Rules Committee getting the full answers I needed. But Representative Morrow's amendment is a really important amendment for my district. I represent Bethel University. I'm sure you know Bethel. And there's a lot of students there who live in university housing and live within the boundaries of my district, and I always want them to vote. They don't always necessarily vote for me, but I always want them to vote. And I just want to make sure that I'm representing my constituents from Bethel University well. And just can you guarantee me that with the bill, the way it's drafted, without putting Representative Morrow's amendment on there, can you guarantee me that my constituents who attend Bethel University won't be treated differently than maybe my other fellow students at the University of Minnesota?
The lady from Sherburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Knuth and members. Well, first of all, Representative Knuth, I think if you went to Bethel University, those students already have an ID. They have an ID that already qualifies for them. And so the issue is, if it's a government-issued ID and a future legislature decides that a government-issued student ID might be one of those options, but Representative Knuth, what's really important here is that students who are residents of Minnesota are able to vote. And they even have a special choice. They can vote from their home, or they can vote an absentee ballot from their home, or go home and vote, or they can vote at the college campus. But every single student under this constitutional amendment will be able to vote. And as that is the matter of the greatest concern, is that they have an ID, they have an ability to get an ID, and that largely most students already do have an ID. And by being able to use a driver's license and government issued even from another state, which a large majority of them have, and that they qualify by being a Minnesota resident and a United States citizen is also in the Constitution already. All of those things wrapped together help to make sure that Minnesota residents, students who are residents, have the ID that they need. And I think that this constitutional amendment gives that, and gives that flexibility to make sure that everybody is able to vote, those students in a private college, those students in a public college, and any one of those if they have need of a state ID. We've got this covered with this constitutional amendment. Representative Knuth, I can assure you, this allows every single college student anywhere in the state of Minnesota who is a resident of the state of Minnesota and meets the other qualifications. This constitutional amendment will enable not only them to vote, but all the men and all the women, 18 years old up in age, any color. This Constitution is silent in regards to that. You meet these qualifications, you're eligible to vote, and if you have need of a state ID provided to you, it will be provided. But I would say that most any college student already has the ID necessary to comply with this constitutional amendment, and residency is already in current Minnesota law that enables them to vote as a resident of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer, for a long answer that I'm sorry I didn't hear the answer to my question. So I'll give you a very specific example, and maybe if you could answer with a very simple yes or no, that would be really helpful, because I'm really not getting the answer to my question. So let's say there's a student who, 18 years old, new to college, hasn't gotten a driver's license because they grew up in a place where they didn't really need one or they didn't really want one, goes to a university in Minnesota, spends a couple months there, so meets our eligibility in terms of residency before Election Day, and doesn't have a passport, has never traveled overseas, and is at a university, which I think would include Bethel University, that has good enough bus service. They don't feel the need to have a driver's license. And so the only ID that they have is their university-issued ID. And let's say one's at Bethel and one's at the University of Minnesota. And let's say even that they were really, really on top of things for a college student. And as a college student who voted absentee and actually missed voting one time because I was too late, a lot of college students aren't that on top of things, and I don't think they need to be this on top of things to actually vote. It's not part of that fundamental right. But let's say first thing they did when they came to Minnesota, their parents dropped them off. They said, you need to take me to get my free state-issued ID because I want to be able to vote in Minnesota. And then maybe they weren't quite so responsible and they lost that ID. So they now have gotten their one free state-issued ID. Maybe we'll give them another one, but they don't have their license to go get another, to drive their car to go get one. They don't have a passport. The only ID they have is the ID from their university, and one is at Bethel, and one is at the University of Minnesota. So my question is, Representative Kiffmeyer, yes or no, you can answer yes or no, would the Bethel student be treated differently than the University of Minnesota student in terms of their eligibility to vote and their ease with which they could vote and exercise their fundamental right?
Is the lady from Ramsey asking the lady from Sherburne to yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Knuth, I think it's really important here to realize that all college students will be able to have an ID and they will be able to vote. I think that's the fundamental issue here. For us, if a college is a private college and that does not have a government issued because it's a private institution, the thing that's most important here is that they have an ID and that there is a way for them. And not only that, every college campus will have a student organization. I'm absolutely confident that we can have student organizations to help each other as they do on so many other areas. In some of the other states, they have mobile units, so there's an opportunity when we do our voter education funding that we'll be able to make some use of mobile units. There are so many ways and so many opportunities for us to work together. But I think the most important thing is that this constitutional amendment allows every single student to have an ID as necessary, government issued, for voting. And that's the most important issue here. And Representative Knuth, we've got that covered with this language.
The lady from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm not going to ask you again, since I haven't gotten the answer I needed either yesterday or today for my question. And you've said the fundamental issue is that they'll have an ID and be able to vote. Well, as someone who represents a private university, or the students who attend a private university, the fundamental question to me in this amendment is that my constituents will be treated differently than at a private university will be treated differently than students at a public university. And I think that's wrong. And so I appreciate Representative Morrow bringing this amendment forward. And I don't think private university students and public university students should be treated differently in such a fundamental right as voting, as exercising their voting rights as citizens. And so, members, I hope you'll support the Morrow amendment. And if you listen to Representative Kiffmeyer's answer, she couldn't give me a straight answer whether or not my private university student constituents would be treated differently than public university students. And so I hope, members, you all vote for the Morrow amendment.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, under the government-issued ID provision in your amendment, would a student at Mankato State University be able to use the Mankato State ID as their photo identification?
The lady from Sherburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. You know, I just really want to be sure that we understand that a government-issued ID can be a college, state university, as we generally call it. If it is a private college, that is not a government-issued ID. But what is important here is that the students have an ID and that they are able to vote. That is what I believe is the most important thing here. So that's right. A private college would not be a government-issued ID. But what is important is that they have an ID, and the large majority of them do. And we talk about government-issued ID. Students, not just a driver's license, not just a state ID card, military ID, or a tribal ID, or we can also have a passport. And I've talked to students. Some of them, they deal with public transportation, but I asked them, do you have a passport? Because everybody these days, in a variety of ways, needs a form of identity, a form of ID. That is a very important common part of our society today. And so the most important issue, and I think we can take a look at those government-issued IDs, and every one that those students are able to use, we will make available to them, but in particular, that they have an ID, and that the state ID, lacking the others, would be something provided to them. But I hope that it is clear now that if you are a private college, that would not be a government-issued ID.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, yet again you're showing what is wrong with this amendment, what's wrong with your bill and this constitutional amendment, and how we have a very simple amendment that would actually allow this to work better. So you're saying what government issued means. You're saying it could be a passport, it could be a different state, it could be a university. Representative Simon suggested that it could be a foreign country. I guess it could be Representative Simon, it probably could be a neighborhood association card from Florida, as long as that was some sort of government entity. And I guess if you had a credit card from the state of Minnesota and you had a little picture on there, that could in theory be part of it too. The problem is when you put the words in the Constitution and you tell us what they mean, it isn't the final word. What Representative Morrow's amendment would do is actually give us the ability to define it, to make clear when situations come up that you can't identify now, things that you can't anticipate. The only way to resolve that under your language is to go to a court and to decide, you ask the court to tell us, to file a lawsuit to tell us whether it is government issued or not. When you have the words government approved in the bill, it means that we can decide. It means that the legislature can actually make sense of this nonsense in future years. When you have government issued, there is no room for discretion. The only way to resolve a question is to go to court. It's yet a further invitation to have litigation. And I understand that you are worried that if you start making exceptions or you start changing your amendment, that somehow we'll all fail the Minnesota majority purity test on this, or somehow the amendment is going to start to unravel before our eyes. But to actually reject amendments that make your bill work, that make your amendment work, is silly. All you're doing is further demonstrating to all of us that your goal is to create litigation, just like Minnesota majority is engaged in right now. The group that you co-founded is suing to stop people with disabilities under guardianship from voting. Meanwhile, you tell us all on a bill that you're presenting that, oh, well, we're working with the people who are disabled. We're working with them to make sure that they'll be qualified to vote. This is the 1-2 that this amendment requires. You stand up and say nice things while your friends over at Minnesota majority bring a lawsuit to stop it. There's nothing saying that a student ID from Mankato State would be government issued, because you take away all the discretion. All you leave is a court and a lawsuit to decide these issues. And I know you know the people who are geared up for lawsuits on your side. But what you're doing is guaranteeing the same thing from the other side. You should accept these amendments because they actually make your amendment work. They make it possible for us to fix your mistakes later. Under this constitutional plan, only the voters will be able to fix your mistakes later. My suspicion is your mistakes this session will be fixed in this November when the voters reject your plea to hold on to the majority. But the election law issues that you're creating, the chaos you're creating in the election system, will have to be fixed by constitutional amendment, and that isn't very responsible.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have been listening here for quite a while, and what I'm noticing is the same trend that I've heard from opponents kind of out and about in the press and tossing out opposition to this on a variety of fronts. And what I hear continually is a set of hypotheticals. Example this, example that. Well, what about this person? What about that person? And the reality, members, is that in every other state that has implemented a photo ID requirement, there has not been one single case of proven disenfranchisement. A couple of cases where the states made the mistake of not offering a free, paid-for ID, but not one single instance of proven disenfranchisement. And so you can offer a hypothetical question about this college student at University X that transferred from some foreign country Y with, 18 household addresses in the last 20 years. But the bottom line is, members, not one single proven case of disenfranchisement. And I happen to be in Indiana doing a voter registration, election administration project in my former business when they passed their photo ID law. And there was a case brought in Marion County, and the case was tossed out because they could not bring a single claimant to prove disenfranchisement. And one of the reasons for that, members, isn't just the fact that if the state provides a free photo ID, but the fact that the state provides something that's called a fail-safe provision. In the Help America Vote Act, which was passed after the Florida election debacle, there were a number of things prescribed, and one of those was a fail-safe provision in the Help America Vote Act, and that had to do with provisional ballots. And in all of these discussions that we're hearing today, all these hypothetical cases where, oh, there's no way I could produce a photo ID, the reality is not a single case of proven voter disenfranchisement in any state with a photo ID law. And part of the reason is that there is a provisional ballot opportunity in those states as well. So even if you forget your ID or you have a challenge getting your ID, you can still vote. So toss out all the hypotheticals you want. We can stay here past midnight. Maybe somebody needs to pass the motion to do that so you guys can continue putting out every single possible configuration that might somehow possibly disenfranchise the voter. But it doesn't happen. People can vote even if they forget their ID. They can cast a provisional ballot and their vote can be counted. I've been in the polling locations where it happens. So keep cranking out the amendments and keep tossing out the hypotheticals. But I think Representative Kiffmeyer can confirm there has not been a single case where somebody has proven that they were disenfranchised and lost their ability to vote under a photo ID law. So, members, let's just remember that as we continue through this arduous process.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield for a question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, I've listened to the debate on this amendment and your answers, and I guess the question that I have in my mind is, what do you lose from going from government issued to government approved? We've made some arguments that there might be some benefit to doing that, and nothing you've said has articulated to me why government approved doesn't do all the things that you said government issued would do. And so I'm just, your resistance is causing that curiosity in me, and I'd just like to hear that answer.
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. Well, I think that's kind of interesting. Both of them would have to be enacted in legislation, whether it is government issued or government approved. They will both be enacted in legislation. Government issued is a bit more specific, that it is the source of a government issuing the ID. Government approved could be quite vague, very, very vague, and that's a concern that I have, that it is too wide open and too vague. We want to make sure that we have not just photo, but identification. And so for me, the government process of issuing an ID does have many intrinsic processes to them that help to establish your identity that is commonly used in many other places in society, as well as it can be used on Election Day. I hope, Representative Thiessen, sometimes it's like I give you an answer, but because you don't like it, you say it's not an answer. I am giving you an answer, and I am saying what I am explaining here. But if you don't like it, that's okay. Just don't like it. But it is an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kiffmeyer, you did give an answer. I mean, the point, though, is that if it's government approved, the legislature would actually have to approve. So the point you're making about that this could be fake, it might not show real identification, that would be up to the legislature. But it could be other things. And again, we're writing this in permanent ink here, right? And so there might be other types of identification that isn't issued by a government, but we think, like some other states have shown examples, as a legislature, in the future, we'd have complete control over that. So you did give an answer, but your answer didn't actually answer my question, which is, what do you lose by going to government approved? We gain something because we have some more flexibility. But your point about the fact that it might not be the kind of ID that we want, well, of course it would, because it would have to be government approved. So you didn't answer the question again. I mean, you answered the question. I'll acknowledge that, but you didn't give a question that actually answered the essence of what I was asking you to distinguish. If Representative Kiffmeyer would yield one more time.
She will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
And I guess Mr. Speaker, thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. So really the essence of my question is, if it has to be government approved, so we would have control over what those IDs would be, then what do we lose by moving from issued to approved? And your advisor can help you.
The lady from Sherburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. When you have a government-issued ID, you have uniform ID standards by a neutral third party. You have a processing of them. So when you have IDs from other sorts of area, again, I think that we want to make sure that we have voters treated in a fair sort of way, and when you have a government-issued ID, that you will be able to have those kinds of uniform ID standards that are intrinsic to the issuance of a government ID.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you that we need to have a system that's fair. I think that's really the essence of Representative Knuth's questions and this amendment. Again, when the words are government approved, this legislature would be in charge of those intrinsic standards that you're pointing to, right? We would be able to say, well, it's got to meet these certain intrinsic standards. So again, the objection you're raising to this amendment doesn't get to the essence of this amendment again. And we've seen this repeatedly on this bill. And I raise this, and I know Representative Kiffmeyer thinks that we've been badgering her about this. But this is amending our Constitution, folks. What we're doing here is amending our Constitution, and throughout this process, both last year when we were on the floor, through the committee process this year, Representative Kiffmeyer has not answered, the author of the bill. I understand why other folks may not be able to answer every question, but the author of this bill has refused to answer questions about what the meaning of this constitutional amendment is. And that's just not right. That's not how we should be doing our business around here. So I would ask, and I won't ask her to yield again, but I hope that she will actually stand up and answer why government approved doesn't accomplish everything she said. And the only thing I can reflect on is if the fact that she won't answer our questions means that the questions are legitimate and there's a lot of problems with this constitutional amendment. That's the only conclusion that I can draw from her refusal to actually squarely address the answers to these questions. You're disserving the people of Minnesota by doing that, Representative Kiffmeyer. And I hate to single you out, but you are the author of this bill that your side seems to think is more important than jobs, than taking care of property taxes, more important than health care for Minnesotans, more important for making sure that our veterans, when they're returning, can actually get a job, more important than all these other things. If it's that important, don't you think the people of Minnesota actually deserve straight answers to our questions? I think they do, and I hope that in the next couple hours of debate you'll actually give us some real answers, Representative Kiffmeyer.
The gentleman from Lincoln, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's from Swift anyway, but a minor detail. I guess I could ask Representative Kiffmeyer to yield again if she would reconsider the language that I had offered her, or the suggestion that you could avoid so many of these problems by just changing it to say that an identification at no charge to all eligible voters. Simple. It's really not that complicated. The debate's going to continue to go on because this is a fundamental challenge to our election system. I guess one of the things that's got me concerned is that we don't have the processes in place to fully understand all of what's going to happen here. I guess if Representative Downey would yield to a question.
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Swift, actually, but minor details. Representative Downey, you made a comment about provisional ballots. What processes do we have in the state of Minnesota to understand how that would work? What do we know about those ballots being cast, how they would be counted? I want to know to make sure that those people who, if a provisional ballot is cast, are not being disenfranchised or their election or their vote is not being counted at a disproportionately lower rate than somebody else's.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, I'm not sure I totally understood your question. The point that I was making was that given the fact that no one has yet in the entire country under a photo ID requirement proven that they were disenfranchised, is at least in part in the judicial rulings tied to the fact that you can still pass this fail-safe test, which is stipulated in the Help America Vote Act, through provisional balloting. And so I don't know if I made statements about the specific process that would support provisional balloting in our polling locations. That would be something that the Secretary of State and the election officials would work out. But in terms of the defensibility of photo ID, and to put to rest and disabuse this notion that somehow there's all kinds of people and circumstances out there that would somehow be disenfranchised under this law. Again, no one in the entire country has been disenfranchised. I'm not sure if anybody over there can name one college student in any of these other states under any circumstance that has actually proven they have been disenfranchised. And again, part of that is this security of the fail-safe provision of a provisional ballot in the Help America Vote Act.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Downey, I guess, unless you've asked every single voter in the county, or in the country, excuse me, how could you know that there hasn't been one case of disenfranchisement? I think that's a subjective thing that you'd have to go and ask each and every individual person whether or not they felt disenfranchised. And so I don't take that statement to, I think, be accurate. It's a disagreement we have. But I have an issue with provisional ballots because we don't know how this process would work out. And so if a person casts a provisional ballot, would that be counted if the election is not close? If it's not within a recount margin, would it be cast aside? Well, that changes the outcome of the election. It changes the amount by which one individual would win or lose an election. It changes the percentages. It changes the will of the electorate. And so we have huge questions regarding the provisional ballot issue. And it's creating one class of voters versus another. Members, we don't have the tools in this bill to address these questions. This needs to be done through statute. These are complex issues. To be doing this through a constitutional amendment, it's absurd. It makes no sense. It has not been brought forward with all the due process and thought that it needs. There are far too many unanswered questions. So let's just step back, take a moment, think about what we're doing. We have a legislative process to address these complex issues. The Constitution is an overarching document that provides a framework. We deal with the minutiae, the details, in statute. That's the appropriate thing to do. I'm sorry, but good grief. I mean, if you have any idea of how many questions and how many problems there are here, and we look at the fact that the comment has been made that there's not one single case of proven disenfranchisement, how many proven cases of voter fraud that this amendment would actually address have been proven? Bring forward a number. Is that worth, if there is any, if there are any, is that worth putting the fundamental right to vote of so many Minnesotans at risk? It doesn't seem very American. It doesn't seem very Minnesotan to me. Our democracy was built on participation by making sure that each and every person, regardless of what your status was, had the fundamental right to vote. And this does nothing to protect that. It just sets up separate classes of individuals. And it's not a road that I want to go down. Members, this is a bad amendment overall, or a bad bill overall, but I would ask you to support the Simon amendment.
To the Morrow amendment, the lady from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I actually was also standing up to discuss the provisional ballot. Representative Downey, you had mentioned that one reason that we don't need the Morrow amendment is because there's a provisional ballot in place for people that don't have an ID, and I know that you just sort of tried to answer that, and it sounds like you don't know for sure where that ballot could get cast. So I would ask if Representative Kiffmeyer would yield for a question.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kiffmeyer, I was wondering if you could clarify for the body, under your bill, if somebody is unable to present a photo ID and they have to cast a provisional ballot, where would they cast that ballot?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Moline, as we have previously actually laid out in a previous House bill, that the provisional ballots, as is done in any other state, is cast in the polling place on Election Day, and the provisional ballot is placed into a special envelope, and it is kept with all of the other election materials. The voter is given time up to, whatever your state says. We gave a week in that particular situation in the previous House bill. And they would have a week of time to be able to come back and take care of any eligibility questions or any ID questions. If they don't have their ID, they have that opportunity to do so. But the actual provisional ballot would be cast on Election Day in the polling place.
The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Kiffmeyer. I guess, could you point out where in your bill or where in current law it states that the provisional ballot would be cast at the polling place? Or would Representative Kiffmeyer yield?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from St. Louis. The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Moline and members, that is why in this particular case, in this part of the constitutional amendment, that we as a legislature will be able to do enacting legislation for a provisional ballot process. But as been done in many other states, or provisional ballots, that they are cast in the polling place on Election Day. And I don't think that the state of Minnesota would deviate from that practice. That is the whole point, that if you are in the polling place on Election Day, required to present your photo ID and you don't have it, that is what happens on Election Day in the polling place. And matter of fact, in our constitutional amendment language that we have here, it starts out by saying a voter in a polling place on election day must present valid government-issued photographic identification while receiving a ballot, and the state must issue at no charge. And then it says a voter unable to present government-issued photo identification must be permitted to submit a provisional ballot. So the context here is a voter in the polling place. I think that is very clear in regards to language, and yes, the greater details, as is usual, as is customary with any other part of our Minnesota Constitution, the rest of the details will be added to it in the enacting legislation.
The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer, for that answer. I think what I heard was it's not clarified in the language that the bill be cast at the voting place, but along with a lot of the other language, you intend at some point in the future that the next legislature, the one after that, would define that it would be cast at the polling place. And would Representative Kiffmeyer yield for another question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kiffmeyer, I guess I would appreciate some clarification on then when that vote is counted. Because if it's cast, if the provisional ballot is cast at the polling place and then you made it sound like it's going to be held in an envelope there, I'm wondering where that envelope goes and when it's actually, when that vote is counted. And who counts it. So if you could clarify when the vote for the provisional ballot gets counted and where the envelope goes after it's cast, that would be appreciated.
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Moline and members, 44 states already use provisional balloting process. They are all done in the polling place on Election Day, and this is required by federal law. So I think we have ample case here to show that. And in Minnesota, we will make a determination in enacting legislation after this is passed by the voters, and then we'll be able to add the rest of those details. But 44 other states currently use provisional balloting process required by federal law, and they're all done in the polling place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess we're going to have to come back to this issue because in my opinion it hasn't really been clarified. It's sort of been answered like all the other questions where we're just going to sort of take care of this in the future. And we need to get really solid answers on where these ballots are going to be cast, where they're going to be kept, and when they're going to be counted. So I look forward to continuing the conversation.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, in your exchange with Representative Thiessen and then just now again in your exchange with Representative Moline, you told the body, and I think a lot of your colleagues seem to be following you, that we can just fix it next year, that we have the authority to do enabling legislation. Now, take a look at the bill. Line 1.24 and 1.25. You see where it says, in the manner provided by law? Do you see that, Representative Kiffmeyer? I'll ask Representative Kiffmeyer to yield.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, the question is two-part. First, do you see it? Second, what does it mean? It must have meaning, and courts are going to say every word you put in here has specific meaning and is a conscious decision. So what does the phrase, in the manner provided by law, mean?
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Simon, it says exactly what it is, in the manner, in the way prescribed by law. And because Minnesota is a state that has not yet had provisional ballots, that process would be established in the manner prescribed by law. And by the way, Representative Simon, I took a look at the Constitution, and sometimes in the same article it will say, shall be provided by law. Shall be prescribed by law is in another section, and the section in between, it doesn't say so at all. The absolute case we do understand is that the laws that we do have on the books all derive from our Minnesota State Constitution, whether they say in the manner prescribed by law, shall be provided by law, or shall be prescribed by law, they will nonetheless be done in that way. And yes, I chose this in this case here to emphasize that but it doesn't negate the fact that any of the rest of these constitutional amendment sentences would also have requirements to be implemented through law.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I asked what does it mean, and the answer was it means what it means. So, Representative Kiffmeyer, would you be, I'll ask, will she yield?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Kiffmeyer, since this is the language that you say gives us the authority to come back and do implementing legislation, would you be open to an amendment adding the same phrase, which Senator Newman has in his bill in the Senate, in the manner provided by law in other places in this amendment? For example, would you be amenable and agreeable to an amendment that uses that phrase, for example, when we're defining government-issued photographic identification? Since you already put it at the end of Section 1 on lines 1.24 and 1.25, why would you object, or would you object, to putting it elsewhere just to make sure that we do have the authority you claim we have? Would you be amenable and agreeable to that amendment?
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Simon, I would not, because I do not believe that would be necessary. We already have precedent here in our Constitution. It is not required after every sentence. You look in this Constitution, there is not a as prescribed by law after every sentence. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. But it is not necessary, and I don't want to put extra words in the Constitution in this case that are not necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you're right, but I fear you're wrong, Representative Kiffmeyer. I think a court is going to interpret every single word of this. And if you had not put in the phrase, in the manner provided by law, anywhere in the bill, you might have actually a better argument. But because you put it in one place, its absence in another place will be deemed to have meaning. And that's not a lawyer issue. That's something that everyone can understand. If you put it in one place, the court is going to say you were intentional and conscious about putting it there. You knew the magic words to say when you meant, legislature, you have authority next year. By doing it in one place and by not consciously doing it in another place, I would predict that the court may very well say, you therefore didn't intend for discretion when it comes to government-issued ID. You didn't intend for discretion on what substantially equivalent means because you knew how to use the magic words and you chose consciously not to. So I'm getting the feeling, Representative Kiffmeyer, that maybe it'll take someone else whose judgment you trust a lot more than mine to suggest the amendment, because I don't know. I'm sort of mindful of the advice that it's sometimes good to know what you don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know, but you're not taking any amendments. You're not admitting that there are any improvements that could be made. And that's especially troubling and tragic even because you're writing words that could be with us with generations or forever. But you're not listening to anyone else. You're afraid, I suppose, of accepting any sort of change. And that's sad and unfortunate because the courts are going to have to sort this out. One more thing, Mr. Speaker. Representative Downey, you're usually a lot more careful and precise, and you weren't tonight when you talked about no evidence of any disenfranchisement or fencing out voters. What you're talking about is the Supreme Court case that went to Indiana, the Indiana Supreme Court case that went to the United States Supreme Court. Of course there was no example of voter fraud because they sued before the law even went into effect. And we've been over this ground last year on the floor of the House and in committee. Of course there wasn't any particular example. That's because before it could take effect, they sued. And by definition, there wasn't any. So that's really kind of a red herring. I passed a couple of just anecdotal examples around of recent examples of people being shut out. One was just a couple of weeks ago. You'll see here from the Cleveland, I think the Cleveland Plain Dealer or the Cleveland newspaper that says Portage County veteran 86 doesn't vote after VA identification card rejected at polls. This was a gentleman who sought to vote in the Republican presidential primary a couple of weeks ago in Ohio, 86-year-old World War II veteran, and he was turned away. Another article, which we also had on the floor last year, talks about Indiana, where after this lawsuit came down, when there was an election by which we could actually judge it, there were some nuns who were turned away because they didn't have photo ID. And Representative Downey, I'm not saying I know what all the facts and figures and numbers are, but to say that there's never been proof and that there's never been an example of disenfranchisement or voters being shut out, that's just not the case. That's not true. You're talking about a lawsuit that went to the U.S. Supreme Court where they made the tactical decision, obviously wrong from their standpoint, of challenging the law before it was even actually applied. So of course there was no example. That's used far and wide. It's used by Minnesota majority, and it's really an attempt, by them at least, to say nothing of people in here. I can't say anything about motives in here, but it's certainly an attempt by them to mislead. So that's the reason why you didn't have the chapter and verse sort of citation of examples. But here you've got just two anecdotes on the floor, one very recently of people who are being fenced out.
The gentleman from Washington, Leader Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the discussion about provisional balloting, because that's something where it's a very valid point that what if you show up and you don't have an ID, can you still vote? There's very many very legitimate concerns about presenting a photo ID to vote that have been addressed by Representative Kiffmeyer in her bill. Folks in nursing homes, military personnel overseas, people who can't afford an ID card and so forth. There's a lot of very legitimate concerns that have been addressed by one by other states. We've learned from those. We try to make the bill a little better than the last state that has done it, build on the success of that. Representative Moline brought up provisional balloting, was asking, what happens if you don't have an ID? You can still vote. You have to come back, you present an ID, they say, oh, you're the person who came without the ID, this is the ballot. It is counted before that's certified, and the mechanisms of that depend from state to state, as I understand it, and we will iron that out as other states have. And Representative Moline was asking the mechanics of that in Minnesota and how that would happen, and I think those are valid questions. But I have a question for Representative Moline, if she would yield.
The lady from St. Louis will yield. The gentleman from Washington, Leader Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Moline. One of the things that we will not be able to do is vouch. That will go away. We understand that vouching is probably not going to happen. So right now what you can do is you can bring a dozen or more people and say, I know who these people are, let them all vote. I'll raise my hand and they're who they say they are and they're all going to vote. That's vouching. Representative Seifert had a provision that narrowed that down. He said we used to be able to vouch for a whole bus, now we can vouch for a minivan full of people in the state of Minnesota. So that was real progress, that you could only vouch for an extended van full of people. But let's say, Representative Moline, just for the sake of argument, that I was going to cheat, and that I was going to go to your district, and you were going to say, I'm going to vote in my precinct in Delwood. I'm going to get in my car, I'm going to drive all the way up north, and I'm going to vote in your precinct too, and you're going to vouch for me, okay? And that would be illegal. I think we would say that would be illegal. But I would vote twice. I would vote twice, Representative Moline. So could you please tell me currently what is the mechanism for retrieving the second ballot? The first one I cast legally in Delwood. Then I got in my car, drove up north. You vouched for me. I voted illegally. I put that in the bin up in Hibbing or Chisholm, wherever the precinct is, wherever we're voting, wherever you're vouching for me. That gets put into the mix. I'm later found out. They said Matt went up there. He voted illegally. He voted once in Delwood. Then Carly vouched for him up north. What happens to that ballot, Representative Moline?
The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dean. Well, under current law, it would already be illegal for you to vote twice, and you would be prosecuted when they discover that you have voted twice, which is current law and which I agree with, because we want to avoid that. I'm glad that you brought up the voucher system, though, because I actually just had constituents in my office today that work with homeless individuals. And sometimes homeless individuals have no other opportunity to vote but to have somebody vouch for them. And actually there was a homeless shelter in Virginia that had 12 residents, 4 of them being veterans. And one of the veterans, the only reason he was able to vote was because somebody went down and vouched for him. So there are a lot of Minnesotans and Americans who have to use that system in order to vote because, frankly, they don't have a home. They travel from couch to couch or from homeless shelter to homeless shelter, but they're still Americans and they're still Minnesotans, and their vote should count. If somebody commits voter fraud, they should be prosecuted, which is allowed under current law.
The gentleman from Washington, Leader Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Moline. You didn't answer my question, but the answer to the question is the ballot gets counted. The ballot gets counted. I get 2 votes. Did I break the law? Yes. How many votes do I get? Twice. I get 2 votes. I get 2 votes. That's the answer to the question. And that's the problem. That's what provisional balloting will address. Representative Moline, everybody does get 1 vote. But my second question to you, and you can answer it if you want to, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. But when I voted twice, I voted once legally, once illegally, you agree that they both were counted. They both were counted. I got 2 votes, 1 legal, 1 illegal, 2 counted. When I did that, did I disenfranchise somebody who only voted once?
Is the gentleman from Washington asking the lady from... No, okay. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Kiffmeyer yield for a question? My question is, you have...
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
My question is, the language here, you have one standard that the voter must be subject to substantially equivalent eligibility verification and that there must be a government-issued ID. And would that include tribal IDs?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, we currently have a court case which requires us to be able to use a tribal ID, and I support that, and so the answer is yes, we would be using able to use a tribal ID.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Allen.
And will Representative Kiffmeyer yield to another question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
So you're saying that under that case it would be recognized as a government-issued ID, or it would be a substantially equivalent verification?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, I would recognize it as the result of a court case that would require us to be able to use a tribal ID, and so I think it is stemming from that court case. There are some who would consider that it's a phrase that's called tribal ID issued by a federally recognized tribe. I can't quote you exactly, but something to that effect. And so with that federal recognition of those tribes and those tribal IDs with all the security features, that is the result of that court case, and so a tribal ID would be able to be used.
The lady from Hennepin.
I'm not sure that, so you're saying as a matter of federal law, the state is required to recognize tribal ID. I'm not sure if that's correct. I mean, I think the debate when it was passed in state legislation was whether it was substantially equivalent. I believe that was very controversial, and I can't imagine that under this new constitutional amendment, if it's adopted, that we'd probably be having the same debate, and I'm not sure that tribes would be successful this time.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have some questions, and I was going to ask Representative Kiffmeyer, but I can ask Representative Downey if he thinks that that would be picking on Representative Kiffmeyer. And I know you think that what we're trying to do is prolong this debate, but I have 2 kids that are about to go off to college. And the Representative Morrow amendment is really important because we do need to know how will college kids in Minnesota vote. If this amendment goes on the ballot and if it passes, how will they vote? So Representative Kiffmeyer, you indicated that all the students at Bethel University have an ID and they would all be able to vote. And so my question to you, and if you'd rather that Representative Downey answer it, that's fine with me. What IDs do all Bethel University students have that would entitle them to vote in the state of Minnesota?
Who is the lady from Hennepin asking to yield?
Representative Kiffmeyer.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The representative from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think it's really important that what I said was that the large majority of students from Bethel College already have some sort of ID, and that if they have need of a state ID at no charge, one would be provided to them as well. But I didn't claim that maybe 100% of them would. I said that I would suppose that a large number of them, or nearly all of them, would already have an ID. And so I think that I've answered your question, but I'll be glad to address anything else you would like to ask.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm quite sure you said all of them had an ID and they would all be able to vote, because that's what got me speaking on Representative Morrow's amendment when I have a couple of my own. And what that implied to me is that you were maybe indicating that kids who come here from Wisconsin or Iowa, if they have driver's licenses from those states, if they have that form of ID, that would be an acceptable form of ID to vote in Minnesota under this language. And I'm wondering if that's the case, if she would yield to answer that question.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the government issued, another state would be a government issued. And the issue for students, because we give them that option right now, it's a current state law option that they vote an absentee ballot back home, or they might be a student who already lives in Minnesota, goes to college in Minnesota. But the issue here is to prove their identity. And a government-issued identity could be another state for those students. And that's a really important expansion of that ID that's very important for them. The issue for students is generally one of residency. And so I think those two together with current Minnesota law gives us that answer to that question.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Kiffmeyer, what I'm wondering then is this raises the whole issue of residency. You know, when I reread, after you said all students at Bethel University have ID and they'd all be able to vote, I reread the bill, and every member should really have the bill at their desk. It is a 2-page bill. You can read the whole thing in like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So on the bill, there's nothing that requires that you actually that the ID show your residence. So in Representative Knuth's example, if there's a student at Bethel University from the state of Iowa, and they have an Iowa driver's license, even though it doesn't have an address that's in Representative Knuth's legislative district, what you're saying is that Iowa driver's license would be adequate photo ID under this language, and that student would be eligible to vote in Representative Knuth's district, if she'll yield to answer that question.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. You know, there is no requirement to have the address on your ID. That's correct. That's a very important consideration for Minnesota IDs, for Minnesota driver's licenses, for those government-issued IDs. That's a very important consideration because people are who they say they are through this ID, and that representation of their identity, and that doesn't change, but where they live does change, and residency changes frequently. So we would not want to tie that to having that it has to be your ID with that current address on that ID. That would not be an acceptable way to do this, because where you live frequently changes, and that is a necessary part of making sure that eligible voters are able to vote and comply with current Minnesota Constitution of being a resident of the state of Minnesota. There are many ways in current law to prove that residency, and it would be important to not have to have that on that same ID, that those two things can be separated, though many times that would be the case, but they don't have to be. That's a very important safety factor to make sure eligible voters are able to vote and do that. And I think that's an important part of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Kiffmeyer, if you will yield and correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard you just say on the floor of the Minnesota House that an Iowa driver's license or a Wisconsin driver's license with no Minnesota address on it would be adequate photo ID to vote in the state of Minnesota.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, what I'm only saying is that for the purpose of identity, but remember that our Minnesota Constitution just doesn't have identity. It's also a matter of residency, age, 18 or older. Just because a college student has an ID, they also need to be old enough to vote, 18 years old, on Election Day or before, a resident of the state of Minnesota. So those kinds of requirements are still part of the Minnesota Constitution.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that for out-of-town college students that might not necessarily get a Minnesota state ID in time, that what the representative is saying is that their out-of-state driver's licenses will work to vote in Minnesota as long as they have other evidence of their residence in the state. That's an important distinction that she's just made on the House floor.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was hoping Representative Simon might actually be on the floor. Maybe a generalized comment before I address the handouts that Representative Simon passed out. You know, people need to realize that provisional ballots increase the voter franchise. Provisional balloting increases an individual's ability to cast their vote, even when they have made a mistake on their way to the polls and not brought any means of identifying themselves. And in states that have adopted photo ID, participation has increased, and the courts have ruled that the combination of photo ID and a provisional ballot does not disenfranchise anyone. We need to remember that. This is about increasing the franchise, and I think Representative Dean's example of how people are disenfranchised by fraudulent double voting today, that eliminating that will actually increase the franchise as well. And the other side is like a dry ice machine trying to blow a ton of fog around just the basic essential character of this bill, which is so common sense to every person in Minnesota, well, most people in Minnesota listening. At least if the polls are right, 70–80% of Minnesotans see that this is just a common sense measure. And Representative Simon said, gee, you know what, there's anecdotal evidence that people might be disenfranchised. And he handed out 2 pieces of material that in fact are anecdotal evidence, but they aren't very good evidence, members. And I'd point out the Cleveland.com article. I'd really actually encourage members to pull this out. It might not be proper to refer to handouts on the House floor, I don't know, but Representative Simon did. And please, members, notice that Representative Simon's handout is only page 1 of 2. Page 1 of 2. I wonder why we didn't include page 2 of 2. Because if you go out and actually read the Cleveland.com article online, below the clip where Representative Simon cut it off, it actually says that the elections director offered Mr. Carroll a provisional ballot and he refused. His reason for doing so after the fact was that the print was too large or too small. Sorry, people, provisional ballots are the exact same ballot as a regular ballot with the word provisional on the top of them or in a separately colored folder so that the election clerks can keep them separate. So there was no disenfranchisement, and Mr. Carroll has absolutely no standing in law to sue or say that he was disenfranchised. It wouldn't work. So Representative Simon probably should have included page 2 of 2 of the article, and everyone here would have realized that the provisional balloting process would have increased the franchise and allowed Mr. Carroll to vote and have his vote counted. And I'd encourage people to read Representative Simon's second article about the nuns in Indiana. This is a great case. I would encourage you to read down to the 8th paragraph of this article in the paper. The sisters were aware of the photo ID requirements and chose not to follow them. Oh, and by the way, if you actually read the last paragraph on Representative Simon's handout, the very first election in which photo ID was tested in Indiana was a spring primary. You'll notice the date on this article is May 6th. So this article came right out after the spring primary, where they first implemented photo ID. And shortly after that, the American Civil Liberties Union sued, calling the law a poll tax that disproportionately affected minorities and elderly voters. All the stuff we're talking about here tonight, all the reasons why this thing is a problem. Guess what? The American Civil Liberties Union sued, and you know what? The lawsuit was tossed out because they could not bring one single individual who could show that they were actually disenfranchised by Indiana's most restrictive photo ID law in the country. It doesn't happen. You can throw out all the hypotheticals you want, and Representative Kiffmeyer is addressing all of them. There is not one single person, I don't think I've ever seen it in the entire United States, that has been disenfranchised by photo ID. Would Representative Moline yield to a question?
The lady from St. Louis will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Moline, can you tell me the person who has proven that they've been disenfranchised by a photo ID law? Can you name that individual?
The lady from St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Downey. I think that one of the issues with that is what exactly it means to be disenfranchised, and a lot of that goes to the provisional ballot and some of the details we have to work out with that. Last session when we were discussing this bill, Representative Kiffmeyer stated that the provisional ballot would have to be cast at the county seat, which in the case of my district is 75 miles from where most people vote, and it's 115 miles from Ely, which is also in St. Louis County. And so would somebody consider to be disenfranchised if in order for their vote to count they had to make a 250-mile round trip to Duluth and back in order to have their vote count? Maybe that would be considered being disenfranchised. But, more importantly, Representative Downey, there are cases from around the country. There was a woman in Tennessee that couldn't vote because she wasn't able to find her marriage certificate to prove that her name had changed. So there are cases, and I suspect that there will be in Minnesota if this amendment passes as well.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take that as a no. Would Representative Falk yield to a question?
Representative Falk will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Falk, Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, can you name one person who has successfully proved in a United States court that they were disenfranchised by a photo ID law? I'm just curious to hear the name of this person and the case where that was successfully prosecuted.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Downey, I never made the assumption or assertion that there was no disenfranchisement. That was you. I'm merely being the skeptic here that out of the 300 and some million people in this country that have a right to vote, and a guaranteed constitutional right to vote, that photo ID may have disenfranchised somebody. I'm being the skeptic. There's 300 million people. You said there was not a single person. I haven't talked to all the people in the country. I don't think you have either. So I'm just playing the skeptic here.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, you were Secretary of State of Minnesota for many years. You were around when these laws were being passed in other states. Are you aware of any single individual who has successfully proven that they were disenfranchised anywhere in the country by a photo ID law?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Downey, in all of the court cases, not just one, not just the U.S. Supreme Court, but the two in the state of Indiana, Georgia, in all the court cases, not one single documented case of voter disenfranchisement.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Thiessen yield to a question, please?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thiessen, are you aware, can you name one single individual in the entire country who has proven that they were disenfranchised, stripped of their right to vote by a photo ID law?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the folks in the articles that Representative Simon actually handed out, and you ought to read the articles a little bit more closely, Representative Downey, too, and I know you hate being proven wrong, and so it's sensitive for you. But the point is, the thing that you were quoting was actually the Secretary of State, a Republican, who was a strong supporter of photo ID, saying, as far as we aware, the sisters didn't have a photo, knew of the agreement and didn't choose to follow it. There's no proof that that's the case. And you keep asking about whether this has been proven in court. Well, that's not really the standard that we should be following here. The standard we should be following, and Representative Moline actually referred to a very specific case in Tennessee that's been well reported as well. There are a number of issues reported with regard to this. And so I know the point you're trying to make, and you're being, your rhetoric is very clever on this, that you try to point to a court of law. The point, though, is that these provisional ballots, as people have pointed out, aren't the same as actually the right to vote when you get to the ballot that day, because it is going to require folks, for instance, in Representative Howe's district, who live on the Leech Lake Reservation, to drive hundreds of miles two ways, twice, in order to vote under the provisional ballot system. It's going to require people in districts all across the state, in Representative Skowski's district, perhaps, to drive 50 miles one way to the county seat to have to do that again. It's going to require people all across this state to make multiple trips. That is impinging on the right to vote, Representative Downey. This provision doesn't particularly protect that, and I think it is a very important point, because what we're doing here is setting up a system, unlike what we have in Minnesota today, where we do have the best voter turnout, we have the best voter participation in the entire country. And I think that's something we actually should be proud of. And the fact of the matter is, what you're doing is setting up a separate standard for these voters, because you are trying to show that there's actually some kind of voter fraud. So where is the proof on your end that this, A, is not going to disenfranchise voters? I think that's a fair question to ask, as Representative Falk mentioned. And in addition, where's the proof? And we haven't seen that come forward. There was the Minnesota majority did come forward with a case of alleged voter fraud, but it wouldn't have been prevented by the voter ID law. We haven't seen that case here in Minnesota either. So at the end of the day, Representative Downey, it's a clever point, but the fact of the matter is, what this constitutional amendment is going to do is make it harder for people to exercise their right to vote. There really is no question about that. There have been study after study by the Brennan Center and other studies showing that the reduction in voting, that the participation voting goes down when these voter ID laws pass. There's a very recent study out of Georgia that is the same case. So we can point to study after study on both sides of the issue. The fact of the matter is, what this bill is doing a couple things. One is making it much harder for people to vote, putting up additional barriers in the way of people to vote, perhaps people that you don't want to vote. And the second thing this bill is doing is taking away something that's very significant to Minnesotans, that Minnesotans like, and that is the ability to do same-day registration. This legislation, this constitutional amendment, is going to not allow same-day registration to happen as it was anymore. That's something that's very valued by the people of Minnesota, probably polls 70% the other way, and that's something that we need to consider very carefully here as well. And to the extent, that you are focused in on the fact that there are things that poll at 65, 70%, I think Representative Simon did make the point very recently in this debate tonight that there's a lot of other things that I don't think that you would support that also poll at 65, 70%, like taxing people making over $1 million instead of raising property taxes on every single person in the state of Minnesota, which is the choice that you made last year. That's really the essence of what we're talking about here, members. This, I understand, is a really, really, really important issue to all of you. I don't exactly understand why, but the fact of the matter, most Minnesotans, if you walked up and down the street today, they would say jobs are important to me. If you ask people on the street, they would say what's important to me is making sure we fund our schools fully, something that you didn't do. Remember, when you passed your budget last year, you actually cut school funding in real dollar terms, the money going to our schools. Now, Governor Dayton maybe bailed you out at the end of the day after you took the state to the longest state shutdown in the history of the state of Minnesota. But the fact of the matter is, you cut school funding. I think people would be concerned about that and the fact that you did that. The fact that you raised property taxes on just about everybody in the state. Representative Crawford, thank you. I'm sure your constituents are going to thank you for raising their property taxes in just about every place across the state. What you decided to do last year was to cut higher education to historic levels, to 1999 levels, the biggest cut in state history. I think the people of Minnesota actually really care about the fact that you did that instead of caring about whether you have to show an ID at the polls. I think the people of Minnesota are going to care that you actually, and I know you're trying to fix this with some of these small bills that are going to be coming up later on this week or maybe next week, the fact that you actually took the state into the longest shutdown in the history of the state of the Minnesota instead of actually governing in a way that would have ended this shutdown, and did it because you spent three of the last 4 days of the final legislative session not dealing with the budget deficit, but actually dealing with another constitutional amendment. So your focus has not been on the things that you want to do. People are going to actually care about whether we created jobs this year. You haven't done a single one. I know that some of your staff are saying that bill that Representative Wardlow passed that is going to protect us from tyranny, this bill that is going to give power to unelected administrative law judges, was a jobs bill. The fact of the matter, you hasn't brought a single bill before this legislature this year that is going to create a single job. We have a bonding bill that's tiny and languishing somewhere 8-9 weeks after Governor Dayton put his bill on the table. That would actually create jobs. That's what we should be spending our time on doing, members, not focusing on this constitutional amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose does the lady rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, could you inform the body of who has the floor?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Downey, has the floor, but he asked if the other gentleman from Hennepin would yield. Representative Representative Pepin?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've talked about several things on the floor, but I'd really appreciate it if the minority leader would keep to the point at hand. It seems as he's going into a discussion of the whole bill, and Representative Downey had the floor. He was making a case, and I would appreciate it if Representative Thiessen, as Representative Simon say, would hurry up.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey, has the floor. The other representative from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, was asked to yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate that. So the point being here, we've spent several hours, and asking very legitimate questions, and you're raising, I suppose, some legitimate questions as well, Representative Downey, about what this constitutional amendment really means. But the fact of the matter is that we should be focusing in on the things that really matter to the people of Minnesota. At the beginning of the session and throughout the session, Speaker Zellers has been repeatedly telling the public that our focus is on jobs and the economy. It's not on constitutional amendments. And yet, from your side of the aisle, I don't know, maybe he doesn't have control over your caucus, and I sometimes know the feeling. But the fact of the matter is, that you haven't focused on jobs and the economy, as Representative Zellers says. You brought forth this bill that has taken up lots of committee time, even though we never get any answers to the questions about the bill. It's taken up lots of committee time. We're taking up a lot of time answering very legitimate questions on this bill tonight. You've brought forward anti-union labor amendments. We've spent time on press conferences and things on those items. We have focused in on a number of, I think there's probably 16 different constitutional amendments that has been introduced by your side that is taking up time instead of focusing, as we should be, on jobs and the economy, on our schools. And why are we really doing this? Because you want to, and you think it's important, apparently, you want to go forward on a bill that there's dozens of unanswered questions on, questions that are not going to be answered by this legislature, but are going to be answered by the Supreme Court of Minnesota ultimately, on what it means to be substantially equivalent, something we even haven't gotten to yet and haven't gotten any straight answers. We'll get to that later on tonight. Questions about what it means, what a government-issued photographic identification is really going to mean, which is the essence of this amendment that we're still talking about, Representative Pepin. What a provisional ballot means and how that's going to be implemented, and whether it's sufficient, the language in this constitutional amendment sufficient. There's lots of questions about this bill, and you refuse on your side of the aisle to even consider some of the good recommendations that we're making about the bill. But again, the fundamental point here is that we're taking time to answer these very, very difficult questions very challenging questions about a constitutional amendment that we don't need to put in the state constitution, and that maybe is the most fundamental point of all here. You could, and maybe your questions are legitimate, but we could solve those things exactly by the proposal that Representative Norton and Representative Simon and the Secretary of State of Minnesota has brought forward. It would deal with all the issues that you're raising questions about tonight, and we wouldn't have to embed that in our Constitution. So, Representative Downey, I appreciate the direction you're going. The fact of the matter is, Representative Moline has identified a specific case of voters who have been disenfranchised. Representative Simon, in the papers that he handed out, have identified voters have been disenfranchised as a result of a photo ID requirement. And I hope that we can actually get some questions answered about how this thing is actually going to really work. And I hope that at the end of the day, you folks who really, really care, and I know care deeply about what the Constitution means. We have constitutional scholars and Representative Wardlow who really has studied the Constitution and understands how sacred it is important to our country and our state is. And I know that there's others over there who are similarly situated. That you'll really step back from this and say this isn't the time to put this in the Constitution. Let's figure out something to address, some of the concerns we have on both sides of the aisle, because we have an answer that would address those things. That would address the alleged, and I know that you believe there's lots of people voting that are misrepresenting their identity. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. I haven't seen the proof of that. I don't think you can show us the proof of that. But then also balance out our concerns about the fact that you're going to disenfranchise voters. And there is an answer out there, which is Representative Norton's bill. So I hope that that's actually the direction you're taking these questions, Representative Downey, to say maybe we have concerns on both sides that can be solved with a compromise position instead of the extreme position, the refusal to compromise that your side is demonstrating on this bill and on numerous other bills that have been coming through the legislature in the 14 months you've been in charge.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Thiessen. I'll take that as a no. And I was contemplating asking for perhaps a one-word yes or no answer from Representative Hortman and Simon and Winkler and others who have spoken, but you used up all their time. So we'll get back to the Morrow A8 amendment. And for those who are tuning in, yes, we are actually debating the photo ID bill and the Morrow amendment to that bill, in case you were confused. And the point that's pretty obvious, members, is that there is no proven disenfranchisement from any photo ID law. And in fact, photo ID with a provisional ballot increases the franchise. It increases people's right to vote. And the other side can throw up all the smoke screens they want. You can come up with another 1,500 hypotheticals, and Representative Kiffmeyer can patiently answer every single one. But the point is, photo ID with a provisional ballot increases the voting franchise for a variety of reasons that we've had a long discussion on tonight. So, members, I'd urge a no vote on the Morrow amendment.
The gentleman from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, nuns that were not allowed to vote, those are fighting words, especially from my point of view. I got 4 aunts that are nuns: Sister Rita, Sister Kate, Sister Jane, and Sister Bridget. Some of them just moved. Representative Simon, that won't happen in Minnesota. Oh no, provisional balloting. Right here, do you know what this is? This is a current voter registration form, and under the law, they can go to their voting place and fill this out and vote. The McDonald nuns will not be turned away for voting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Incidentally to this also, this takes 3 months to verify. Do you know that? This registration form? 3 months. Secretary of State said 3 months for this to be verified, that the person who filled this out is who they say they are. Representative Thiessen, you say, what did you say? You said this creates additional barriers. Do you know what a Jersey barrier is? It's one of those concrete things that you can't get through. The city of Delano is accustomed to them because we've been flooding for the last 20 years. Thank the good Lord, not this year. You can't drive through them. Only takes a crane or a skid loader to remove them. That's a barrier. You know what this law is? This is no barrier. We lift the barrier. Do you know there's over 86,000 folks who have voted but have no ID? Do you know what this bill allows us to do? It allows us to identify 86,000 members in Minnesota who don't have an ID. You know what it continues to do? It allows us to, as representatives, as people who volunteer in our community, to call them up, to help them, to give them a ride so they can get an ID. That's what this bill does. And you know what? I've been here now for 2 years, and I've learned that we must pay attention to every letter to the law. I have a bill right now that's hopefully will be seen, although we're running out of time, and it wants to change the word from may to shall. That's it. Small little change, but big consequences. Huge. I'm lucky to get even a hearing from it. Just those 2 letters in changing the bill, I've had over 50 people talk to me. Not all so nice. Even the motorcycle crew is mad at me, and they're all taller than me. Do you know that in Article 7 of our Constitution, some of you know it, I'm sure Wardlow does, since you spoke for quite some time, I'm going to take my time. Each person 18 years of age or more who has been a citizen of the United States for 3 months or who resides in the precinct for 30 days can vote. How do we know? How do they prove it? If it's so important that our founders here wrote it, how do we prove that they're 18 or older? How do we prove that they lived in the district for 30 months? 30 days, thank you for the correction. How do we prove it? This bill does that. So the good attorneys in this House, our members, you must appreciate the letter of the law, because this bill will do that. Voter fraud. You say there's no evidence of fraud. Zero. None. It's no big deal. We shouldn't do anything about it. Well, here's some facts. This is nationwide, not just Minnesota. Did you know that over 20 million significant mistakes on voter registration? 20 million mistakes. I can guarantee you some of them are in Minnesota. 1 out of 8 are invalid. 3.5 million are registered in 2 or more states. Should that concern us? And get this, because I hope we can vote on this and be done and get back to our districts, get back to our families. Maybe some of us can read books to our kids before they go to bed. Maybe we can get to work on jobs, Representative Thiessen, because had you guys not taken 3 hours, we probably would have been working on some jobs. We had some committees that in Health and Human Service that were going to create jobs, but they aren't going to happen tonight. 2 million voters in the last election voted. They're all dead. No, we have no evidence of voter fraud. We don't need any securities. No reason to change the Constitution. But it sure was important for the Legacy Amendment, wasn't it, Representative Falk? You certainly can just pick and choose at your whim. If it was important for the Legacy Amendment, it's important for our voter integrity, so we aren't disenfranchised.
The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we are a little far afield from the amendment, and I had originally risen to respond to something that Representative Dean said now, I don't know how long ago, quite a while back. I just did want to talk a little bit about this idea that a provisional ballot somehow means that nobody gets disenfranchised, and this whole idea of, whose burden is it really to show that there's a problem on one side or the other? And, first of all, I think it's important to remember that, no voting system is going to be perfect. You're never going to find one that's perfect, either on the side of probably letting everyone vote who might like to, and certainly never on the side of preventing any voter fraud. You're always going to have an imperfect system, because that's just the nature of the beast. And so our job as legislators, I think, is to maximize voter participation and, of course, minimize any kind of fraud. So the question really is, who has the burden here? And I would say that those of you who want to change our Constitution to put more requirements on people who want to exercise their sacred right to vote, and I've heard that term many times on this House floor in different contexts, their sacred right to vote, one of the most important rights that anybody has here as an American citizen and as a Minnesotan. You want to limit that in some way. Now you say, oh, they won't be limited because we've got this provisional ballot, blah, blah, blah. Well, I think the burden is on you to show that. And I think in the first instance, the burden is on you to show that there is a problem to be solved and that the problem is bigger than the harm caused potentially by your solution. Now this Representative Dean, I think it was, and then Representative Downey was kind of attacking this example that Representative Simon passed out on the House floor and saying, oh, this was this man, this veteran, 86 years old, who didn't vote. If you read the whole article, it isn't exactly as Representative Downey was presenting it either. And what happened is, yeah, this man potentially could have voted a provisional ballot, but he's an elderly man, 86 years old. It was difficult for him to get to the polls in the first place, and he had gone to the trouble to get a photo ID from Veterans Affairs. Now, granted, he was turned away in Ohio for not having an address on it, which I guess, we don't know, but apparently that's not going to be required under Representative Kiffmeyer's bill. But so he was turned away for that, and I guess, it does say technically he could have voted a provisional ballot, but what actually happened, and I should have brought the page up again here, I had it, but the elections the elections official said that, he could have done it and it would have been counted, but she says, sometimes voters, especially the elderly, don't trust the provisional ballot because they think it's not going to count. So this guy, not only, he says in the article, yeah, later on he realized he could have done this, but he was kind of, I think he said perturbed. I forget what the word was exactly, but he got mad. He was mad because here he is, a veteran. He went to the trouble to get a special ID. He's a little disabled. He went to the polling place and they said, sorry, sir, you can't cast a ballot. And then when they got to him and said, you can do a provisional, he was kind of ticked off by that point and just threw up his hands and said, oh, I'm not going to do that. So the election official is saying sometimes the elderly don't trust the provisional ballot because they think it's not going to count. Well, that reminded me of something that was said here on the House floor a little while ago. And that is, Representative Benson said that people are actually deterred from voting in Minnesota because they worry about fraud. Representative Benson said that, Mike Benson said that some time ago in this debate. And here we have, I don't know, Representative Benson, that's something that well, let me ask him, would Representative Benson yield to a question?
The gentleman from Olmsted will yield. The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Benson, I guess I'd like to know what evidence you have for that people are actually deterred from voting specifically because they worry about fraud. I guess you meant that they worry that their vote won't be counted. What evidence do you have for that?
The gentleman from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. Actually, you misquoted me. I didn't say that I had evidence of the fact that there were people who wouldn't. My statement was that unless we do something about the integrity of the election system, that people would not have confidence in their election process and be disenfranchised because of that.
The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Benson, you didn't say you had evidence for it. My question is, what evidence do you have for that? Or is it just pure speculation? Because this is Minnesota, where we have the highest voter participation in the nation. So can it be that we're doing so badly that people have such a lack of confidence in our voting system that they don't vote? So I want to know, I'm asking you, do you have any evidence for that, or is it just you kind of think that that might be the case for some reason? If you would yield, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Olmsted will yield. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Liebling, no more evidence than you do that anything that we talked about tonight would lead to disenfranchisement in terms of people being turned away. Just the fact that we have poll after poll that demonstrate that there is a lack of confidence and that people think it's reasonable that you provide a photo ID at the polling place should be some indication that there is a concern. So even in our own paper, in the Post Bulletin, when House File 89 came out last year, it was almost 80% in our districts of people who answered that poll to say that they thought it was a reasonable thing to do to have photo ID. And I know there's a poll being taken right now as we speak about this, and that poll is showing 85%. So if indeed there's no concern, I can't imagine why the response rate would be that high.
The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Benson, the question isn't whether people think that other people should have to show ID. We know that a lot of people think other people and themselves should have to show ID. That's not the question. What you were saying before, if I heard you right and I wrote it down, is that people are deterred from voting because they're worrying about fraud. Deterred from voting. So I think it's, I can't, frankly, I have a hard time imagining that somebody would not vote specifically because they worry that other people might be voting illegally. So, but I think there's really is evidence that getting a photo ID is very difficult for a lot of people. And, I've read the number that 84,000 registered voters actually lack a photo ID. So we know that people lack ID, and I have personal experience in my district how difficult it can be for elderly people to get an ID when they don't have one. And I had a constituent a few years ago who contacted me for help getting a driver's license. An elderly woman had moved from out of state and had changed her name a couple times over her life. And when she went to, under the new rules, I guess under the, new security rules, she had a heck of a time getting a simple driver's license because she didn't have all the paper trail about having been, married, her original marriage license. And there's a real paper trail sometimes for elderly people that they may not have access to. And so, knowing that that is in fact the case, in fact, there was an article in the Post Bulletin some time ago, and I wish I could remember now who wrote it, but it was a very reputable person said, I used to think this was no big deal, but now that I've tried to help my elderly mother, I think it was, get ID, they realized how burdensome this is. So we do know that this is going to be very, very burdensome for a lot of people, especially elderly people. But we have not a scintilla of evidence that anybody is going to be deterred from voting because they have some nebulous fear that other people might be committing fraud. So, I think that's really important to draw that difference. So, even if people can do a provisional ballot, the idea that somebody is going to be turned away, is going to, give up. They're going to find it, they went there, they did their thing, they got turned away, and now they have an additional burden to come back. And unless they're very motivated, they may not do that. And in that case, somebody has been disenfranchised. Now, you might say technically, no, they weren't, because they could have voted. But as a matter of fact, you will have disenfranchised them. Now, Representative Kiffmeyer started this debate by saying, close enough. We don't say in Minnesota that close enough is good enough. Close enough is not good enough. Well, I guess you're saying that in relation to whatever fraud you might think is occurring, pretty unproven. But I would use that same language in relation to letting people vote. Voting is a sacred right, and if one single voter who's eligible to vote doesn't get to vote or doesn't go to the polls because they don't have the ID that they know they will need, That is one person too many. We should not be allowing that, members. And the fact that 80% or whatever percent of the public who's uninformed about this issue, just because it sounds like a good thing initially, that's not a reason for us in a representative democracy to vote for something. We might as well just put all our bills up for the polls. You know, that's not why people send us here. They send us here to learn about things and to make decisions, not to just throw it open for popular vote. That's our job, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the moral amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Liebeling just talked a lot about rights, and she used the phrase sacred rights. And I think it's just important to think a little bit more carefully about what rights are. We hear all sorts of different descriptions of rights, fundamental rights, sacred rights. What is the right to vote? And maybe this will bring a little bit of clarity to a discussion that has become, in my view, somewhat muddled. So you have inherent rights, right? The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are things that government doesn't give us. These are things that are endowed upon us by our Creator. And government is instituted among men to protect and secure those rights. You also have constitutional rights, rights that are creatures of the Constitution. You also have statutory rights, rights created by statute that can be changed by legislatures. Now, thinking of those broader categories, we're talking about a constitutional right to vote here, right? It's not an inherent right. You're not born with the innate right to vote. If you live in a country that's not a democracy, the right to vote doesn't make any sense. We live in a democracy, so the right to vote makes a lot of sense, and it is critical to the functioning of a democracy, and that's why we enshrine it and have protected it with constitutional means. Now, there are different kinds of constitutional rights. There are positive constitutional rights and negative constitutional rights. What's a positive right? What's a negative right? A negative right, for example, you are free from unreasonable search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment of the Federal Constitution. That's a negative right. You have the right to be free of something. Positive rights require government to do something or someone to do something to give something to you. So the right to vote is the sort of positive right because there needs to be a structure in place that allows you to vote, and there need to be limitations on the right to make sure that the right has meaning. Because the right to vote is a positive constitutional right and a fundamental one, it is meaningless unless it is defined carefully. And that's why our Constitution in Minnesota states all sorts of reasonable residency and other restrictions and age restrictions. 18 years and older can vote, you must be a resident for 30 days, etc. Because if you just open the right up to everyone, if everyone had the right to vote, whether they're not a citizen of the United States, whether they're not a resident of Minnesota, regardless of the age, you're actually draining the right to vote of any meaning. Because the right is a political positive right and a constitutional right that depends on carefully crafted restrictions and empowering structures of government to secure it for the people. So what we are doing with this amendment, members, this proposed constitutional amendment, is allowing the people to decide whether they believe that the right to vote should be further protected by making sure that only the people that are entitled to vote actually do vote, thereby preventing disenfranchisement. Now, we've heard a lot about, I see Representative Hortman's not on the floor. I was going to ask a question, but the subject has passed. Well, perhaps Representative Winkler could yield for a question. Oh, there's Representative Hortman.
Representative Hortman will yield. Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, a while ago you talked about college students. And from your remarks, it sounded to me like there were legions, hordes of college students that don't have cars, don't have valid driver's licenses, don't have any government-issued form of photo identification, and further, don't have any ability to get to somewhere where they could get a government-issued photo ID, don't have access to any transportation, don't have a car of their own, don't know someone with a car, and therefore it would be very burdensome for them to obtain a photo ID issued by the government before they go and cast their ballot. What evidence or indication do you have that this is the case?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wardlow, I went to college out of state, and I lived there for 3 years, and I never got a driver's license with that address on it. So I can only suspect that I am normal, and that other college students don't get a driver's license in the state where they attend college because they don't need to.
Member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Hortman, this proposed constitutional amendment doesn't require that the address on your photo ID match the address we are voting. All this does is require that the government-issued photo ID validate or verify who you are as a person through photographic means. So I'm assuming that you had some kind of photographic identification from your state of residence while you were at college, and I won't ask you to yield. I'm assuming that's the case, and I think most college students do. If they don't, they have access to transportation, or they can walk, they can get a ride in a car to some place where they can get a government-issued photo ID. And then, failing that, if they can't do any of those things, and there is some very unusual circumstance where a college student does not have any access to transportation, doesn't have a photo ID of any form issued by any state government or by the federal government or by any tribal government, and no way to get to a place where they can get one before the election, they can still cast a provisional ballot. They can still cast a provisional ballot, and that protects their right to vote. So there is no disenfranchisement possible under this bill. And we need to keep government-issued photographic identification in the bill, in the proposed amendment, to make sure we have uniform standards. Because if you make it government-approved, well, that opens it up wide. That could mean just about anything. Government could approve any kind of ID. It could be, like Representative Winkler was talking about before, perhaps just a Bank of America credit card with a little picture on it, and the government says that's fine. Well, that's a little bit too vague. We need uniform standards, so government-issued photo ID meets that requirement, if you will. There are no legions or hordes or even any small number of college students. In fact, I would submit that there isn't a single college student in the state that would be disenfranchised by this. In fact, there would be not one, because even if, worst case scenario, they can cast a provisional ballot. Also, it's important to note that in the recent case, 2008, I think, of Crawford versus Marion County Election Board, and this is the case I believe that Representative Downey was referring to earlier, the court held and looked at this very issue, looking at Indiana's photo ID law, and the court held and stated that a voter might lose their identification on the way to the polls, or maybe they have grown a beard so they don't look like the picture in the photo ID they currently have. Or perhaps, let's see here, they have their wallet stolen on the way to the polls. The court said that those kinds of burdens are minimal, and they arise from the vagaries of life. They're just the normal kinds of things we all have to go through with regard to any number of activities of life. And the same holds true for voting. And those very minimal kinds of burdens that are akin to the ordinary vagaries of life, or arise from the ordinary vagaries of life, are not substantial restrictions on the right to vote. And in any event, the provisional balloting mechanism takes care of anybody that is troubled by the regular vagaries of life, should they become unusually burdensome. So there is no disenfranchisement. The only thing this amendment does, this constitutional amendment does, is enhance the franchise by protecting a positive constitutional right with reasonable limitations, and by giving the limitations that are already in our Constitution an enforcement mechanism, or rather a verification mechanism, that is rational, and giving the protections that are already in our Constitution a little bit more teeth, eliminating fraud, and improving confidence in the outcome of elections, especially when there are close elections, improving public confidence in the outcome of elections, which does, in fact, encourage people to vote because they think their vote actually counts. And when their vote counts, it'll be counted, and the ineligible voters' votes will not be counted. And therefore, their vote will not be canceled out by a fraudulent one. So this is a very good amendment. And to Representative Thiessen's earlier points about jobs and all of that, well, I would submit that jobs and the economy are very important, and that is a top priority for this legislature. But I think that the fundamental political constitutional right to vote is also a very important thing that we need to be diligent about protecting. And in light of indications around the country and in Minnesota of potential fraud, and in light of just the fact that the current system, if you look at it logically, is open and prone and ripe for abuse. This is a reasonable measure that we should put to the people to decide whether they want to protect their constitutional right to vote in this manner. So, members, please vote against this amendment, the A8.
To the Morrow amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was going to rise a lot earlier. We've had a lot of people talk, but the reason I was going to rise actually hasn't changed. And part of that is it was Representative Downey actually that kind of pushed me because of the vigor he was speaking about this issue. And since then, we've had a number of other representatives speak with this passion and this vigor about this important issue. And the vigor is about a non-existent voter fraud in a state that has the best voter turnout in the country, and it has been tested by 2 recent close elections. We don't have rampant voter fraud. And this is what you get so excited about? Representative Thiessen hit the nail on the head. We have lots of things that are really important in the state of Minnesota we should be dealing with. And we have been here for hours and hours and hours not talking about jobs, not talking about education, not talking about health care or some of the other bills that have just come out of committee that are important. We are sitting here spending hours and hours on a non-existent problem. Frankly, we have a Secretary of State that we have elected, the citizens of this state have elected to keep our voter integrity intact. Representative Kiffmeyer, you did that job for years, and I'm sure you did a bang-up job. We have someone else elected now who also is doing a bang-up job and has options for us outside of this ridiculous constitutional amendment. The reason I really wanted to rise, besides questioning the vigor that this amendment seems to be shaking up here on some of my colleagues, is the issue of a valid government issued. And I do support Representative Morrow's. I am rising in support of his amendment. Though there's another issue that I want to rise with, or I want to bring up for Representative Morrow and for others, and that is the term valid, whether it be government approved, which I think is better, or government issued. As I understand it, from having one time been pulled over by a police officer, having a driver's license that had expired, that wasn't a valid ID. I happen to know from some experience with my daughter who moved and tried using her driver's license for something. They said, this isn't valid, you've moved, you don't live in this place anymore. So the issue of a valid ID is a real issue, and we are putting it in law right now. That's what we're talking about, is saying it has to be a valid ID. Okay, well, some of you say, no big deal. Valid ID, no big deal. We have a provisional clause. We have started a new bureaucracy that maybe other states have had. We haven't needed it because we have all sorts of other opportunities with same-day voting, which I am terribly afraid we have just cut off at the knees with this particular bill. We have a provisional ballot. That's cast, not counted. And so we've been talking a lot about disenfranchised voters. If I get there and my ID isn't valid and they say, Kim, go get a valid ID, cast your ballot today, but come back. A, I have to have the money to get the valid ID, or I suppose I could get a government-issued ID that isn't a driver's license and still drive illegally, but it means a separate trip. And for some people, we know that's hundreds of miles. It's not like me, right down 4 miles from my house. So a valid ID is a big deal, and that terminology is important because it locks us into the provisional voting line that's just 2 steps down from this. Minnesota is known for its great voter turnout. Minnesota is known for having a lot of integrity. And I heard a lot of people over there talking about the lack of integrity. And frankly, it makes me angry because it's some of the people in this very room and our friends outside there, and some of them are not our friends, that are the ones that are calling into question Minnesota's voter integrity. It's the people who keep saying there might be a problem that have raised the issue. People in my community know that they can go down and vote, and it's easy. And it should be easy. It's one of our constitutional rights to be able to vote. We should make it easy, since our system already has proven integrity, we are wasting our time messing with our Constitution here tonight. So members, the provisional ballot's an issue. Hurting same-day voting and registration is a huge issue for me. And while Representative Morrow, I appreciate your attempt at improving the language about government approved as opposed to government issued, we have an issue with validity in this provisional ballot that we're not even dealing with. So please support Representative Morrow's amendment, but I'm still not voting for the bill.
Again, to the Morrow amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise to point out that the situation that Representative Dean raised earlier about voting in Delwood and then hopping in the car and going up and getting vouched for in Carly's district, this bill wouldn't prevent that. I was really surprised that Representative Kiffmeyer said that an Iowa ID or a Wisconsin ID would work to vote in Minnesota, and also to learn that the address on the ID is totally irrelevant. Doesn't matter what the address on the ID is. So what Representative Kiffmeyer's information reveals is that this bill will not stop anyone from double voting because there is no tie between the address and the location that the person is voting.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier, to the Morrow amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Hurry up. Hurry up. You've used up your time? You got to be kidding me. We are talking about a fundamental right to vote. And I guess I need to remind my friends on both sides of the aisle, democracy's messy, it takes time, and you don't hurry up to do it right. So that's the first thing I just got to say. I found that so offensive. But Representative Allen, you brought up a question about tribal IDs that got me to thinking. And so would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Gauthier.
Representative Kiffmeyer, we were sued by some of the tribes over tribal IDs. And could you give us a little history about why we got sued and what the ruling was?
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Gauthier. There's an interesting history in that. I'm glad you asked that question. Because while I was Secretary of State, some tribal leaders came to me about an issue of an ID, and they said that on the Indian reservation, there's a problem with having an ID on the Indian reservation. They have a tribal ID, but some of them don't leave the reservation. So they wanted to be able to use their tribal ID on the Indian reservation. I went with them to the legislature, and I thought that was reasonable. And because they would be in a situation where they might be in that, and that would be helpful to them. So I supported that. Later on, they went to court and said that it was unequal treatment of the tribal members, that on the reservation they could use a tribal ID, but off the reservation they could not use a tribal ID. And so they went to court, and the court ruling was that whether they're on or off the reservation, that they could use a tribal ID. But you have to remember, Representative Gauthier, I went with them to make every effort to help make sure that those who are eligible to vote on an Indian reservation are able to have that tool that they needed to be part of the election process. And I supported that and went with them to the legislature. But later on, they sued shortly before Election Day that year, way after the legislative session was done, and went to court with their issue. And then that was the court ruling, which I accepted because I could see that this is the direction the court wanted to go, and I accepted that and implemented it as in regards to both the state law and the court order.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. The question of provisional balloting has come up, and I would ask Representative Kiffmeyer if she'll yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Gauthier.
Representative Kiffmeyer, if I come to the polls, because you said in your bill opening statements that this in no way affects same-day registration. So my question is, if I come to the polls to register and I have a valid ID, and I'm allowed to register, am I allowed to vote? Or what is the process under your proposed amendment.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Gauthier, as you would, you'd go into the polling place and register to vote. If this constitutional amendment passes, you'd be required to have a government-issued ID. And being able to supply that and meet that requirement, you would be able to go through the process of eligibility and your residency, which may not be on your ID, and you'd be able to cast your ballot. And if you didn't have your ID, you'd be able to cast a provisional ballot.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. Mr. Speaker, I'm finding it hard to hear Representative Kiffmeyer's responses. So if we could maybe ask members to quiet down or something.
Members, if you could please take your conversations to the alcoves, or better yet, the retiring room, as Representative Gauthier has asked a question of Representative Kiffmeyer, and he would appreciate being able to hear the answer. Representative Gauthier, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, will you yield again because you sparked another question?
She will yield, Representative Gauthier.
So, Representative Kiffmeyer, what I want to know is if I register to vote, I have a valid ID, can I vote, or do I have to cast a provisional ballot for the state to verify my ID?
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Gauthier. If you come to the polling place on Election Day, you will be able to register to vote under the current same-day voter registration process. That would still be in place. We would also have an ID requirement as a part of that registration process, whether you are pre-registered or you register to vote on Election Day. And then you would meet those requirements. You would cast your ballot like usual, or if you lack an ID and don't have it that particular day for whatever reason, you would cast a provisional ballot.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. What I think you said is if I tell you my ID is valid, I can vote and it'll be counted that day. Is that correct? Will you yield?
She will yield, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Gauthier, you seem to be trying to make me say something or ask a question, and I know you're trying to make a point here, and I want to hear you carefully and do that. I'm doing my best to answer your question as you're doing. My basic thing is to say, yes, on Election Day you can register to vote. And if on Election Day you have your ID and you meet those requirements, you will be able to cast your ballot on Election Day.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. I understand I can register. And I understand I can cast a ballot. But what I want to know, and you don't seem to want to answer, is my ballot provisional, or is it a regular ballot that's going to be counted that day? That's what I want to know, and I'm not going to get the answer, so I'll move on. Because when I talk to the Secretary of State, because you have to validate those identifications, they're going to be provisional votes. And there's going to be 500,000 Minnesotans going to the polls, same-day registration, casting provisional ballots. And if that's the case, then my question is, how long will we hold those ballots till we verify them? Is there going to be a deadline on that? Or are we going to wait indefinitely or forever for the state to validate those identifications? And I don't seem to get an answer, and that disturbs me that 500,000 voters might be disenfranchised because we're going to have a stack of provisional votes a mile high, and there's no provision for counting them. There's no deadlines for counting them. And if you think waiting till December to figure out who won this gubernatorial election, well, we'll be there till hell freezes over to figure out who won the next election. And I'm just amazed, and I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to wait for third reading. But one of the things I'm amazed at, you keep my friends on the other side of the aisle, I think we have common ground that we think voting is sacred and that it's a right. What I'm confused about is you keep talking about voter fraud, and I guess the confusion comes from you're the majority, so were all these fraudulent votes for you? Because I'm in the minority and I don't worry about it, you know? So I'm confused the motivation here. And here's reality. 2010, 1.67 million Minnesotans didn't vote. 2008, 818,000 Minnesotans didn't vote. 2004, record year in my city, 98% voter turnout. 766,000 Minnesotans didn't vote. And what we should be doing is promoting pathways to voting instead of roadblocks to voting to tell people to keep home. And I was hoping Representative Dill would rise and talk about his district, and then hopefully he will do that later. But when you come to northeastern Minnesota, it's a trip. It's a trip to get to the county seat, especially if you live at Crane Lake. And if you live in Grand Portage, it's a trip. And on and on and on it goes. And people, you talked about disenfranchisement, Representative Downing. There's all kinds of ways to disenfranchise people, and one is to discourage and make it difficult to vote. And that's what this bill does, this proposed amendment. And since we're not going to get answers to our questions, all I can say is we need to be persistent and continue to ask, and hopefully at some point the questions will be answered so the people of Minnesota can make an intelligent choice when they cast their vote on this constitutional amendment. I thank Representative Morrow for bringing forward to try to make this a better bill, an easier process, and I would encourage people to vote green on the amendment.
To the Morrow amendment, the member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting for a while here. It feels good to stand up. A lot of things have been said, and to be quite honest, a lot of my ammunition has been taken. But I'm going to say a few things again at the risk of other folks, I guess. I rise in support of the Morrow Amendment, and there's a number of reasons that I believe that this amendment would be good. It seems to me that government-approved ID is preferential to a government-issued ID, and I believe that the discussion that has ensued around that, I can't add a whole lot to it, but I just want you to know that I believe that the government approved is preferential language. I was looking over at my friend Representative Downey, tried unsuccessfully to get your attention, my friend, when you were asking about show me one disenfranchised voter, and Representative Liebling spoke to this. But I would offer to you, Representative Downey, that this gentleman, Paul Carroll, the WW2 vet, that was told he could cast a provisional ballot, was disenfranchised. He left there. He was upset. And this old veteran will tell you that that old veteran was probably PO'd, as I think a lot of folks would be. We're used to walking into our polling place, and folks know us. We've got a pretty good system set up, at least up in the north. I don't know what it's like down here in some of the metro areas, I readily admit that. But we go into our township hall and we know people. People know us. We've got a new neighbor. We go talk to them. We bring them into the polling place if we need to. Say, yeah, bring a utility bill along. But I think in my mind, we've devolved here And I'm looking over at my friend Representative Drazkowski, and I won't ask you to yield, my friend, but when we talk about government, and I hear this talked about government this, government that, and we kind of beat up on government, and here we are, we're going to require that you got to have something from the government to go vote. Before you could go in to vote, you have to have something from your government to go do it. My goodness. Where are we going? Going to have a tattoo on our forehead or something? What's going on here? What do we think as veterans? I'm talking to you folks over there that are veterans. What do you think about Mr. Paul Carroll going into his polling place and being told, you cast a provisional ballot? What does he think a provisional ballot is? What would you think a provisional ballot was if you were 86 years old? Provisional. Does that mean I'm provisional? Put yourself in his shoes. Does that mean I'm less than a real voter? I'm a provisional voter. Provided that what? I can vote provided that what? Provided I can prove I'm who I am. Can I bring my DD-214? You know what a DD-214 is? I ask that rhetorically. Some of you do. That proves he was a veteran. That's his discharge. Do I believe, Representative Downey, that this gentleman, Paul Carroll, meets your example? That's my opinion. But I believe he meets that example. He's disenfranchised. He walked out of there. He was mad. I don't blame him. I would be too. But I'm concerned up in my area, and I heard Representative Gauthier talking about it. You know, it's few and far between homes and townships up there, and we have many precincts that are mail-in precincts, and it's a long ways if folks aren't registered and they don't get their ballot in the mail, then they're driving to a county seat. It's a long ways. If they get down there and they've got, I think Representative Moline spoke to this a little bit, they drive all the way down, might be 60, 80 or more miles, 100 miles, and they find out they don't have quite what they need to vote, so they're going to cast a provisional ballot and what? Go home and come back down to prove that's who they are. Well, I think there's some old veterans that are probably going to tell somebody where to put their ballot, and they'll be disenfranchised for it. But I wanted to talk a little bit too, because about the numbers that I know, about a third of the homeless folks out there are veterans. And I'm not sure exactly how we're going to take care of that. I didn't hear the conversation totally on that, and I'm not going to ask for clarification on it at this time, Representative Kiffmeyer. But I do know that there's many things that could be problematic here. And I am concerned about veterans and that they absolutely have their opportunity to vote, particularly those who may be homeless. And there are those out there, and we all work, especially us veterans, work to help our brothers and sisters out of that homeless situation. And so we can expect them to be coming to the polling places. I wanted to talk just a little bit too, if I can. I looked into this a little bit, talking about voter fraud, and the most egregious case of voter fraud that I was able to find in the state of Minnesota happened right down 52 highway going south. Little town, Coates, Minnesota. The case went all the way to Supreme Court, Minnesota Supreme Court. And, the guy that perpetrated that case, the case involves Involves a fellow, the owner of a strip club down there in the area of Coates, and he was all mad at the city of Coates because they wouldn't allow him to have his license back or this or that, and so he was mad at him. So he had a bunch of people come to his strip club, and he registered them to vote right there. That was their address. There's one toilet in there or two or whatever, no beds, you know. And well, anyway, the folks at Coates, they caught on to that. The people at the polling place where we do verify, and I trust them. Obviously, a lot of you all don't trust our election judges anymore. I trust our election judges. I know many of them. I'm sure you do too. And I think this is, for you, it's a vote of no confidence in our election judges that are out there. Well, these election judges in Coates, they caught this and they said, well, you know, this is wrong. Well, this fella, he took it all the way to the Minnesota Supreme Court, and they let him go. They didn't even slap him on the wrist. They didn't even slap him on the wrist. So how in the world are we going to proceed with all of this voter fraud stuff that we're going to solve with this amendment, this voter ID amendment, and they won't even prosecute a guy that registers 100 people in a strip club? How are we going to solve that? I think you're barking up a tree here. So just one final thing. I heard Representative Wardlow, and I won't ask him to yield here, but I heard him, if I heard right, and the echoes get to me in here after a while, but she was talking, I think, something about the vagaries of life, and I'm not sure what that means to him, but yeah, people do have things that happen in their lives, and they're going to be moving. Representative Kiffmeyer talked about this. They're going to have need under this provision, under this law, for a new ID now and again, I assume, to show who they are. You don't look the same after a few years, some of us anyway. But the vagaries of life, I guess, I'll go back to this veteran, this old WW2 vet, Paul Carroll. Is this the vagaries of life for him that he gets turned away? He says, no, you go cast a provisional ballot, and we'll count your vote provided that you can actually prove who you are, Mr. Carroll. And he walked away with his cane and paid that fella to take him back home. So anyway, I support the Morrow Amendment. It's my understanding that this photo ID for voting is out to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. And in place of it, we're going to have a requirement that before you go vote, before your vote will be counted, you have to have the stamp of approval from your government. Oh, what a libertarian thought that is, eh?
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you, Speaker. Gosh, to the members, Speaker of the House, thank you. So, as I sit here and I listen, that once again we have this voter ID bill that has come to the members of the House, and this time it's not just to move a bill to become law, but it's to embed what I'm going to call a 21st century Jim Crow law. That here we are trying to, a 21st century Jim Crow law is what I said, yes. That we are trying to embed in our constitutional amendment. And so what does that mean? You know, what do I mean when I say that? So I'm going to read something for you, which I hope will help you direct you to what I mean by that phrase. So as we know, after the war, and when slaves were free, many African Americans began to have power in the South, in the government. And with the passing of the 15th Amendment, men of all races could vote, right? So, and I talked a little bit about that, taking us through this history of what and how Jim Crow laws were created. And so I'm going to try to take us through this history again. And this is from my perspective of a history of a community of people being disenfranchised and been disallowed to vote and participate in the political process. So the southern states were angry by this. So after Reconstruction, many southern states passed what we call the Jim Crow laws. So these laws was nothing but an attempt to segregate or separate the two races and cause an unfair treatment of people, which is nothing more than discrimination. So African American people were treated unfairly and discriminated against as the laws affected what blacks were able to do. And so, you know, we're not just trying to disenfranchise blacks with this bill, but what we are trying to do and what will happen, what could happen with a system that I now consider that works. We have a system in place that is working, is that we have an opportunity here to disenfranchise, you know, many of the people we talked about, from the elderly to students to the homeless to the poor, in a way that will prevent them from participating and having their voice as a part of the political process. And so, for me, I just think that we find ourselves here debating a bill around a system that we use scenarios, as our majority leader Dean talked about, is, you know, one person voting in one county racing to another county to vote, which is nothing but saying that people really are going to commit a felony to vote. I don't think that happens. Or people intentionally say, I'm going to go to jail in order to cast a vote. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. You know, so, but we create these different scenarios of fraud that happens. And yeah, we know fraud has happened. We have some on record. And that is just a proof that we have a system that is working. But also what it does, not only does it work and catch those who are voting that should not be voting, but it also engages people to participate in around a basic right, a right that everyone should be allowed to engage in the political process. And so I think the burden is not on us to try to prove that it's fraud. I think the burden is on you guys to prove that we have a system that's not working. I've heard many times that people have referenced Indiana. Now, why we want to reference Indiana, who is 44th in the nation in voter turnout, I don't know why we want to do that. And so I just really think that what you're doing here is breaking the trust of the people, a trust that can be really, really hard, would take a long time to repair, and quite frankly, it's really shameful. It is shameful that we are spending time on a constitutional amendment embedding restrictions into our constitutional amendment when we have not brought a jobs bill forward. We are not investing in education. We are not creating a healthcare system that is about all of us, creating an exchange that can really support a community of people who are now using the emergency room because they're sick and ill. And I think right now we are at a place where this is really a breach of trust to the American people. It's a breach of trust. No more than that, no less than that. And so my hope is that we can get back to the business of the legislature, and that is to bring jobs to the people who are jobless. We have a huge population of people who have no job. Because they have no jobs now, they're homeless. Women, children, youth, the elderly. But here we are embedding what I'm going to phrase a Jim Crow, 21st Jim Crow law into our Constitution. And so I definitely agree with Representative Morrow that, as we think about his amendment, that it really is about, a government issue. What is a government issue? We have so many questions about this bill. I don't want to say it's a silly bill or a stupid bill, doesn't make sense bill. It does nothing, to create a better process, but going to cost the state of Minnesota millions of dollars to fix what? We have a system that is now working, that is engaging people in the political process, that is creating a state that has one of the highest voter turnouts, that is engaging people to bring their voices to an election through their vote. And what I see here is definitely a creating barriers to that and making that happen. So my hope is that we can support the Morrow's amendment around the government issue. We got to look for ways to say that people need to show ID, like people really actually go out and impersonate someone else. I haven't heard any proof of that today, that someone actually went out and say, I am Representative Aaron Murphy and I'm going to vote. Doesn't happen. I haven't heard any proof that it happens, but I heard different scenarios or whatever, maybe, or whatnot. But, if you got some evidence, I would like to see the evidence. Is there some research that people are really impersonating other people? I would like to see it or hear it. But right now, I don't think this bill is addressing any of that at all. So I hope we can support the Morrow's amendment.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow, to your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I've just been taking notes just to have a few final comments before we vote on the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I think it's almost ironic. My amendment supports the use of photo ID. It simply changes one word. And that one word from issued to approved is very important. And it's important in part because the one word that Representative Norton pointed out, the word valid. Representative Hortman, I think we're going to probably have to debate this more in a little bit, but under Minnesota law requires that you apply for a new driver's license within 30 days of changing your address. So it is conceivable that questions will arise on day 31 if somebody, a student for example, has not changed their driver's license when they've moved. And how do I know that? What made me think of that? Representative Kiffmeyer, you told me that. You told me that in committee. The word approved would allow us to avoid the Kenya problem, because government issued, as my friends on the other side of the aisle have said, would include a Kenyan driver's license, a passport from another country. But if we said government approved, we would have to take a proactive step to identify the IDs that we would accept. Now, I don't want to go back and forth anymore on who can prove voter impersonation, who can prove disenfranchisement. But I think we all can say that my amendment would save money. Because if we allowed for the possibility that a Bethel, a Bethany, a Moorhead, Concordia, Gustavus ID worked, or at least the legislature could approve a Gustavus or other private college ID, my students and your private college students would not have to go down to the county auditor to go get a new card. They'd be able to use that ID card from the college, from the private college. Now, I've heard a lot about this is hypothetical, it never happens. I'll tell you, my daughter's best friend does not have a picture ID other than her Gustavus ID. That's her only picture ID. It does happen. But even if you didn't think it happened, you'd have to allow for the possibility to happen. So my proposal would allow the legislature that enacts the enabling law to include private college IDs. It would save us money. It would save us time. It would save our overburdened county auditors, because these folks are going to have to go down to our county courthouse and go get an ID. I don't know why we're foreclosing the possibility. But if we don't accept my amendment, what you are saying is you cannot, under this proposal by Representative Kiffmeyer, you cannot accept a private college ID because it simply is not government issued. If you don't accept my amendment, you're saying you want to spend the money, you want to send college students down to the county auditor, you want to create a system where you have two classes of students, public college and private college. You want to create a system where one set has to go get a new ID but the other doesn't. You want to create a system where one set has to cast a provisional vote and the other doesn't. And there are 112,000 students in Minnesota who come under this possibility. There are 112,000 students who, if you don't accept my amendment, you're effectively saying that they have to go get the state ID card. You're going to bear the expense of that, members. You're going to bear the time, the expense to our counties for no reason. Because other states do this. Alabama allows any college. Idaho allows any college. Kansas allows any college. Missouri allows any college. My amendment doesn't stop photo ID. It gives us the flexibility to define it in a way that saves us money, that expands the right to vote, the ability to vote. It makes it easier on our county auditors. I urge a green vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Sorry. Clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 69 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment to this. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Moline moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded RA 12-347.
Call the member from St. Louis, Representative Moline, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to call for a roll call on my amendment.
Representative Moline requests a roll call on the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. This just simply addresses what we've been talking about regarding provisional ballots and where they're actually cast. The first part of the amendment just inserts the words "at the voter's polling place" after the words "provisional ballot." And the reason I'm bringing this forward is because, I'll be honest, I'm a little confused to where these provisional ballots are cast. And part of that has to do with the fact that last session, Representative Kiffmeyer, you said over and over again that they had to go to the county seat in order to cast their ballot. And in my district, the county seat is 75 miles from where most of my constituents live, meaning that they would have to make a 150-mile round trip to Duluth in order to have their vote counted. There's other parts of St. Louis County, like Ely, that are 115 miles from Duluth, meaning that people would have to go do a 230-mile round trip in order to have their vote counted. And I do consider it disenfranchisement to require a voter to make that sort of trip in order to have their vote counted for whatever reason, because their driver's license has expired or because they don't have some sort of valid ID. So I want to make sure, first of all, that they're able to cast their provisional ballot at their voting place, because it is a burden. It's a huge burden. In fact, I talked to a pastor in Mountain Iron today, and she said that members of her church actually come to the church and ask for money so that they can travel to Duluth to go to doctor's appointments. And the church gives them money so that they can fill their car up with gas to go to Duluth and go to doctor's appointments. And I don't want to have to be in that same situation with voting, because as we've stated, it is a fundamental right. And I don't think that people in rural Minnesota should be at a disadvantage to people in the metro area. So the first part of the amendment would just require that the provisional ballot be cast at the polling place so that they don't have to travel to the county seat. The second part of the amendment simply deletes the word only on line 1.24, and it also deletes the word certifies the provisional ballot in the manner provided by law, and inserts the language certifies the provisional ballot, meets the criteria under Section 1. And the reason for that portion of the amendment is because, as we've discussed, there's nowhere in Minnesota law where in the manner provided by law is defined. This is all something that's going to apparently happen with the legislature down the road. So I want to make sure that we know what the criteria is from the get-go and that these people's provisional ballots are counted. And so what I'm saying, as long as they meet the criteria under Section 1 of your bill, then their provisional ballot should be counted. So thank you, members, and I'd ask you for a green vote on the amendment.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier, to the Moline amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Moline, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. We've had a lot of conversation tonight, a lot of questions posed. Representative Kiffmeyer started out about talking about the sacredness of voting and people dying for this right. And so, members, I just want to share a little of my family history with you. My father did landing craft in the South Pacific for 4 years during World War II. He was at every major invasion in the South Pacific. Never talked about it, was very humbled about it. But when Vietnam came around, he started talking a little bit. And he said, you know, I put my life on the line every day that you could be free. And and that we wouldn't have unjust wars, and that we could exercise our democratic right. My father was protecting that sacred vote. Representative Wardlow gave us a whole list of different kinds of rights and where they came from. And there was discussion today saying we need to have an ID to cash a check, buy cigarettes, use your credit card, and sometimes to check into the hospital. Why can't we do it for voting? Well, here's the difference. Using a check is a privilege. It's not a right. Buying the cigarettes is a privilege, not a right that should be enshrined in the Constitution. Using a credit card is a privilege that they take away from you if you don't pay your bill. It's not a right. Voting is a fundamental part of who you and I am as Americans. And it has been the crux of every major war and battle that this country has ever fought. We stand in a chamber with President Lincoln behind the speaker. So Representative Rena Moran, thank you for talking about Jim Crow. Thank you for reminding us that the people of Minnesota were first to stand up for freedom and expanding citizenship and the right to vote. Thank you for doing that. Our history is rich with this, members. And now we're talking about a bill that does nothing to enhance the fundamental right of who you and I are as Minnesotans and Americans. And Representative Erin Murphy, would you yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Gauthier.
Representative Murphy, do you know who I am?
The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Gauthier, I do know who you are.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Representative Moran, will you yield for another question? Did I ever have to produce an ID to prove who I am to you?
Representative Murphy will yield. Member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Mr. Speaker and members, no, you did not.
Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Representative Eakin, will you yield for a question?
Representative Eakin will yield. Representative Gauthier.
I'm a little concerned about asking this question to my good friend Representative Eakin, but do you know who I am?
Representative Eakin.
Yes, Representative Gauthier, I know who you are.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
And Representative Eakin, will you yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Gauthier.
Have I ever had to produce an ID to prove to you who I am?
The member from Norman, Representative Eakin.
No, Representative Gauthier, you did not.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Representative Eakin and Representative Murphy. And why do this exercise? And I could go on for 133 members if I wanted to, but I will not, because I think you all know who I am. And some of you call me Gauthier, some of you call me Gauthier, some of you call me Gauthier, some of you call me Gaultier, and some of you call me Gaultier, but I'm the same person, and I'm okay with that, because there's over 50 pronunciations of my name, but it doesn't change who I am. And you know what? We have a contract with the people of Minnesota that says we respect who you are as a person. And the burden should be on the state, not on the citizen, to prove who they are or are not. And what this bill does is reverse that social contract, that sacred right. And it is wrong. And you can use all the polls you want. But that's not how we make legislation. That's not how we change our Constitution. That's not how we attack the right to vote and create barriers. And I know, Representative McDonald, you think they have something to do with blocking roads in Dublin, but there's all kinds of barriers. And when you make it harder for someone to vote, you are creating a barrier. According to the Secretary of State, in my district, there are over 1,900 people who do not have a valid ID. And you know who those people are? They're senior citizens living in high-rises because they gave up their ID when they quit driving. They're poor people who don't drive, so they don't have a driver's license. They're students who think their student ID is sufficient. But now we're telling them, nah, that ain't really who you are. You know, so now so we should really question when they get a degree, because it might not be Carrie Gauthier on that diploma. Might be somebody else. Because obviously we thought, and I've been really thinking about this. What makes a driver's license proof of who I am? That's on my word. That's on my word. When I filed for a driver's license, I didn't bring a birth certificate, affidavits, and 25 witnesses. I filled out a card, passed the exam, and voila, in the mail, I got a driver's license. And it said, oh, Carrie Gauthier can drive. Isn't that great? But no, somehow we're going to say, you can do that, but you can't do that to vote because we really don't know who you are. You know, this conspiracy. Representative Gavel knows who I am. And I know that you're Steve. You know, so let's be really clear what we're doing here, people. And we're going to make provisional ballots. And you know, Representative Purcell talked about that a little bit. An 86-year-old veteran being provisional. My father being provisional. The men and women who have died in Iraq and Afghanistan, provisional? And those who are, yes, those too, because, you know, God knows, voter fraud, dead people vote, Representative Hausman. You know. But they're standing there in the long, great tradition of Minnesota, standing up for a fundamental right of who we are as a people. And when we mess around with the right to vote, we are messing around with liberty, and we are messing around with freedom. And I know those are sacred words to my friends on the other side of the aisle, because I hear them every day. And we should be talking about them in this chamber, and preserving them, and protecting them. So what is the motivation? We have to prove they are who they say they are. I think Representative Murphy and Eakin helped me prove that I am who I say I am. And in case you're wondering, I'm a representative from Duluth, Minnesota, who's got a little bit of left-leaning in him. So we have a problem there. Representative McDonald also said it takes 12 weeks to process a voter registration card. I respectfully disagree, because you have 20 days to the election to file a voter registration card, and then when you go to the polls, voila, there your name is. It's right there. And they didn't ask you for an ID. Representative Downing said, can you prove that somebody hasn't been disenfranchised? I have to say, can you prove that there's rampant fraud? 98% of the people of my city voted in the presidential election in 2008. I don't think there was a lot of fraud. I think we had one case that was questionable, and the guy was already in prison. So we spent money, because he was in prison, to prosecute him again. Didn't change his sentence at all. Won't serve another day. But we spent the money to do it. And so when we talk about provisional, we are actually saying to the people of Minnesota, when you cast, and I want you to listen really close, when you cast a provisional ballot, you are less than. We don't trust you. We don't know who you are. Do we really, as a state and as a government, want to say that to the people of Minnesota? That who we have a sacred trust with to represent and to stand up for their rights? I don't believe so. And I think intention is good, but it's misguided, members. It's misguided. This whole bill is misguided. And it's a pattern I see. First we had it with the gay marriage amendment, which is a less than amendment. And now we have this less than amendment. And now we are now using our Constitution, our sacred document, to take rights away from Minnesotans. I find that very, very disturbing. And I find it to be fundamentally wrong. And it's contrary to who I am as a Minnesotan. You know, Representative Morrow stood on this floor last year, and he talked about his family history. And it's connected to my beginning remarks. And I asked Representative Morrow if I could talk about this today. But his ancestors couldn't vote. They were enslaved. You know, Representative Allen and my ancestors may have been enslaved. We don't know. Because there were more Native people enslaved in this country than there were black people. And when we talk about, Representative Morrow talked about expanding, one group of people he left out. He left out the indigenous people of Turtle Island. Because we weren't even citizens. We were savages. We have progressed, members. We are expanding the tent of democracy and freedom, and tonight we have a bill that says, "The heck with it. Let's start shrinking the tent of democracy." Let's say people who have tribal IDs don't get to vote, because it might not have an address. Let's say, so maybe I need to go to Kenya to get one. I don't know. But this is a fundamental right, and it's about who we are, and it is wrong. It is wrong. We have presented to you alternatives. Government approved photo ID book, because you're so insistent on having a picture of me so I can go vote. I'm not delusional enough to believe that you want my picture out of a fan club. But I started thinking about that. My mother's 85 years old. Her ID is 30 years old. She doesn't look like the same person. Are we going to question that? Are we going to say, Mrs. Gauthier, you have to do a provisional vote, who has been voting every year of her adult life? Are we now going to question her identity? Because Representative Kiffmeyer said, it's about identity. It's about identity. So she has an ID with the correct address, but she doesn't look like that same person. So I can question her identity and deny her the right to vote, cast a provisional ballot. And if I'm not in town, she isn't going to go downtown to the county seat to get a new ID. She's not going to do it. She doesn't have the means to do it. So throw that vote out. Throw out, and maybe Representative Dill, you can respond to this. Would you yield for a question, Representative Dill?
Representative Dill will yield. Representative Gauthier.
Representative Dill, could you tell me first of all, how big is your district, and how difficult provisional balloting would be for the constituents of your district?
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thinking about if you lived at Kaptogama and had to go to the county seat, that would be roughly 310 miles round trip. If you lived in Ely, I think it's about 230, maybe 250 round trip. If you lived in Fall Lake Township and had to go down to Lake Superior, that would be probably around 220 roughly. Cook County, I can see that would be near 160 if you lived in the west part and you had to go to Grand Marais. So, it's pretty difficult, especially if you are a senior, don't have a vehicle, can't get a ride, don't have the money. But, Mr. Speaker, I gotta tell you something real quick. I got my resort up in Canada, so I crossed the border all the time with my passport. And last year I was crossing the border, coming back in at Grand Portage, actually, and my constituents actually are the customs, and I handed him my passport, and he looked at my passport, and he said, well, is this you? Are you David Dill? And he said, yeah. He says, you've lost a lot of weight. He said, yeah, I lost 130 pounds. I realized I went out and got some puffs so I can start gaining weight so I can vote again.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Representative Dill. I didn't expect that. But the point is, this system that you are insisting on as the majority party prevents people from voting. And, you can say, well, they could still go do it. I know it's a little difficult. I filled up on gas the other day, $3.78, and I guess it went up 20 cents since then. You're making a 300-mile trip because you questioned who I was. So you're going to cost me $50 to $70 in gas, and then time off of work if I'm working, and away from my family, because you just couldn't trust who I was. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that. And I'm going to remind you, and I told you this last time this bill came up last year. When I went to file for office, I didn't produce an ID. I signed a paper saying I was who I was. And I filed for office. I wrote them a check. They didn't even ask for Representative... They didn't even ask for an ID to cash the check. They just took it. They were glad to get the $100. And if that's good enough for a member of the House of Representatives, it's good enough for every Minnesotan, that your word is your bond. And the state has to prove that you intentionally committed fraud. It isn't the other way around. Our founding fathers were very clear about that. The burden is on the state. It is never to be on the people when it comes to fundamental constitutional rights. This amendment is wrong for Minnesota, it is wrong for America, and it's wrong for who you are and for who I am. Vote green on Representative Moline's amendment.
Member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, pursuant to Rule 150, I move that the House be allowed to continue in session after midnight tonight.
Representative Hoppe moves that the House be able to meet after midnight. All those in favor of the Hoppe motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The motion prevails. Member from Washington, Representative Representative Detmer. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as most people know, I usually don't get up and speak much on the House floor, but to my really close friends that really understand what the veterans issues are all about in Minnesota. I know Representative Purcell from Bemidji and Representative Gauthier from Duluth. You mentioned about the veterans issues when it comes to voting. Well, I've received some information here on when veterans do have to use their IDs. Let me just share this with you, members. When making and arriving to any VA medical appointment, you need to show your ID. When donating blood, either at a VA or Red Cross, you need to show your ID. When getting medications, whether from the VA pharmacy or elsewhere, you show your ID. When registering for burial at the Minnesota State Veterans Cemetery, you must show an ID. When requesting any kind of assistance from a county veteran service officer, you must show your ID. When requesting a photocopy of the veteran's military service record, you must show your ID. When entering any military base, especially after 9/11, you must show your ID. When driving any type of motor vehicle on a military base, you must show your ID. When arriving for tea time on any military golf course, you must show your ID. When entering any military store, Post Exchange or PX, you must show your ID. When entering the cafeteria at a Federal Whipple building, you must show your ID. When entering the Fort Snelling Officers Club, you must show your ID. When attending any annual military ball, you must show your ID. When entering the state park and requesting a free pass for disabled veterans, you must show your ID. When requesting to use any kind of special Minnesota fishing and hunting license for disabled veterans, you must show your ID. When obtaining and using the National Parks Access Pass for disabled veterans, you must show your ID. When requesting the GI Bill and other veterans educational assistance programs, you must show your ID. When entering into any American Legion, VFW, or any other veterans club for certain events, you must show your ID. When requesting a veterans discount at hotels and motels, you must show your ID. This listing is pretty a good example of times when veterans would need to show a personal ID. However, it's not exhausted all required times. Also, I must admit, there's times when veterans do not need to show an ID. For example, it was not necessary to show an ID for an American soldier when storming the beaches of Normandy on June 6, 1944, D-Day. Also, likewise, Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Okinawa, and many other places. And my sons, when they entered Iraq, they did not have to show their ID. Our military people are serving in this country. And I bet if you would ask most military people, they would say, show your ID when you vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, there being a roll call on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
You are the man.
No, not really.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Simon, moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A10.
Call a member from Hennepin, Representative Simon, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A10 amendment would delete the language from this constitutional amendment that really puts same-day registration in jeopardy. I want to emphasize something. It's probably a little late to emphasize it, but this isn't just a photo ID provision in the Constitution. Others have mentioned provisional ballots, which we've never had with any regularity in our 150-year-plus history in Minnesota. But it also would very arguably get rid of same-day registration as we know it in Minnesota. And that's because of this language, substantially equivalent eligibility verification. Now, as Representative Kiffmeyer knows, or I assume she knows since she ran our state elections for 8 years as our Secretary of State, that when someone registers before the election, that is not on the same day, they are sent an eligibility postcard. That postcard is non-forwardable. So if the person isn't at the address, it comes back to the Secretary of State's office and for more investigation or to figure out where the person actually lives. That's how it's done for those of us who register before. For those of us who choose to register on Election Day, you don't do that, obviously. You don't mail a postcard. There are other verification procedures that happen right there. Now, I don't understand, and Representative Kiffmeyer, I'll ask her to yield, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask Representative Kiffmeyer how it is that we can maintain, as you claim, same-day registration in Minnesota when, in pre-election day registration, the verification procedure is sending them a non-forwardable address card to their home, and on the day of registration, it's not. How can those two procedures be substantially equivalent, and how can that save same-day registration?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simon. Well, Representative Simon, that is current law because we don't have a photo ID requirement. And by current law, that is what you have, this paper system, whether it's registering to vote on a paper-based system, and also the postal verification card. But with this constitutional amendment, and I think, as you've mentioned before, current Secretary of State has brought up an electronic roster tool, as I did as well. That kind of a tool being used with a photo ID will enable us to, on Election Day, accomplish those verifications on Election Day. These are not things that you have to send postcards about. These are things that, as he said, we have these databases, we have these tools that we have now, we have electronic means. We can kind of update this antiquated process of very laborious paper handling and make some use of the wonderful technology. And by the way, we did that on the recounting process and on the counting process where we have the precinct optical scan where we preserve the paper ballot, and yet we were able to use the precinct optical scan. This technology can also be used in voter registration. I'm very glad that our current Secretary of State has mentioned that as a tool. Now, his version is only a photo. And I think as Representative Gauthier and some others said, lost weight and different things, that a photo by itself is unreliable. I think we've heard plenty of that from you over there today, that a photograph all by itself is unreliable. And so I think that, however, when you have the ID in hand, it isn't just relying on the photo. It is also the fact that you have in your hand this ID. And matter of fact, on this ID card, all the information, which, by the way, to get an ID card, you deal with citizenship, you deal with age, and you are able to make use of this tool because you have it in your hand. And it has a barcode, it has a card reader that takes all the data from the front, and the value of the government issued is you have some confidence in this tool representing your identity and the fact you have it in your hand. But there are these electronic rosters, as we both Secretaries of State have agreed this electronic roster can be very helpful. And that in concert with this ID would enable us to be able to have Election Day registration and have the large majority taken care of by having both the Free State ID and their current IDs that they would have, and a large number of them. We can virtually do this on Election Day almost instantly. And those that don't have their ID, we will be able to have them vote a provisional ballot. So, yes, if you just took the current paper-based, laborious process, doing some of those things, but I think we can do better, just like we did in the counting. We saved election judges time. We saved the people time. We made sure they had a chance to correct a procedural error. There's great things that this technology tools can do. And so we can add some of that technology, and that's a very good way. And I think since both sides have already agreed to an electronic roster, and the governor has, that's a very good tool that with this ID, we'll be able to do this on Election Day.
A member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, that's a great answer to a question that I didn't ask. I asked the question, and it's a serious question, how it is that the two procedures I described could be substantially equivalent. Your response had to do with poll books and technology and working together. I'm not going to ask you another question, but I think that it's a serious concern. I think that if I understand the question, or understand the answer, what you're saying is what we've been talking about throughout this debate, which is that somehow we're going to have the discretion to make it right. That though we have the paper system now, maybe what you're saying is that we won't always have the paper system because the legislature can come back. At the risk of repeating myself, I don't think that's true. I think that your intentional use of the word in the manner provided by law in one place and explicitly not in the other places will lead a court to conclude that as to this issue, we don't have the discretion. So I'm not at all convinced after this constitutional ballot measure goes on the ballot, and if it's enacted by the people of Minnesota, that we're going to have that discretion to go back. So members, same-day registration is much envied throughout the country. I've met other people at conferences, for example, who say, I wish we had your system in Minnesota, your same-day registration system. It's quick, it's easy, it doesn't fence people out, it errs on the side of letting more people into the system. Representative Kiffmeyer has been a long time very principled and articulate skeptic, if not outright opponent, of same-day registration. I'll let others connect the dots. I don't know what her motives are with respect to same-day registration here. But my read of the language is that that's substantially equivalent language, given the fact that we now have in place a system where it's, I don't think anyone could argue, substantially equivalent. And in her kind of sort of answer, Representative Kiffmeyer seems to imply that, well, it won't always be this way because we can change the laborious paper system. But implicit in that answer is that as of today, if we froze law today, the way it is right now, that they would not be substantially equivalent, because sending a non-forwardable postal notice to someone's home versus what you do on same-day election, I don't think by any reasonable person's standard is substantially equivalent. So if we have the discretion to change it, and we have poll books, or we have technology or barcodes or something else, then maybe there's an argument. But under current law, I'm taking Representative Kiffmeyer's answer to mean that under current law, by no stretch of the imagination are those processes substantially equivalent, which means something's got to go. If they're not substantially equivalent, I'm guessing that what would go is same-day registration. So members, if you value that, as other people in the country value it and envy it, I ask you to vote for this amendment. It's interesting that recently by legislation in the last year in the state of Maine, the legislature and the governor there decided to get rid of same-day registration. And in a ballot initiative last fall, the people did kind of an overrule. And the people of Maine voted 61 to 37%, 61 to 37, to take back and reinstate same-day registration. It's popular, it works, and to mess with it, as I fear this language will really do grave harm to our election system. So, members, I urge a yes vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Simons requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, I've been wondering about this for some time, and I know that you took out this language about substantially equivalent identity verification, and since the last time I had a chance to ask you about this, so the question I have is, under current law, to cast an absentee ballot, you have to write on your ballot an ID number of some kind, whether it's a driver's license ID, a social security number, or you can say, I don't have either of those numbers, but please count my ballot anyway. And my question to you is the same as I've asked in committee, but now your language has changed. My question to you is, under this amendment language that you're presenting tonight, would we be able to count absentee ballots in the same way that we do now under current law?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in regards to absentee ballots, current law, we don't have an ID requirement. So if this constitutional amendment passes, we would have an ID requirement. And by the way, there is a delayed effective date also in this constitutional amendment to give the legislature the time that they need to consider those things before it takes effect. And on substantially equivalent, the realization is that when you're voting an absentee ballot, you cannot appear in person. So what would be the substantially equivalent? Well, on the current absentee ballot application, you have a witness signature, and you have a limited forms of ID. But once we have an ID requirement, those voting an absentee ballot would be required also to give an ID number, just as those on election day would be using as well. But it would be expanded to do a passport, military ID, tribal ID, driver's license, some government-issued ID, and that we will be able to have those on the absentee ballots. So the checkbox that says no ID under a constitutional amendment requiring an ID and substantially equivalent, the substantially equivalent is about not being able to appear in person in a polling place, but that we do the substantially equivalent effort to verify your eligibility and your identity.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Kiffmeyer yield?
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, so what you've told us is that if you go to the polling place, you need to present photographic identification. But if you fill out an absentee ballot, what you need to do is provide the number on that photographic identification. So you wouldn't be able to use a social security number. You'd have to use the ID number on a driver's license or on a passport or some kind of government-issued ID. So we would be changing the rules for counting absentee ballots, and you would have to have an ID number from a government-issued ID. Is that what you're saying to us?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. I believe that is what I said. You restated it, but under a constitutional amendment with an ID requirement, absentee ballots would also have to have an ID requirement.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Kiffmeyer yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Representative Kiffmeyer, if you have to have a photo ID, a picture on it, and it could be anything that's government issued, and you've said it could be from other states, it could be a passport, it could be all sorts of things. What security is included with an absentee ballot if you just write the number? For example, if you say, I live in Minnesota, I still just have a Wisconsin driver's license, here's my Wisconsin driver's license ID number on my absentee ballot. according to what you've said, that would be sufficient under the absentee ballot application of your constitutional amendment. So if that's sufficient, number one, I don't understand what additional security we're providing, since anybody could get an out-of-state driver's license and put that number on there. And number two, I don't understand how just having to write down a number is substantially equivalent to presenting an actual physical ID. How is that substantially equivalent to write a number versus present an actual physical ID?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler. I think one of the things that is really unique is that I have my ID with me. And when you have an absentee voter and there is already on the absentee ballot a witness signature, and I think it's really important that we recognize that that witness signature is also a signature that says that you are the person you have to say, and the ability to show that person with that witness signature already is that you would have the ID in your hand. And so you have that component of a witness signature. You already have that. And not necessary to go to the polling place, because it's already part of the absentee ballot process on that current absentee ballot envelope. And also the fact that you have the ID number. I've never memorized my driver's license or any other ID number and such and so forth. So having it in your hand and being able to write that number down, that plus a witness signature, I think is a very substantially equivalent part of identity and eligibility that is included in that verification.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that a witness signature, which another way of saying that would be a voucher, is sufficient under this constitutional amendment under the substantially equivalent eligibility verification requirement. But what I heard you say is it would be substantially equivalent if we required a witness signature. And so my question back to you is, if you would yield to a question.
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. Representative Winkler.
Currently, military voters overseas do not need to have a witness. Would you require? Would this amendment require that military voters would now have to have a witness, like other absentee ballot casters, in order for a military vote to be counted?
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler. The military voters are able to use the absentee ballot voting process, but also there is what's called the UOCAVA section of law for overseas citizens and military voters. They have federal law that allows them, there's a federal write-in ballot. There are just certain things that in regards to federal law that the UOCAVA voters do have that special process. It does include their ID numbers. It does include, in many cases, a service officer doing the witness signature or verifying that identity and that is that person casting that ballot. So, but UOCAVA overseas voters have federal law to comply with as well.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, the fact is that witnesses are not required for military ballots, and witnesses may be required in the future or not for absentee ballots. And Representative Kiffmeyer hasn't really explained to us how it's substantially equivalent to be able to write down a number with a witness, but if you actually want to show up on election day to vote, you have to bring an ID with you. I think we're creating two different classes of voters, and even if Representative Kiffmeyer's intentions are that absentee ballots would be allowed to continue, remember, there's still all these organizations who exist outside this building whose only mission in life is to stop Democrats from voting. So, so there are plenty of opportunities to sue based on this language you're passing. And I know that's not a good argument for you. It isn't a good argument for you. It would help you if fewer Democratic voters showed up at the polls. That's not going to convince you. But it is kind of a little part of the bait and switch that is this constitutional amendment process. Because we hear assurances about absentee voters, and we have opinions about what might be or what might not be substantially equivalent. But the fact of the matter is, nobody knows what these words actually mean. Substantially equivalent to Representative Kiffmeyer means you have a witness and you have a number of some government issue ID, and that's substantially equivalent to showing up at the polls with a physical copy of your ID. But there's nothing to say that a court is going to agree with her. And there's certainly nothing to say that organizations allied with Representative Kiffmeyer aren't going to sue in order to make sure that people can't cast absentee ballots very easily. And it's a kind of an important issue. In the 2008 election, 30%, Representative Downey, 30% of the voters in Edina cast their ballot by absentee. So how we treat absentees and what that means under this amendment are very important issues. And when you have discrepancies between witness requirements for absentee ballots versus military ballots, and you have discrepancies for verification standards between showing up at the polls and voting by absentee, you're creating fertile ground for more lawsuits. And Representative Simon and others have already talked about all of the problems that these words are creating. And none of it really gives us any comfort, because the words in the amendment, the words in the amendment, the substantially equivalent eligibility verification, are undefined anywhere in law. They're undefined in our case law. They're undefined in other states. These are new words, which means they're subject to new interpretation, which means that your absentee ballot is not safe, your same-day registration is not safe, as long as this amendment passes. So until we have court decisions to interpret what these words mean, your absentee ballot is not safe under this amendment. Members, the Simon Amendment takes this language out. It takes out this language of substantially equivalent eligibility verification. You can still have a photo ID requirement to vote. You can still have that. But what you're doing by leaving this language in the amendment, in the bill, by leaving it in there, you are just creating an opportunity for more lawsuits to take away more people's rights to vote, no matter how many nice assurances we have on the floor that that's nobody's intention. It's dangerous, it's extreme, it's unnecessary. You can still increase the integrity of the election system if that is your professed goal without this language. So the Simon Amendment should be pretty easy. A lot of these amendments should have been pretty easy. You can accomplish what you want without causing all the problems, unless what you really want is just to cause all the problems in the election system.
Member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I stand to oppose the Simon Amendment because the 2008 election still has 48,000 persons who voted and registered on the day of the election whose residences cannot be accounted for, and 242 of those were from my election. And I know that because I had a recount. And that's why we know in this state that there are those discrepancies, because we had recounts in 2008. We also had them in 2010. But in 2008, think of it, 48,000 same-day registrations have not yet been verified by the Secretary of State's office. And in this state, the government knows everything about us. So there's no reason that we can't track down, for example, those 242 persons who voted and registered on Election Day in 2008. In my election, that's just unheard of. This is Minnesota, where we're supposed to have voter integrity. And yet I have signed on as a plaintiff in a lawsuit, federal court, asking the Secretary of State to follow the Constitution of Minnesota so that we know that the persons who vote, who register and vote on the same day, have a valid residence. Members, the Simon Amendment takes into question that eligibility requirement, which is required by the Minnesota Constitution. Please keep that in mind as you think about what's happening in this amendment brought forth by Representative Simon and what we know is a fact in Minnesota elections.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Simon yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, just in dealing with your amendment, you bring up the differences between voting in person and absentee, and those are important differences. And you bring up the term which is brought up in the bill, substantially equivalent, which has been somewhat discussed and has been a little bit controversial throughout the committee process. What is substantially equivalent? And you're right. You're talking about voting in two different ways. One absentee, one in person. And how do we provide documentation or verification of who we are voting absentee versus how do we do that when we go in person? And the comparison, I think, is fair and makes sense. What you're not saying is that the two things are identical. In other words, voting absentee is not identical to voting in person. And you make that comparison. Just as voting in Representative Moline's district is very different than voting in my district. I have to go just a few blocks. In Representative Moline's district, you might have to travel many, many miles. There's inherent differences in how people vote and in the way that they vote. But you bring up the term substantially equivalent in a very, very specific way, and you're saying that it is not identical in the way that Representative Kiffmeyer is presenting it in the bill. And the term substantially equivalent is actually a statutory term used 38 times. It's used 38 times to allow the legislature flexibility in interpretation. Can you just talk a little bit, Representative Simon, about the process of voting by absentee and what you're being asked to produce to say who you are, absentee, versus voting in person? And then can you tell me, is that identical in terms of verification? Is it equivalent or is it different?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, it's certainly different. I don't know what substantially equivalent means, and that is really the point of this. And so rather than going into kind of the ins and outs of what the different requirements are, I think it's enough to know that under the current system, which is what I thought that Representative Kiffmeyer was saying, under the current system, unless we have the discretion she claims we have, and we can go back, that under the current system, sending out the verification card, because after all, it's not about the voting system being substantially equivalent, it is about the verification being substantially equivalent. So that's what I'm concerned with, is the verification process. And the verification process on line 1.19, it's subject to substantially equivalent eligibility verification, not the voting system. We could get into that, but that's the concern here. The concern is that the verification process, one is sending you a postcard that's non-forwardable, and then the other is obviously there's no postcard sent when you go in the day of. It's another system, and you have to verify it with certain forms of ID. There's a list that the Secretary of State publishes. I'm sure Representative Kiffmeyer knows it better than anyone in here. So that's really the issue. It's about the verification procedure, not whether voting in Representative Moline's district is different or your district. It's about that verification procedure. So that's what I was getting at.
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think you brought up the point that inherently with absentee balloting, there's a different standard. And indeed, the current standard that you have, as Representative Kiffmeyer's brought forward, I've never voted absentee, so I didn't know, but I actually looked at the form of what you have to fill out. And you have to say who you are, you have to provide an identification number, but it's not as strict as if you were to show up at the poll at that time. So there's indeed two classes of voters currently, Representative Simon. So I'm wondering if you can say, has the state of Minnesota, and I'm sure you know this because you've researched it a lot, have we had such lawsuits on our current process by these two standards that you're worried about Representative Kiffmeyer bringing forth, if we were to move forward with her bill, the fear is that there would be lawsuits because we would create two standards of voters. As I look at it, that currently exists, and it actually is moving in the correct direction. What you're saying is there currently exists this two standards of voters, and does Minnesota has Minnesota experienced such lawsuits as the ones that you predict if this constitutional amendment were to move forward?
Representative Simon will yield. The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I was conferring with another member. I didn't hear all of it, but I think I got the gist of it. If I'm not answering it, let me know. Yeah, right now we do have a different way of doing it, different verification for different styles of voting, but the difference is that those are creatures of statute. We don't have it in the Constitution, and I think that any court is going to treat very seriously any differences between classes of voters, and even more so when we say substantially equivalent, which isn't identical, you're right, but it means something else maybe close to identical or somewhere between very much like and identical. I don't really know what that means. It sounds like you've done more research than I have in terms of the statutory citations, so maybe you can tell us if courts have kind of fleshed out that meaning elsewhere. But to me, I'm not so sure about lawsuits. I don't know. It's anyone's guess. But I think the point that I was trying to make, and hopefully this addresses your question, is that when we say substantially equivalent, and let's say I'm right, that we don't have the authority under this constitutional amendment to change the practice, that under the current system, paper postcard versus something else the day of, something's got to give. If they're not substantially equivalent, something's got to give or something's got to go. That's my concern.
Member from Washington, the Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kiffmeyer, from what I understand about the way that your bill would in fact be enacted, it would be through legislation in the next legislation where we would actually statutorily bind and implement and mechanize how this actually happens and how these things are brought forward, and in dealing with the legislature and the Secretary of State's office and others and working together to actually bring this forward. Isn't that how the term substantially equivalent is designed, in fact, to allow that flexibility for this legislature to actually do this legislatively in the future?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. That is exactly the correct understanding of this constitutional amendment. It's a very important part of it that the legislature always has to make some interpretations, and by giving them a full legislative session to be able to do that, I think that's a very sensible part of this constitutional amendment. That is correct. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was glad that Representative Erickson brought up the 2008 election, and there was some inference that there were some irregularities or some problems, and I would just call the body's attention to an interesting quote from Senator Fritz Knack. Former Senator Knack was one of the attorneys for Senator Coleman during the recount, and he said the following during an interview on TPT Almanac. I don't know exactly when. I think it was shortly after the recount had concluded. And he said, I quote, "There's a lot of criticism, a lot of suspicion, let's say, that was generated in the Senate race. But the fact of the matter, we were looking for fraud and we didn't see it." And Senator Knack goes on to say, "The fact is, under the current system, we really haven't been seeing widespread fraud of any sort." And he concludes, "If it could happen anywhere conceivably because of our relatively broad and generous standards in that regard, it would happen here. It has not." So, members, we have the attorney who I think was an integral part of this recount process, looking very, very specifically for fraud in the 2008 election, looking under every rock, doing everything he possibly could with his team to look for fraud, and didn't see it. He admits that in the media and on the record. And so I think that Representative Norton had said this earlier, and I agree with her, that what we really have here in this legislation is a solution looking for a problem. And I think Senator Knack said it best, and that's why we should vote this down and support this Simon Amendment, but also vote down this voter ID bill on final passage.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members, older citizens sometimes find themselves in a situation where they are no longer driving and they're IDs and so on have expired, and it's not easy for them to get one. A while back, I had a call from a man that was well in his 90s, and his family had decided that he should no longer drive. And he called me up, and he wanted to know if there was some way I could help him get his driver's license. And I think the family probably, I'm making a judgment here, was probably making a wise decision for all concerned if he was no longer capable of driving. He thought he could or should, but obviously he no longer had his license. And the other example, my mother in later years, she wisely decided, even though she kept her car, that she was no longer going to drive. And we'd go out to visit or take her somewhere, she would always want us to take her car. That was a bit of her independence. But her driver's license had expired. So the question I have of Representative Kiffmeyer is, what is the status of someone who perhaps still has the license, but it's expired?
Yeah, asking Representative Kiffmeyer to yield. Representative Carlson. She will yield. Representative from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Carlson, someone who has an expired license would still need to make that ID valid. But the good news is you can use an old photo. I guess they figure that once you turn 65, you don't look much different as you get older. And so current Minnesota law does allow you to keep that to make things just a little bit easier. But otherwise, if it is expired, they would need to get it to be a valid ID, which means current. Or, obviously, if it was a driver's license, they can just simply do a state ID card, which would be no charge.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Representative Kiffmeyer, yield to another question.
She will yield. Representative Carlson.
To get that official ID, government-issued ID, do you have to then present a birth certificate?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand from one of my constituents who texted me tonight, their daughter went in to get a driver's permit or license, something like that, and she was required to present a birth certificate. And so it is a increasingly common part of getting a driver's license or a state ID card or things like that, that would include proof of U.S. citizenship, and most commonly is used with a birth certificate.
Mr. Speaker,
member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
When this bill was up as legislation a year ago, I guess it was, I told the story of my mother, and I think I'll just remind you of it. I indicated in later years her driver's license had expired because she was no longer driving. But I told the story of when she wanted to get a passport, and I think I reminded or told the body that my mother was from a family that were among the original settlers of Austin, Minnesota. I don't know if they were the very first, but very, very early. And she was a home birth attended by a doctor, and the doctor never filed her birth certificate. And it took us about 2 years to get the birth certificate, and then we had to get her. She had 2 older brothers that were still alive, so we had to get an affidavit from them, and we had to get some school records and some census records. There's a very elaborate process that you have to go through, but it took about 2 years. So what I've just been told now, that if she would have needed a valid current ID, photo ID, she would need a birth certificate. And that took about 2 years. I think that provisional vote that she might have been able to cast would have been long gone in terms of whether it would have ever been counted. There are some very real issues here. But I do have a question, again, if you would yield, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. Representative Carlson.
You did have a discussion earlier with Representative Winkler about a situation dealing with absentee ballots, and you said you'd be able to cast your absentee ballot if you had, I assume then, a photo ID with a number that was government issued, and you'd put that number on the ballot or on the envelope. Is that correct, Representative Kiffmeyer?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, that is what I said, I believe.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Members, just a quick comment. I've got a government-issued photo ID in my pocket that's similar to what all of you have. I did double-check with my seamate, and he has one. His has a number on it. If you look at yours, they have numbers. But I go back long enough in this body where maybe Representative Kahn and perhaps Representative Murphy and a few others of us that were issued these many, many years ago are issued one photo, name, House of Representatives, therefore government issued, a phone number on here if found, Capitol Securities number if I recall correctly, but there's no identification number on it. Now I do have a driver's license, but if this were my only ID, and it's a photo ID, I'd be able to go in and cast a vote apparently in my precinct. But if I wanted to cast an absentee ballot, and this was my only ID, it doesn't have a number. Representative Kiffmeyer, if you yield to a question, how would you resolve that issue if you had a government-issued photo ID that didn't happen to have a number on it and you wanted to cast an absentee ballot?
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Carlson. Well, first of all, the government issued in the enacting language, the government issued would be specified in that enacting language. And if you don't have a number on that, and that would complicate voting absentee, then you would use the government issued approved by the enacting language. Driver's license, state ID, tribal ID, military ID, passport ID, variety of ones like that, and lacking such things that you would be able to. The one thing is that with an absentee ballot, you have a little more time. You first of all send in your application ahead of time, and you include that information with it. And when you get the ballot back, you are able to fill out the exterior envelope with that as well. So, Representative Carlson, I believe that in that situation in voting an absentee ballot, first of all, we would need to make sure that in the enacting legislation we would consider that. And I believe you would do that and make sure that we choose the forms of government-issued ID that would help to be useful in absentee voting.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, you just told somebody whose descendants go back in Minnesota into the 1850s, I think it was, that I would have to go through all kinds of hoops to be able to cast a vote when we've been here for, I don't know, 6 or 7 generations or whatever it is. I remember the front page of the Austin newspaper had a picture of 5 generations back in the 1940s. So whatever number of generations, I haven't calculated that, we'd have to add to it. My gosh, it must be probably 8 or 9 generations maybe. But I would have to go through all kinds of hoops. Now, fortunately, in my case, I have a driver's license. But my point is that there are people that may not drive. That's why I mentioned that 90-some-year-old constituent that I had, whose family had decided that he shouldn't drive, and he wanted help in getting his driver's license. And by the way, when you're in those situations, as we all know, sometimes dealing with constituent service, you have to be a bit of a counselor, and that was my role with that gentleman, because I thought there probably were good reasons why the family wanted him to discontinue his driving. But if he were in a situation, and by the way, he was very involved politically, that's why he, not as a volunteer, but he followed elections, had yard signs, all kinds of things. So he followed elections, and I'm sure would have wanted to vote, and you would have created a difficult situation for him.
The member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to comments made earlier regarding substantial equivalent, what that means, substantially equivalent is not some very unique thing to this constitutional amendment. It is commonly used in statutes. In fact, it's used 38 times in Minnesota statutes, and courts interpret it all the time. So members should understand that substantially equivalent is not some bizarre phrase. Courts have the ability to, and we have the ability to, as the majority leader pointed out, in enacting legislation, to be very clear about what substantially equivalent means. Now, substantially equivalent makes a lot of sense if you think about the line of questioning that the majority leader put forward, which is right on point. There are different means of voting, differences in voting from place to place and in time, ad person or, in person at the poll or prior to election day. Absentee voting requires a slightly different kind of procedure for eligibility verification than does voting at the polls. But the substance, that's what we care about. Substantially equivalent means that the substance is substantially the same in terms of eligibility being verified on election day versus absentee. So I think it's very clear. And the really important point to remember here is that under the current system, you can vouch for somebody at the poll. Now, requiring substantial equivalence of eligibility verification means that you couldn't vouch at the poll because vouching at the poll would not be the same as verifying eligibility before the fact. And substantial equivalence just means, simply put, that we have the flexibility in enacting legislation to make sure that the substance of eligibility verification is the same regardless of the time of voting.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Wardlow, for helpfully stating the truth, and that is that courts interpret this language. And that's exactly what's going to happen with this constitutional amendment. It doesn't matter what enabling legislation Representative Kiffmeyer might have in mind. It doesn't matter what advice Representative Dean might get from staff about what enabling legislation might do or not do. The words in the constitutional amendment stand on their own, and the only way that those words can finally be interpreted is by the Minnesota Supreme Court. And it is guaranteed that it will be courts who decide what substantially equivalent means. It will be courts who judge our absentee voting laws, regardless of what kind of enacting legislation we pass. It will be courts who decide whether Minnesota's current absentee ballot process is constitutional or not constitutional. It is a decision for the courts, and for the body who seems, or for the party who likes to complain about runaway litigation, who likes to pass tort reform, so-called, who likes to complain about activist judges and want to have judges who interpret the law and not make the law, passing the buck to the court system to define what kind of absentee ballot process Minnesota is supposed to have, what kind of same-day registration process we're supposed to have, is pretty hypocritical. I think it's really just an evasion because you don't want to be honest about what this means. The honest answer is you don't have a plan. You just know you need to have some words in here to try to make your constitutional amendment pass under the federal Constitution. And Representative Erickson, I'm glad that you're sitting over in the corner because I have a question for you, and I wonder if you would yield.
Representative Erickson will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, you made some pretty reckless allegations on the floor just a few minutes ago. You said that in 2008, 48,000 votes, registrations were unverified, and that is not true. Even the wildest, most irresponsible claim by Minnesota majority is something like 6,000, and that is just that, wildly irresponsible and inaccurate. The Minnesota majority report, the Kiffmeyer organization report, counted multiple years of postal verification cards coming back. They counted those cards in a way that was completely inaccurate and distorted. We passed a law that required, as of 2010, that counties report back. In 2010, counties have to report back how many postal verification cards were returned as undeliverable. And out of 2 million votes cast in the state in 2010, the number was 399 came back as unverifiable. That means there were 399 cards sent out as a result of same-day registration that came back as undeliverable at that address. Now, the reasons are various, but they include the fact that people move after Election Day and mail isn't forwardable. They include the fact that people are living in places like homeless shelters or battered women's shelters and they can't receive mail there. They have mistakes like handwriting. And what we require is that if those cards come back and the county can't verify eligibility to vote, they have to turn it over to the county attorney. So your wild statement about 48,000 is completely not based in any even exaggerated fact from a highly biased and irresponsible organization. It's 399 out of 2 million, and the 399 have very good reasons for it. So Representative Erickson, the question for you is, why would you want to create doubt about the legitimacy of Minnesota elections unless it's based on real fact? Why do you want to make Minnesotans not trust their elections based on reckless speculation instead of real facts?
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The courts will decide this. What I know is that I have 242 who registered on the day of election for whom there is no residence eligibility. That is what I know as a fact.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, it seems like either Representative Dean and Representative Kiffmeyer are ignoring the facts of what this amendment does, or they're trying to distract us and mislead us. It's one of the two. Enabling legislation won't make a difference. It won't make any difference because you're putting this in the Constitution. Representative Dean, you try to have this long discussion to help Representative Kiffmeyer out and say, oh, well, we can just fix this in enabling legislation. You can't fix the constitutional amendment that you're putting on the ballot except with another constitutional amendment. That's the problem with this whole approach. You are trying to shoehorn a complicated set of laws into a few words into the state constitution, and all you're doing is creating a mess. Your extreme approach to election integrity is creating a giant mess. And even if you want to accomplish legislative integrity, all you're doing is creating chaos and creating doubt, and you're making the Minnesota election system a mockery of a democracy in this state. Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm sorry you've left the floor, but what you're doing is really inexcusable. The Simon Amendment helps to clean it up. The Morrow Amendment helped to clean it up. The previous Simon Amendment helped to clean it up. You're just passing off this floor a piece of garbage, and you hope that people in Minnesota won't notice the difference. You might be right in 2012, but you will be wrong every year thereafter.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the same point that Representative Winkler is talking about here, I forwarded an email that we got, and actually a copy of that I've got here in my hand, but I forwarded this to everybody, every member of the legislature. Last year during the debate, when this was coming forward as a bill, we heard this number thrown out in committee, and the Secretary of State couldn't figure out where the number was coming from, and finally a light dawned where it was coming from. And if you look on this memo, the number is that they said there were of unique voters that they figured that they got postal verification cards returned for was 4,000 or 41,785. But that's not the whole number. As Representative Winkler said, it ends up at 399, but it goes down here. Of those 41,785 voters, 24,000 were individuals who registered on Election Day, 2008. Other ones, the postal verification cards came back because people had moved from the time they had registered, people's polling place had moved, and so they sent these cards out, and because people had moved, they came back. So that's why the number of 41,000 was being quoted. Of the 24,000 individuals that voted on, or registered on Election Day, 1,842 were returned, were returned and indicating that and then were subsequently delivered to those people because the Postal Department made an error. So that brings us down to 22,000 that appear that have the number that the Moral or the Minnesota majority was citing. Of those, there's a subset that was of the 13,000 that were of the subject that registered on Election Day on November 4, 10,000 were returned because the peoples moved in the 2 months after the Election Day. So those were returned. 103 were returned with no such address. And then 3,159 were simply returned as undeliverable. As they go down here, the Secretary of State's office went through these. Of all these numbers, again, we get down to 399 that were returned over to the secretary or to the county attorneys that they couldn't verify the addresses. So it's not the 48,000 that Representative Erickson cited. Of the number, it's only 399 that were returned. And my memory serves me right from last year's committee, the county attorneys, none of those people were prosecuted for voter fraud. So, I mean, we're citing a number here that's a made-up number by a group that's trying to show that our election system is not what they want it to be. This shows that our election system is a valid system, and we're doing the right thing. We don't need this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the Simon Amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment that I have before you, the A15 amendment, is to address the issue that the language as drafted gets rid of same-day voter registration and having your vote count if you register on Election Day. What my amendment would do would require that when a person registers in person on Election Day, that they're not required to submit a provisional vote. I think every person's vote should count, whether they show up and register on Election Day or whether they've registered ahead of time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative Hortman requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Fritz is moving to amend House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
Call the member from Rice, Representative Fritz, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the night is long, so members, I will be brief. What my amendment does, on page 1, after the period after line 21, I want it to state, a voter living and voting in a state licensed care facility shall not be required to show government-issued photographic identification before receiving a ballot. These are nursing home residents in all of our districts. In my 40 years of working in the nursing home and admitting hundreds of constituents to those nursing facilities, I do not ever remember seeing a driver's license in a pocketbook or a billfold. A lot of the constituents that I cared for and that still are there in Greater Minnesota never had a driver's license, didn't drive. A lot of folks, when they come to the nursing home with their pocketbook, do not want to be encumbered with that type of information. They come to the nursing home to rest. They want to continue to have the right to vote. When we have them voting in the nursing home, the activity director comes by and helps them and gives them the ballot. I am afraid, with this type of inconvenience and burden to the folks in the nursing home, will not vote. They will decide it's not worth it. And that would be definitely a horrible thing to happen and disenfranchise those folks. There are still people, I believe 48% nationally, who are 90 and older, do not have an identification. None. So I urge you and I ask you to consider this in all of your districts, in all of your nursing homes, all of your people in the greatest generation that have voted all of their life, not to add another burden to them in their life at the end of their life. Let them vote. Thank you. Roll call, please, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Fritz yield for a question?
The lady from Rice will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fritz, I was going to ask this question earlier when we were on the Moline Amendment. I have a number of group homes in my district that may not be a nursing home, but they may be a group home, or there's folks who may be with a personal care attendant in a duplex. So I'm wondering if the intent of your amendment is to reach those folks that are in group homes beyond the nursing homes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hansen. And actually, as I read this amendment, and I had it drafted just to the nursing home and mentioned the nursing home, I also would like to include all of those folks, the disabled community, who have been to my office, and I'm sure to most of your offices. They are also objecting to this photo ID, because it is an added burden to them. And I would appreciate that being amended onto this.
Gentleman from Dakota.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Fritz would yield again.
She will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fritz, our group homes, are some of the group homes state licensed facilities?
The lady from
Mr.
Rice.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hansen. Yes, they are. So I actually think that they would qualify for this amendment as well. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Fritz, if you'd yield one more time, and maybe members listening to this.
The lady from Rice will yield. Representative Hansen.
The intent that this amendment not only deals with nursing home folks, our constituents, our citizens who are in nursing homes, but also those group homes, folks who may not be able to go. I was thinking, Representative Moline, I have folks that may be disabled and call up Metro Mobility, try to get to the polling place, but now they have to go down to Hastings, they have to reschedule. There'd be an extra added burden during that snowy, cold, rainy, sleety time of November. Extra added burden, extra added time, extra added difficulty. So I think, Representative Fritz, you have a good amendment here. And again, I'm going to ask you one more time that the intent here is that it would involve personal so it'd be group homes as well as state-licensed nursing homes.
The lady from Rice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hansen. Yes, it would include them. Thank you.
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Fritz, in regards to your amendment, when you apply for Social Security, you have to bring your photo ID. And when you apply for government benefits, there is also ID requirements as a part of getting your government benefits. I have a sister who lives in a group home. She has an ID. And many other people with disabilities have shared with me they have their ID. The substantially equivalent language will allow us the kind of flexibility that we need for situations in nursing homes. And matter of fact, the courts have upheld that when you have seniors that are in nursing homes and situations like that, as long as you treat them all on on a level playing field. But I would welcome something like this in enacting language. But this kind of specificity in this kind of area like this, which you seem to be talking about intent this and include this and that. In enacting language, we can include this, but I will not support adding this on to the photo ID constitutional amendment.
The lady from Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that Social Security point that you made, Representative Kiffmeyer, I did my Social Security over the telephone in Faribault. And it took a little while, but they didn't ask for anything. I was a bit shocked, but that's how it happened, and I've got my Social Security card. So you don't need a driver's license to get your Social Security card. That is not true. And secondly, the folks in the nursing home call me, they write me, their daughters stop me after church in the grocery store. Doesn't that happen to most of you? Because it certainly happens to me all of the time. They do not want their parent, their loved one, burdened. They want them to be able to continue to vote like they have all of their life, and they don't want any more of this nonsense. The daughters and the sons are busy. They're not going to drive down to the courthouse and do all this and have a photo taken and do all of this extra work for something that doesn't need to be done. They want to continue to vote like they have all of their life without having to have any more burdens put on them while they're in the nursing home. They want to be able to rest, they want to be able to vote, and they want to have the dignity of having the right to vote the way they always have for the last 50, 60, 70 years.
Discussion to the A11 amendment. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just kind of a point of information here. This language was basically cut and paste from the Mississippi Constitution. So remember how quite a while ago when we started this debate I mentioned that only one other state in the country has done this by constitutional amendment, and that one other state is Mississippi? Let me read you from the language that the voters of Mississippi just implemented and voted on last November. Quote, "An elector living and voting in a state-licensed care facility shall not be required to show a government-issued photo identification before being allowed to vote." End quote. Mississippi, folks, said this was okay. And I suspect here today that we're about to say it's not okay. Ask yourself whether that's something you can be proud of.
Discussion to the A11 amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 71 nays, the amendment does not prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Liebling moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 343.
The lady from Olmsted, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will want a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Olmsted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is somewhat similar to the one that we just heard, but there is an important difference. We have heard a lot of discussion this evening about whether Representative Kiffmeyer's bill infringes on same-day registration and voting. And I must say I'm very unsatisfied with the answers that I've heard, and I think that is a real concern, because as much as Minnesotans might think they want some kind of a voter ID bill, probably not so much an amendment, but maybe a bill, they certainly don't want the right to register on the day of voting to be infringed. That is something that has worked very well in Minnesota, and I believe that Minnesotans value that quite a bit. So that on the day when they, all the ads are on TV and somebody calls them up and says it's time to go vote, and they say, oh my gosh, I haven't registered yet, they can still go down and do it, even if they've moved and need to re-register. So I think this is something Minnesotans value, and it's certainly something we don't want to take away from our older and disabled folks who might be living in a state licensed facility. So I would like to put this into the bill. Now, I did hear Representative Kiffmeyer say that she feels that this substantially equivalent language is flexible. It's flexible, and she wants to leave it to enabling legislation to decide exactly how we're going to implement this. Well, members, I think that's one of the problems with this bill. That is a problem, because we are, I should say you are, going to put something on the ballot that is very vague. The voters are going to be asked to vote yes or no on this, and they are essentially not going to know what it means. Because Representative Kiffmeyer has even said in numerous times, this will all have to be decided later. So I think that we're looking at what could be kind of a bait and switch here, members. Voters go to the polls thinking they're getting one thing, and then when the enabling legislation comes along, all of a sudden it's something very different, and that certainly could happen. Voters need to know what they're voting on, and I think one of the most important issues that people are going to want to know is that same-day registration is not going to be taken away under this bill, that they are not voting to take that away. And particularly, as my amendment addresses, they're not going to be taking it away from people who live in state-licensed facilities. Now, Representative Kiffmeyer started out this debate talking about how we're going to protect seniors. We're going to give seniors the assistance they need to continue to vote, she said. We're going to guarantee that seniors will continue to be able to vote. But there's nothing in this bill that guarantees that in any way. We only have Representative Kiffmeyer's word, and in fact she can't promise that, because this is all being left to a future legislature. And none of us can guarantee that we will be part of that future legislature. We simply don't know who is going to be elected. We can hope we'll be back. We can hope that others of our colleagues will be back, but none of us know that. We can't promise anything about what a future legislature will do. So unless this amendment goes on the bill, seniors or disabled people in state licensed facilities all over the state will have absolutely no guarantee that if they need to register on election day, that they will also be able to cast a ballot. And I think that is very, very wrong. And as I said before, if you deprive one single eligible voter of the right to vote, whether they are a senior in a nursing home, a disabled person, or a college student, or anyone, that will be a terrible, terrible outcome. And we hear about this all the time. If you like democracy, thank a soldier. Well, this is this right to vote, the right to vote of every single eligible voter, is a sacred thing, and it must not be denied over some technicality, especially a technicality that really doesn't protect any other right or doesn't really do anything to improve our voting system. So, members, I think this is very important to put this into the bill, because, as I said, we don't know. You don't know what statutes are going to be enacted to implement this if it should go on in our Constitution. You're asking the voters to approve this, and they don't know what they're going to be approving. all they've got, really, all you've got is a hope and a prayer that whoever comes next is going to implement this in a way that you would find acceptable and not deny people's right to vote. That's really all you've got. And finally, I just want to say that I do think this bill is about jobs, members. This is a jobs bill. It's jobs for lawyers. Because if this thing goes in the Constitution, there are going to be lots of lawyers all over this state who are going to be real busy with lawsuits trying to figure out what this thing means. And that is wrong. And I like lawyers as much as anybody, and I'm the proud mother of a new lawyer. And I want him and his colleagues to be employed. But I don't think that's the kind of jobs program that Minnesotans are expecting of us, members. So, members, I would ask you to vote green for my amendment and make sure that people in our licensed facilities all over the state, group homes, nursing homes, and other facilities where people are, make sure that we are not depriving them of the right to same-day registration and to also cast a ballot when they have registered right before the election. Thank you.
Discussion to the 343 amendment. The lady from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm rising in support of Representative Liebling's amendment, and you have a handout on your desk with my signature on it. I have a document here, the original, that is a representation of a vouching of a woman named Gloria May Meyerhoff. She was born in Iowa. She's 84 years old. She lives in a nursing facility in Faribault. She's lived in Minnesota for a long time. She doesn't have a driver's license. This document that you have was her sister vouching for her so she could get a passport, which is now expired. I have no idea, based on the language that we see before us, if Gloria May's one piece of documentation would serve to get her the necessary ID in order to vote. And Gloria May, born in Iowa, who's lived in Minnesota for a long time, is certainly entitled to her right to vote. So here's her documentation. And I've listened to this debate carefully tonight because, of course, this is the first time that I've really been able to participate in this discussion, and nothing that I've heard thus far from the author or the defenders of this proposal have suggested to me that there is a way for us to know, or for Gloria May to know, that her vote is going to be counted in the future. It seems to me that this effort is a false effort. As many have said before, this proposal, this constitutional amendment, is a solution in search of a problem, and it seems to me like we are willing to place into the Constitution the means to deprive legal voters their right, so you can argue, and I think argue falsely to Minnesotans, that you are protecting and upholding their right to vote. So I support Representative Liebling's amendment because I think it gives Gloria May the means to be able to cast her legal right to vote in every election in which she chooses. And I hope to earn your support for Representative Liebling's amendment. Thank you, Representative Liebling, for bringing it. Thank you for the family member of Gloria May for sharing this original document with me, her only documentation. You can come look at it. It's got a stamp on it, a seal. It's here for you to look at. It's real. Support the Liebling amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gautier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Liebling, for bringing this forward. Earlier, we asked about same-day registration and casting ballots and provisional balloting, and we couldn't get an answer. So maybe when we start talking about our seniors who have built this state, our educational institutions, our agricultural business, our high-tech businesses, our hospitals, maybe we can get the other party to say, yes, thank you for your contribution, and yes, you can register and you can vote. Because why in the world should we have to put citizens who have given their life to this state to build a community and to build a state that prides itself in the quality of life, say to them now, well, maybe. Well, maybe. This is your opportunity, my friends on the other side of the aisle, to finally come out and say what you mean and say, yes, same-day registration means same-day voting. Because that's what this is about. And show some appreciation to the people who built this great state. I fear that you won't do that, because what I see is we're going to suppress the vote everywhere we can. We're going to do it with senior citizens. We're going to do it with college students. We're going to do it with people of color. And why is that? Just why is that? I have a sneaking suspicion it's because of how they vote. And let's be honest about that. But here's your chance to finally stand up and say, same-day registration means voting the same day. So I urge you to vote green on the leaving amendment.
Discussion to the 343 amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 ayes, the 343 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 345.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think people have them yet. I think they're just getting passed out. But members, I hope that you'll take a look at the bill. My big concern is the way the bill is written, that it really actually does forbid absentee balloting completely. And the lines that I'm most concerned about, and Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm going to ask you some questions about page 2. On lines 2.6 and 2.7, it says, shall the Minnesota Constitution be amended to require all voters to present valid photo identification on Election Day, and that the state provide free identification to eligible voters? And what I'm wondering, Representative Mary Kiffmeyer, if you could yield, how is it that somebody could be serving in Iraq or Afghanistan and present a photo identification on Election Day at their polling place? But Mr. Speaker, before I ask her to yield, I should ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin.
If Representative Kiffmeyer could yield and let me know how it is that a person could be both in Iraq and showing a valid photo identification on Election Day, I would appreciate it.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Hortman, in this constitutional amendment, it's referencing on Election Day in the polling place. But if you look at the line above where it talks about all voters subject to substantially equivalent, that gives us the flexibility so that when you are casting an absentee ballot, you can't come to that Minnesota polling place. But when you're casting when you're voting on your absentee ballot, again, you have some of the substantially equivalent ability there in regards to witness signatures or the ID numbers, some of those other things. So I think we've covered that before, and I think that this constitutional amendment will make sure that we enable our military voters, wherever they are, to cast their ballots and have them counted.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, the language is really clear, and this is the language the voters will be voting on. So mothers and fathers who have children deployed overseas will be voting on a question that says, shall the Minnesota Constitution be amended to require all voters to present valid photo identification on election day, and that the state provide free identification to eligible voters? I don't understand how it is that anybody would be legally permitted to vote in the state of Minnesota without presenting a valid photo identification on election day if this amendment were to pass. If the Constitution conflicts with statute, what prevails, the Constitution or statute? The Constitution. And so what we're putting in the Constitution, the language that we would be putting in the Constitution would say you have to show your photo identification on election day in order for your vote to count in Minnesota. So this means if your wallet gets stolen out of your car or your purse gets stolen out of your car and you go in and you cast a provisional ballot and you go back into the county offices, 10 days later with some proof of identification, under the language that voters would have approved at the ballot, that wouldn't be enough. It says you have to show valid photo identification on election day. I don't think that that's possible, Mr. Chair. I think what that does is it says that all absentee voting is done in Minnesota, and all same-day voter registration. If you happen to not have your identification on election day, your vote doesn't count. Mr. Speaker, my amendment would strike the words "in a polling place on election day" from page 1, line 20, and it would strike "on election day," page 2, line 7. Members, it is a very short bill. If you don't have the bill in front of you, you really should. All you have to do is press your page light and the page will bring you the bill. Do you really want to put in the Minnesota Constitution that if a person does not have their photo ID on election day, their vote doesn't count, and disenfranchise every single military voter? Members, if you want to keep the military voters able to vote by absentee ballot, please vote for my amendment.
Discussion to the 345 amendment. The gentleman from Dodge, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to this discussion, the provision in HAVA entitled Fail-Safe Voting has a provision for provisional ballots, and that was noted in the Supreme Court opinions and discussion on Crawford v. Marion County Election Board. It was also in the same Supreme Court case stated that except to establish optional absentee and provisional balloting. So when they reviewed the requirement for photo ID, they did discuss and look at the issues you're bringing forth, and they found no legal issue with that. And so I think that the validity of this amendment is lacking due to Supreme Court precedents.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have a question for Representative Quam. Representative Quam, do you have the bill in front of you? Do you have the simple two-page bill in front of you? I'd like to ask you a question. On line 1.20, where if we pass this today, the Constitution would say, a voter in a polling place on election day must present a valid government-issued photographic identification before receiving a ballot. How is it that a person is supposed to get a ballot other than presenting a photo ID on election day?
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the gentleman from Dodge to yield? The gentleman from Dodge will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do have that. I have been in the committee when this has been discussed, and this is covering voting at the polling place. We, like other states, have, and as stated before, there are absentee ballot processes. There are other optional absentee provisions as noted in the opinions of the U.S. Supreme Court. And a voter unable to present government-issued photographic ID must be permitted to submit a provisional ballot, which again works for the HAVA fail-safe provision. So I see no incongruity with this. And again, established Supreme Court opinions already cover this, and I see it as not an issue.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, I don't know how you can ignore the plain language. I'd ask you to look at the second page. We just talked about the first page where it says if you want a ballot, you have to be present on Election Day and you have to show a photo ID or you don't get a ballot. On page 2, line 2.7, I want you to explain to me how it is that a military person serving in Iraq or Afghanistan would be present to provide photo identification on Election Day in order to vote in Minnesota.
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the gentleman from Dodge to yield? The gentleman from Dodge does yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's getting late, and so I again will repeat. Maybe I can speak it more clearly here. This state's Election Day. The fine citizens in my district realize and take full advantage of the optional absentee provision to be able to vote not on Election Day. And therefore, again, I see no issue here, and I trust in the citizens in my district and other districts to avail themselves of the absentee ballot process that they have been availing themselves of for many, many years.
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can wish that the language said something else, but the language is pretty clear. If you don't present a photo ID on Election Day, and the words on Election Day are on the question submitted to the voters at the ballot, you don't get to vote. Members, please vote green.
Discussion to the 345 amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend the House File 2738, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 344.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that would basically allow for a test run of this. We would put this in the Constitution for 2 years and see how it works. I guess, Mr. Speaker, I would ask Representative Kiffmeyer to yield.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, there's obviously been some concerns brought forward about this, and I was just wondering if you would entertain accepting this as a friendly amendment, because it gives us the opportunity to take a look at this to see if there are problems. If there aren't, we can come back in 2 years and we can go and take off the sunset and make sure that this is in the Constitution in perpetuity, or until some other legislature decides to amend it. But I was just curious if you'd be willing to entertain this as a friendly amendment.
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Falk, I would not accept this as an amendment, and I think it is important for us to place this on the ballot to the voters. Let them make the decision. One legislative session is sufficient time to do a good job of taking care of the respective interests that we have, and I will not accept this as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Swift.
Well, Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm sorry to hear that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll have to ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, members, we've heard the arguments as to why should we be doing this? Why should we be writing this in permanent ink in the Constitution? This amendment gives us the opportunity to go and test it out. There are obviously concerns. Mr. Speaker, I need to ask Representative Kiffmeyer if she'll yield to another question.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, is it your understanding that this bill is drafted perfectly, that there are no challenges that could be offered, that it is the best language that we could possibly have to address the concerns related to our election integrity in the state of Minnesota? Is that the reason why you're unwilling to go and give this a 2-year test run?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk. One thing I do know from all the conversations you've all had so far, nothing could be perfect enough to keep the opponents from going to court. Nothing could be perfect enough. But I think gutting my constitutional amendment with this so-called test run, that is not what we do. We pass constitutional amendments, and the people vote on it, and I will not accept that sort of gutting of the intent and purpose of photo ID constitutional amendment.
The gentleman from Swift.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, I'm sorry and sad to hear that. I do think that there are things that the opponents would probably agree to, whether it's the compromise that's been brought forward by the Secretary of State and the Governor. I think there's a lot of areas where people could work together to find common ground. Unfortunately, that's not allowable. There's no means. We've offered amendments, but there has been no means on the majority caucus to accept any of these. And we haven't even looked at the fact that there's maybe other ways to draft this more appropriately. What we're saying here is this is the best it could possibly be. We're expecting Minnesotans to follow this to the letter, and there are serious concerns about that with respect to the letter, because many of the things that Representative Winkler and Representative Simon have brought forward with respect to enacting language are not well defined or are intentionally left undefined. That's what the court could see. And so if we really want to avoid litigation, if we really want to go and make something that we have a chance to take a look at, if it's good or not, or if we have massive amounts of disenfranchisement or we have significant downturn in the number of people voting, why not go and look at this in a short period of time and then come back and look at the facts, look at the data, and make the best informed decision. Right now, this is a very rash decision. It's being made in the middle of the night, and the implications or ramifications will be potentially long-lived for this state. This is not good public policy. So I'm just curious as to why there is an unwillingness to look at this for a short duration. We've done this before. This is nothing new. The Legacy Amendment's got a sunset on it. There is custom and usage. There is a history of doing this. And so let's take a look at it. Why not? Representative Simon, would you be willing to yield to a question?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, if we saw significant legal challenges or we saw some serious problems and there was a potential of a legal challenge, would this amendment allow the legislature the opportunity to prevent that and to fix some of the problems or clear up the language after this window is sunsetted?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Yes. The answer is yes. After it's sunsetted, yes, we would have that opportunity.
The gentleman from Swift.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Simon. I once again look at the fact that we've brought forward a number of issues, a number of concerns, and the consequences are dire. We are talking about fundamental rights that Minnesotans hold dear to elect their government. And any assault on that we need to consider and take very seriously. If we are right, Minnesotans will be disenfranchised, or the potential will exist. And the burden of proof should not be on the individual, it should be on the government. And right now, this constitutional amendment is placing the burden of proof on the individual citizen. Representative Kiffmeyer, actually this will be the third time I've asked you. I mean, there seems one simple change that could be made to this bill on lines 1.22, changing the words "an eligible voter" to "all eligible voters." You would avoid an innumerate amount of legal uncertainty if you were willing to accept that simple change. I don't understand what the stubborn nature is, because we're looking for a lawsuit. We're looking for problems. Why not try to go and make it better? It's not the best it can be. We know that. So let's go and have some tools available to go and fix these problems. We know they exist. I don't think that you admitted that this was the best possible language. I think the answer that I received to that was, no matter what happens, somebody will challenge it. Well, why not try to make it in a means that nobody will challenge it? Members, this is common sense. It's a conservative thing to do, not rush foolishly to judgment. Let's go and put this amendment on, give us a short period of time, 2-year window, to take a look at it and see what the consequences are. I ask for your green vote.
Discussion to the 344 amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kiffmeyer yield for a question?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, could you define the word photo?
The lady from Sherburne.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suspect, as long as we have cameras and we have other things like that, or any future kind of technology, that there will be human beings and people that we will have faces, and we will have photos being taken, or maybe some other way of doing that. It's a photo.
The gentleman from Dakota.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My history could be off a little bit, but I think the first photos were tintype or daguerreotype photos back 100 years ago or 150 years ago, daguerreotypes, and then technology has changed. Some of us, as we get older, we remember the Polaroids, so we could take the little instant photos. We had black and white film. We had color film. We had Kodachrome. I think there was a song about that, Kodachrome. But there isn't any Kodachrome anymore because we've got digital. So technology evolves, and what people called photos 150 years ago or 100 years ago or 50 years ago or 10 years ago has changed. And that's why I think Representative Falk has something here with having a sunset just like in the lottery amendment, just like in the legacy amendment, because things do change. What is a photo? What will be a photo 100 years from now? Will it be a hologram? Kind of Star Trek hologram photo? The maker of the bill couldn't define photo. Is it a film based? Is it a digital based? Is there something that has to be in ID? Time moves on, and as Representative Simon indicated, we're writing this permanently into the Constitution. I would support the Falk Amendment.
Discussion to the 344 amendment. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 73 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 350.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think we can all agree that if there is fraud going on in our election system, it's something that we would all condemn and say we shouldn't put up with. We should enact laws that would prevent voter impersonation or illegal voting of any kind. But I would hope, members, that we could agree that the people who are least likely to commit voter fraud are those veterans who live in a state veterans home. People who have a hard time getting to the polls, people like the individual we discussed earlier tonight, the veteran who had a hard time getting there and was forced to cast a provisional ballot. Members, the amendment before you exempts veterans living in a veteran home from the requirements of the photo ID amendment. And if we can't trust the people who put their lives on the line to protect our freedoms with the right to vote, I don't know who we can trust. So even if there are members of society that you don't like or you don't trust, I hope it doesn't include veterans who have served their country, have lived long lives, are living in a veterans home. Members, I hope that this is an easy green vote.
Discussion to the 350 amendment. Discussion. Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 71 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Simon moving to amend House File 2738. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 349.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's been a lot of debate tonight about whether we in the legislature actually have authority in this constitutional amendment to come back next year and do some enacting legislation, some enabling legislation. And I contend that the Supreme Court is going to look at the language that's currently in the bill, see the magic words in one place, saying that we do have that discretion, and then interpret the absence in all those other places as a lack of discretion. I would bet my next paycheck on that result, but I could be wrong. So this amendment will put that issue to rest. And Representative Kiffmeyer, I know you think maybe it's redundant. I assume you think it's redundant because you believe it's already in there, but if you think we have the discretion anyway, and if there's a doubt, I don't know why you wouldn't accept this amendment. All it does is say, quote, the legislature shall enact legislation to implement the provisions of this section of the Constitution, end quote. And by the way, that is the exact language from the Mississippi Constitution. I cut and paste it from the Mississippi Constitution. So the only other state in the country to do this by constitutional amendment, Mississippi, used this exact sentence, this exact phrase. So Representative Kiffmeyer, let me ask you if she'll yield, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
My question, Representative Kiffmeyer, is I understand that you think that your amendment already provides this sort of discretion for us to do enabling legislation, but since there is some considerable doubt, at least among many of us, will you accept this amendment to once and for all put to rest the issue of whether we, the legislature in 2013, will have discretion to use our powers to implement enabling legislation? Will you do that?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Simon, I will not be able to accept this amendment because I believe it is unnecessary. I am not in doubt. And matter of fact, in our current Minnesota Constitution, are you then saying on page 12 in our handy Constitution here, on section 12, where it doesn't say that means we cannot have the abolition of probate court status of judges just because it doesn't have that phrase there when 11 and 13 have some other kind of variation? I think we've made the case that in our current Constitution, it sometimes appears, sometimes not, but it has always been enacted into law by the legislature. I feel this is unnecessary, and I do not accept this amendment.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Kiffmeyer. I'm disappointed to hear that, and I don't understand, and it makes me frankly suspicious, though I won't voice my suspicions lest I run afoul of the House rules. But it makes me, and I'm sure many other people over here, deeply, deeply suspicious that you would not accept something that does what you say the bill already does. Why not use belt and suspenders, and why not make absolutely clear that to every section of this constitutional amendment we will have that discretion? Again, I guess I've shared with you my theory, and the theory that I always learned about how courts are likely to interpret this, which is you use the magic words in one section, not the others, and that all the more so because you didn't use it in others, the courts are going to say you don't have the discretion. So I just don't understand why you wouldn't accept an amendment to do, granted, what you say the bill already does or the amendment already does, just to make sure that there's no doubt in anyone's mind. Because I think you'd agree, though you've heard me and others express doubt, I think you'd agree that no one could express any doubt as to language this clear, this explicit, that's in the Mississippi Constitution. I'm puzzled by it. I'm disturbed by it. I'll leave to others the drawing of conclusions. But members, I strongly urge a yes vote to remove any doubt that we actually do have the discretion to come back in 2013, assuming, as I do, that this will pass, assuming, as I do, that the voters will say yes to this. This would put that to rest. I don't think there's any question. I don't think you can get any more clear or explicit than this. And I simply don't understand why you would not accept this language to do what you say is already being done with this constitutional amendment.
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Simon. Representative Simon, I would point out to you the current Section 1 in Article 7 of the Minnesota Constitution. I think that it is important to realize that we are currently enacting Section 1 in the legislature. We are currently doing so. And since this constitutional amendment goes into Section 1, I feel very confident, and I'm without doubt, that the language without this amendment will be able to be, as the rest of Section 1, enacted into law.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Kiffmeyer yield?
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, it's interesting that you raise this question of Article 7, the elective franchise and enabling legislation, and your assurance to us that we can just pass laws and we won't have to worry about that, the legislature will handle it. The question, Representative Kiffmeyer, if you would yield.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Representative Kiffmeyer, are you aware of a lawsuit pending right now to challenge Minnesota state law permitting people who are under a current definition of guardianship from voting?
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Winkler, you were asking the question, am I aware of? I'm sorry, I was just a little bit distracted there. Would you please repeat that?
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, yes. The question is, are you aware of a current lawsuit that is challenging state statute that defines guardianship in such a way that permits people who have disabilities to vote.
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler, I think that is Representative Erickson that is a party to that lawsuit possibly, and I think that might be better suited because she'd have more direct knowledge of that lawsuit.
The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiffmeyer, sadly Representative Erickson is not on the floor to ask that question of her. But I think you are aware, at least in a general sense, if not more specifically, that right now there's a lawsuit pending in court that says that the way the Minnesota legislature has defined guardianship under law is unconstitutional because it permits people under various forms of guardianship to vote. We have defined guardianship differently than it was originally defined in the 1840s or 1850s. And as a result, there is a lawsuit saying that our enabling legislation, our enabling act, is unconstitutional because it doesn't fit the definition of guardianship. And I think that's a pretty good evidence, or a pretty good sign, that just because that just because we can pass enabling legislation doesn't mean it's going to fit with the Constitution. And what the Simon Amendment does is make clear that we actually have authority to interpret those words. The guardianship provision doesn't have such language. So what you're doing is setting up constitutional language that will invite a lawsuit to define what this means, regardless of what the legislature might pass. That's an existing lawsuit right now. You're carrying legislation right now to change the guardianship rules. Members, the Simon Amendment is yet another example tonight of something that would actually help you accomplish what you want to accomplish. You want to require a photo ID. You want to increase the integrity of the election system. That's what you say. And yet every single amendment that we have offered to make it actually functional, to make the legislature's voice actually a real one, rather than just a prelude to litigation, you reject. You say no. And the fact of the matter is, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with this constitutional amendment. I understand not wanting to, there's a certain pride involved, and you don't want to show that the minority has a good idea every once in a while or could actually improve the bill. But the problem is you're setting yourself up for failure with this. You're setting yourself up for chaos. We should adopt the Simon Amendment. It actually helps your bill. Here we are. We're offering help, a good 7 hours of it. And it's rejected time after time. You're ignoring very sound points that would actually help your cause. So I would urge you to take it, Representative Kiffmeyer. It would actually help you do your job.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for a roll call on this one.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Simon.
Well, I would just tie it up, Mr. Speaker, by saying I don't see what the harm is. Members, I understand. Well, I don't know. I suspect that maybe there were marching orders about no amendments here. I understand the reasons why that might be, but I really think this is one for you to exercise your individual consciences here. If we don't, just think about the possibility that some of us may be right. I know you're all trusting in Representative Kiffmeyer and what she's been told or what she thinks, feels, or believes, but just what if those of us who are expressing really serious doubt here are right? What if we come back in 2013 and the courts say you don't have discretion to fill in the blanks here and flesh out the details? You can't do that because you didn't do it right. Then where will we be? We'd be in a total stalemate. I honestly don't know, assuming this passes, how we would implement it without enabling language. And if we don't have the power to do it, whether you're for this or against it, I think we're really going to be stuck, and I don't think it's a place we want to be. So given that Representative Kiffmeyer has said she believes, thinks, and feels that this bill already accomplishes this purpose, I really don't understand, other than sticking with the team, why members wouldn't vote for an amendment that would eliminate all doubt about whether we have that discretion. If what we want is discretion, and if Representative Kiffmeyer says we have it, but there's considerable doubt among many of us, then why wouldn't we just put on an amendment that removes that doubt? Please vote yes.
Discussion to the 349 amendment. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the 349 amendment is not adopted. Seeing no amendments to the desk, the clerk will give the bill's third reading.
Third reading, House File 2738.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Franzen yield to a question?
The lady from Douglas will yield. Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Franzen, you are currently the author of House File 238. Do you recall that bill?
Representative Franzen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Franzen, in Article 1, Subdivision 2 of that bill, it requires EBT cards to have photo identification on them for anything issued after July 1st of 2011. Do you remember that provision? You know what? I really
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the lady from Douglas to yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Franzen.
Can you speak into the microphone because I can't quite understand you?
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Franzen yield to a question?
The lady from Douglas will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Franzen, in your House File 238, Article 1, Subdivision 2, states that photo identification on EBT cards are required for any EBT cards issued after July 1st of 2011. Do you remember that provision, Representative Franzen?
The lady from Douglas.
Yes.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Franzen would continue to yield.
The lady from Douglas will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Franzen, would that identification, should this become law, would that identification count as an eligible voter ID?
The lady from Douglas.
I do not know.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Kiffmeyer would yield to a question.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, although Representative Franzen is carrying House File 238, she doesn't know the answer to this question, so I'm hoping that maybe you would know the answer. Representative Franzen would require that photo identification be placed on an EBT card. That would be a government-issued ID, and it would have a photograph. If her bill would become law, would that count as an eligible voter ID?
The lady from Sherburne.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Hillstrom, in regards to the use of the EBT card, yes, it has those certain things. But remember that in issuing government-issued state ID, there are other elements that go with that as well. And so the next legislature, it will be more specific about government-issued photo identification. But I think, as another representative mentioned, that we need to consider also with absentee voting. But I am sure that government issued in the future enacting legislation will define government issued and speak to those sorts of issues, and we will have a full and robust discussion about those kinds of government IDs.
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franzen, I think it's your intention with this statute and language to make it so that we actually confirm that people who have EBT cards actually have their photo on there, so that we verify that that is them. And so, Mr. Speaker and Representative Franzen, I would encourage you to actually look on whether or not this card that you are proposing would qualify under the enabling legislation that this photo ID would require.
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I'm going to ask you to remember two times, 1106 and 1227. Because at 1106 and at 1227, we just heard the legal challenge to this bill. Representative Kiffmeyer at 1106, in response to Representative Carlson, when he asked about an ID that did not have a number on it, you said that the government-issued ID would need to be approved by what you called enacting legislation. Approved by enacting legislation. At 1227, in response to Representative Hillstrom, you again talked about the government-issued ID being approved by enacting legislation. Representative Kiffmeyer, we voted down my amendment. I need to remind you that. We had the debate for a long time on my amendment. You voted against our approving the ID. You have now set up the legal challenge. I tried to tell you we were doing this, that this was going to be the problem. The language of the bill that we're going to vote on says, members, at line 1.20, valid government-issued photographic identification. It does not give us any leeway to approve or not approve. The language is clear, and it's a basic tenet of legal interpretation that the plain language of a statute, or in this case a constitutional amendment, shall stand. We will have no freedom to approve some valid government-issued ID and to deny other valid government-issued ID. We have closed that door. Now, maybe in conference committee, Representative Kiffmeyer, you can fix it, but at 1106 and at 1227, you guaranteed, you ensured, and you probably validated the legal challenge.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hilty, this is my third reading speech. You know, I understand in listening to the debate tonight and last year and in committee and even when I go home about this during the campaign, you know, we have to protect the voter and we have to protect the citizens from voter fraud. And, you know, one of the things I heard during my campaign was there was this mystery bus that went around from precinct to precinct with all kinds of people in it that were voting repetitively. And I came down here and I heard that same story. And I just want to know who's driving the bus all over the state of Minnesota. And if all these people really saw this bus, why didn't anybody call the police? And the reason is because the bus didn't exist. It's a story. It's a legend. It's a fable. And it's a lie. So let's be really honest. Not only did we ensure the challenge, but every time we offered an amendment to improve the bill, we got, oh, we can do that next year. We can do that with the ID. We can do it with the photo book. We can do it with this. We can do it with that and the other thing. We can't speak for the people who are going to be here next year. It's rather presumptuous of us. And so, reality, that was just a poo-poo, we don't want to hear your argument. So, there is a fundamental difference among us. And hopefully, when this debate goes to the people, your party will start answering questions. Legitimate questions that we have asked you all night long, and you have refused time after time after time after time to give a straight answer. We even asked, could you simply say yes or no? We didn't even get a maybe. We just got a bunch of gibberish. And it's disturbing to me. So I know in a few minutes we're going to vote, and this is going to pass, and I think it's unfortunate. Because, I just need to remind you, the onus should be on the state. It should not be on the citizen. That's what makes a democracy. And We are now going to challenge that democratic right. And that's very, very sad from where I'm standing. Very sad. So I'm not going to go on with my 12-hour speech that some people thought I was going to do. I'm just going to simply say, very bad bill. Very bad amendment. Bad for Minnesota. Bad for you, bad for me. And I implore you to reconsider and to vote no.
The gentleman from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just rise to want to thank Representative Kiffmeyer for her dedication on this bill, her thoroughness, her research, her willingness to engage those who are critics, regardless of how many times she was contacted, as far as my observation is concerned, and her desire to create a verifiable, with minimal requirement, election system that the citizens of the state of Minnesota can have trust in. You know, the sacred right to vote is a very important right to all of us, but it does have limits, like so many rights. It's not unlimited. And part of the limits is age, and part of the limits is citizenship. And, you know, I believe that the reading of the bill has reasonable limits that are verifiable in terms of voting, and put integrity into the system. Obviously, there's people on the other side of the aisle that probably come to a different conclusion, I've decided. But when I look, you know, eventually that'll be decided by the courts. But when I look at the handout, Mary, that came from Representative Kiffmeyer, what do the courts say? And time and again, the courts have come down on the side of protecting the integrity of the vote, finding it reasonable to put reasonable limits of verification. So I believe that this amendment will stand the test of time and court challenges, and I want to again thank Representative Kiffmeyer for her dedication and commitment to bring this to the voters of the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
The gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like you just to think back about 7.5 hours ago, a time when we were all listening, a time that we were quiet, a time that we were reflecting with our House chaplain as we began at 5 p.m. this floor session tonight. And he started with a prayer, and I could hear the people behind me agreeing with a lot of the things he said. You know, the prayer today seemed to be speaking loud and clear, members, to the exact issue that we are discussed tonight for 7.5 hours. You know, the prayer today, if you were listening, talked about justice for all. It talked about taking care of our poor. The House chaplain talked about taking care of our seniors, our disabled, and those less fortunate than most all of us. The prayer talked about including all, helping all, dignifying all, respecting all, and justice for all. The prayer talked about recognizing all and respecting all. Members, it seemed to me that that prayer was loud and clear, and a very good message from our House chaplain today as we were debating and talking about the actions in front of us that we are about to take. Members, this bill disenfranchises many citizens in the state of Minnesota. And so, members, I ask you to please vote for all by voting red.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to speak out in general against this bill. I think the irregularities in provisional ballots are questionable. I think the arbitrary nature of the difference between in-person voting and absentee balloting is bizarre. And third, and certainly not least, the general sense that we're cutting people out of the process. We've all heard, you know, what's so hard about showing an ID? We have to show an ID when we cash a check. But that's predicated on so many assumptions about having a checking account, having money, having an address. And I think it's really sad that this bill will cut so many people out of the electoral process when really that's not our objective.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Speaker. Members, this is a very interesting moment. And it's interesting for so many reasons. If you would kindly do me a favor, I want you to look towards the speaker. And I want you to look at the picture behind the speaker. And it's really interesting that that is a picture of Abraham Lincoln. And for me, and I'm sure for so many, that's significant. As we debate this issue of voter ID, it's clear that so many people are going to be disenfranchised. And particularly our seniors and students, but I want to pay some attention to people of color. I'm not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination that they're the only ones who are going to be disenfranchised. But that picture of Abraham Lincoln reminds us of something and should it reminds me of something and should remind you of something. In 1863, when the Emancipation Proclamation was put forward, it was put forward in order to say that we have had a history that has not always been pleasant, but we wanted to make sure that some people that we've identified as chattel are freed. And then when we go to 1865, we know that those who were not free originally by way of the executive order in 1865, the other slaves were freed. And slavery was made illegal everywhere in the U.S. by the 13th Amendment, which took effect in December of 1865. Now it's interesting because I'm going somewhere if you just take this journey with me for a moment. Remember I said that the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves, but it didn't make them citizens. We remember the well-known Dred Scott case that was in 1857, where Dred Scott said, hey, I'm a citizen of the United States as well, but yet and still he wasn't. And he was not seen as a citizen, and blacks were not seen and could not be citizens of the United States in 1857. Then came along the 14th Amendment, which was adopted July 9th in 1868. And what's important about that is because it had the citizenship clause, but if you look in Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, it only allowed men to vote, but it didn't allow women to vote. That's interesting because guess what? Women and others could not vote until the adoption of the 15th Amendment. And even though most of us would sit here and say, hey, that's the past, but there were some interesting things that happened. It's because between the adoption of the 15th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, there were many things that happened that disenfranchised Southern blacks and others from the ability to vote. Some of us know it as poll tax, when there were the literacy tests and there were other barriers that were put in place, that were put up front. And I remember asking Representative Kiffmeyer about how do you assure us in 2012 that what we're looking at as voter ID is not really a poll tax? She couldn't answer the question with eloquence. She only said, well, the courts have not said it's a poll tax. Well, perhaps the word that we should use, Representative Wagenius, is that it's a burden. It is a burden. Why is it a burden? It's because if you begin to look at the legal analysis that have been put forth by Representative Simon and also Representative Winkler, what they're talking about is really if there's a violation or something that is considered discriminatory. And when you look at the Voting Rights Act of 1965 in Section 5, what will occur is that the federal government and the Department of Justice will now begin to look at us and begin to evaluate this legislation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's clear that if we think about oversight, we do not want oversight. It is not clear that this particular legislation that is before us will pass constitutional muster, even though many people will say it will pass constitutional muster. Well, let's think about the people and the burden. When I say burden, what do I really mean by the word burden? It has been in this body where we've cut funding to Health and Human Services, the same group of people who are going to be affected and expected to have a voter ID and pay for it. It's the same people when we think about if they have to get to the poll or go back because of this provisional ballot. When we think in terms of transportation, there are people in my district who are transportation dependent, public transportation dependent. How are we going to make sure that those people are able to get to the poll? But also deal with the confusion around this provisional ballot, which I couldn't quite follow, because what happens if one of my constituents go on any particular day or on the day that they vote and they don't have the proper ID and their vote is looked at provisionally? Do they have to go back and bring some different ID? Where do they go? How much time do they have? These are the same people where education has been cut. And even higher education, we cut $441 million to higher education. Why is that significant? Because the same people who are living in poverty, that we're asking them now to put forth money for a birth certificate, for passport, but also pay for college. It is a burden. And we are disenfranchising many. What's the local impact? How much money are we going to have to pay in order for every person to have a voter ID card? And the only reason why I'm taking this time tonight, members, is because I think we have to think deeply about everything that we're doing. We have to think deeply about many groups that we are going to disenfranchise by passing this on to our ballot so that folks can vote on it. And you know what? This is one place where Simon, Representative Winkler and Representative Simon and I disagree. Something may poll today and look a certain way today, but it could definitely be different tomorrow. And I do think the more you educate people about the significance and the impact of what we're talking about, that something different will occur. I want to say that I understand that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is a landmark piece of legislation. And the reason why it was put in place is so that the federal government will say we will not allow states or other people to implement legislation that is going to create barriers or disenfranchise voters. And just so that you know, is that it was intended, Congress intended the act to outlaw the practice of requiring otherwise qualified voters to pass lifelong or literacy tests in order to register to vote. Now, I will say this also, members. Most people in this body like to talk a lot about Wisconsin. I hear Wisconsin. What is Wisconsin doing? What does Wisconsin think? Well, let me tell you what Wisconsin thinks. In this document from Wisconsin, a court case, one of the quotes in here, it says, and I read, "Over the years, although recognizing that the legislature and governor are accorded implicit authority to enact laws regulating elections, our Supreme Court has repeatedly admonished that such laws cannot destroy or substantially impair a qualified elector's right to vote." On this point, for example, our Supreme Court has held, and it went on to say, the right of a qualified elector to cast a ballot for the election of a public officer, which shall be free and equal, is one of the most important of the rights guaranteed to him by the Constitution. If citizens are deprived of that right, which lies at the very basis of our democracy, we soon cease to be a democracy. For that reason, no right is more jealously guarded and protected by the departments of government under our Constitution, federal and state, than is the right of suffrage. It is the right which was enjoyed by the people before the adoption of the Constitution, and is one of the inherent rights which can be surrendered only by the people and subjected to limitations only by fundamental law. Why? Because there's something significant about this right. It goes on to say in another place, still, and I quote, there is no harm in pausing to reflect on the insurmountable burdens facing many of our fellow constitutionally qualified electors should, and in Wisconsin it was known as Act 23, hold sway. These disenfranchised citizens will certainly include some of our friends, neighbors, and relatives. Mostly they will consist of those struggling souls who, unlike the vast majority of Wisconsin voters, for whatever reasons will lack the financial, physical, mental, or emotional resources to comply with Act 23, but are otherwise constitutionally entitled to vote. Where does the Wisconsin Constitution say that the government, we the people, created can simply cast aside the inherent suffrage rights of any qualified elector on the wish and promise, even the guarantee that doing so serves to prevent some unqualified individuals from voting? There's one last thing that I want to say from here that I find interesting, and I hope that you would also find interesting. It says here, without question, where it exists, voter fraud corrupts elections and undermines our form of government. The legislature and government may certainly take aggressive steps to prevent its occurrence, but voter fraud is no more poisonous to our democracy than voter suppression. Indeed, there are two heads on the same monster. This is what the court says in Wisconsin. And let me say this last thing. There are two other cases. Remember earlier that I talked about the Civil Rights Act of 1965? And if we put in legislation that creates barriers, that there could be oversight by the federal government and the Department of Justice, well, we have two cases involving voter ID. How about Texas? If there's a belief of discrimination, the courts will step in. And here's what the law says under Section 5. The Attorney General must determine whether the submitting authority has met its burden of showing that the proposed changes have neither the purpose nor the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on account of race or color or membership in a language minority group. Not just Texas, because I hear, so many who say everything's big in Texas. Well, they have a big problem in Texas too. How about South Carolina? Same problem, voter ID. And the purpose for me taking this time, and again, I know you're tired, I'm tired, perhaps that's why I'm just a little delirious, but I could not sit here another minute without taking this opportunity for me to lift up a group of people who have fought year after year, have gone through struggle after struggle for the right to be considered citizens, and they fought for the right to vote. And we say that voting is sacred and something that we hold near and dear. Then why is it so easy for us to put barriers in place that would disenfranchise this same group of people? And I'll end, I promise, with this last story. A constituent of mine was talking to me the other day, and they said that they learned something important. And it was a lesson, a simple lesson, but they thought that they would share it. She said that she was sweeping around the house cleaning up, being very thorough, and she said she ran across some pennies. And she began to just sweep those pennies into the dustpan because she was going to collect the dust that included those pennies and throw them away. She said, but something said to her, do you not find any value in those pennies? Those pennies have value too. And so I prescribe to you, or at least I say to you, because I don't see them as pennies, I see all as valuable. And perhaps some of you do see them as pennies. Don't those pennies have value too?
The lady from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've spoken earlier, and I'm going to be a little bit of a broken record here. I'm going to offer a suggestion. The train has left the station. I get that. You're moving down the track. You're going to pass this off the House floor. It'll be a partisan vote. We all kind of know how that's going to happen. I'm going to suggest to you a strategy. If there's a possibility for this bill to go to a conference committee, and you can make it so that doesn't happen, but you can also make it so it does. My suggestion to you is that you send this bill to a conference committee, and during that time you use the rules process to hear the Secretary of State's piece of legislation that was filed yesterday. And while my name is on the top line of that bill, it doesn't need to be. I am happy to hand it over to Representative Benson, who I know looked at it and rejected it, but maybe after he's heard the arguments tonight, he'd be willing to give it another thought, or perhaps Representative Kiffmeyer, or the two of you could do it together. I'll give you that top space. And you take that bill, and you take it to committee, and you give it a hearing. And you listen to what the Secretary of State has found. You listen to the opportunities. You let the voters hear what he's put together. I think that's fair. Give it a good hearing. And if you like what you hear, maybe you want to move that bill, and maybe you want to bring it to this House floor, and maybe you want to get a bipartisan bill that can be put into law and see if the governor signs it. And if he doesn't, you've got a bill in conference committee you can whip out and hand to the people to vote. It's just a thought. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we have moved down the wrong track with constitutional amendments. I've heard it mentioned in committee. I heard it mentioned here on the House floor about the legacy amendment. Folks, I didn't vote for that. That was a bipartisan. I have people bring that up in constituents. Well, you started that when you guys were in charge with the legacy amendment. Well, as a matter of fact, that's a little different. It was a bipartisanly supported amendment. I was one of the bipartisan no votes. I do think it was the wrong thing to do, and I think what's happening right now is also the wrong thing to do. We're here with a democracy. We're here with a Secretary of State and a governor that folks also elected to office, and they should be allowed to do their job just like we do. So, members, those are my suggestions. Representative Kiffmeyer, you have some control over this. I think we need to do what our constituents want us to do, and I think that would be a nice opportunity to let them hear both sides, both opportunities for, if you will, improving the integrity of an already excellent voter system in the state of Minnesota. And I'll be voting no on this bill.
Gentleman from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Incredibly, except for Representative Kiffmeyer's introductory remarks, there's one aspect to this bill that we really haven't heard anything about in this entire debate. And, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Kiffmeyer would yield for a question.
The lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Pine.
Representative Kiffmeyer, I think approximately half of the precincts in Carlton County, in my district, vote by mail. I believe that's a procedure that was instituted under your tenure as Secretary of State. At least it's been in place for quite some time. And it's not clear to me how that procedure would work should this amendment become part of our Constitution. Could you explain to me how that process would work for mail-in balloting? I believe you said in your introductory remarks that this proposal would have no effect on mail-in balloting. So could you explain how that would work, please?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hilty. There's nothing in this constitutional amendment that would take away the ability to cast your ballot through a mail-in process or an absentee voting process.
Gentleman from Pine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if Representative Kiffmeyer would continue to yield. Representative Kiffmeyer,
the lady from Sherburne will yield. The gentleman from Pine.
Representative Kiffmeyer, what I ask is if you could explain the process whereby this would work. At some point, would a voter who now and for some time, for more than a decade, has been voting by the mail-in process, in which the county auditor mails out to those precincts that are able to vote by mail a ballot about a month before the election day, and they receive the ballot, mail the ballots back. They never have to present themselves at a polling place in order to do that, provided that they have been registered voters. Is there some point at which all of these people would be required to appear somewhere and present a photo ID, or would they be able to continue the process as it has worked for a number of years?
The lady from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hilty. We have current Minnesota law in regards to absentee voting process and mail balloting process. And that would be able to be continued with this photo ID constitutional amendment. With the substantially equivalent language that we have here, that eligibility verification, that identity that is required for voters on Election Day, that substantially equivalent would be able to be done whether it is absentee voting or mail balloting. They are both a form of mailing in your ballot, getting a ballot and mailing it back. And as we handled it before in House File 210, we treated the voting by mail ballot process and absentee voting with a similar requirement for the ID number and verification. And that is current law. It would be a very simple process to continue that next year and make those substantially equivalent IDs required as a part of the absentee or mail balloting, and they can continue to vote their mail-in ballot.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Champion talked about the new burden on one group of people, and I want to talk to you about a burden on another group of people that we haven't talked about yet on this floor. And the group of folks I want to talk about are children of parents who served in the military overseas, and those children were born overseas. Normally, we've been very respectful of our military. We've been very appreciative of our military, but this goes in the wrong direction, because instead of being appreciative and respectful, we're putting a burden on. And let me just tell you a little bit about how I know so much about this. During the Vietnam era, my husband was given what he calls an offer from his draft board that he couldn't refuse, and we ended up on a naval military base in North Africa, and it was an intelligence base. So one of my sons was born in a dispensary in Kenitra, Morocco, and we got a birth certificate, you know, U.S. Navy, little footprint, nice birth certificate. My next son was born in a military hospital, naval hospital, in Rota, Spain, where we got a U.S. Navy birth certificate, another little footprint. But when we came back to the United States, it turned out that when my sons went to get their driver's licenses, these weren't birth certificates, and they weren't valid. Their birth certificates are filed at the U.S. State Department. And so if you look at the Minnesota valid, what you need for a valid driver's license, you need a primary document, and one of them is a certificate of birth abroad issued by the U.S. Department of State, which is what my kids had to get for their birth certificate. But let's talk about what it means to get that certificate. It's not as easy as you would think. It's not as easy as you would hope. I was going to read it to you. Okay. It's called an all-consular vital records certificate, and it costs $50 per document. And that's the point I wanted to make to you. You have to fill out this long form, but it costs $50. So a child born overseas in the military, thinking they have a birth certificate and probably don't, wants to vote back in Minnesota. And to get an ID, they have to get a birth certificate at the U.S. Department of State for $50. That is an undue burden. This bill does not pay that $50. There are lots of military families in the same circumstance. This bill is wrong, and it needs to be voted down.
The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the spring of 1986, members, I was in 7th grade, and I was enthralled with the media that was coming across and the teasers on TV about a show that was coming up called The Mystery of Al Capone's Vaults. Now, I know many of you remember that. They were going to open up Al Capone's vaults, and they were going to find all kinds of stuff, and it was Geraldo with that goofy mustache that he had. No offense, Representative Cornish, yours is a good mustache. And he had a big mustache, and he had these teeth, and he was like, I'm going to open the vaults. And they were going to find bodies, and they were going to find all kinds of money. And so they had agents of the Department of Internal Revenue Service there, and they had a coroner there when they were going to find these bodies in the vaults too. So this went on for weeks, where this was hyped because Al Capone, of course, made all his money in the rackets, bootlegging, prostitution, and gambling. And they started the show, and it was a 2-hour special. And as many people here know who got suckered into watching that show, myself included, they didn't find anything. Although I remember the scene after a commercial break where they came back, where Geraldo Rivera was holding up a bottle of what he said was bathtub gin from Al Capone. And that was the best thing they ever pulled out of those vaults. Now, I wasn't alone in believing the hype. 30 million Americans tuned into that 2-hour special that night in the spring of 1986, believing that something was actually going to come out of these vaults that they were going to be impressed with based on the promises. And I was thinking about this show, when all the promises come through about what's going to happen with this bill, increasing public confidence in the election system. And I wonder about that. What do we need in public council? I was just reading, Representative Kiffmeyer, your Wikipedia page, and it talked about the years that you were Secretary of State and how we led the nation in voter turnout. And it spoke with pride about how great our voter turnout was. And I wonder, and I still couldn't figure out, how this is actually going to increase turnout by imposing additional hoops for voters to jump through. And despite repeated attempts to find widespread fraud, we've heard nothing. So the best that I think the proponents of this bill can come up with is this handout from Representative Kiffmeyer that states, and I don't know what's true because it's been suggested that these numbers are grossly inflated, but let's just use these numbers on the handout as it stands. Out of all the voters in the 2008 elections, there were 90 convicted. And again, I don't know if that number is accurate, but let's just say it's accurate. That number is 0.003 of 1% of the roughly 2.8 million voters who voted in the 2008 election. Now, members, that is, if you're an election judge at a poll on election day of 2006, your chance, the chance of an election judge in Minnesota encountering a fraudulent voter is 1 in 31,000. Now, the National Weather Service says your chance of being struck by lightning sometime in your life is 1 in 5,000. And your chance of winning 4 numbers on the Powerball, where you get $100, is 1 in 19,000. These chances are so remote, and I wonder why the tail is wagging the dog here to stuff this amendment through a hole that impacts all of Minnesota. It impacts all of us. Now, members, sometimes we create policy around here based upon remote incidents that are rare. In criminal law, I sat on the criminal law committees for many years based on my status as a prosecutor, and sometimes one event, one high-profile event causes us to change policy, and that usually impacts the people who are charged with that crime. A very small percentage of people going forward in the future to ensure that something like that never happens again. But in this instance, we're changing the law to impact every single person in Minnesota for something that has the odds of 1 in 31,000ths of a chance of happening. And this is something we all consider to be up there with all of our constitutional rights. Now, it's been stated that, hang on a second, this isn't a big deal. You need an ID to cash a check, to rent an apartment, to check out a library book. You probably need an ID to buy your medical marijuana in California. I'm sure you probably need an ID for that. I think voting ranks a little bit higher, if not a lot higher, than all of those. And I wonder why all of a sudden we're denigrating voting to everyday commerce actions that all of us expect we have to do to get through our daily lives, but aren't something that is important to the foundations of the Republic as the right to decide who leads us in this country that we call a republic. So what else do we consider really, really important that we should also have an ID for? Constitutionally, should we have an ID, it's been said, to render a political opinion? Should we have to show an ID in order to have an opinion on the floor here today? What about if you have an opinion on the internet? Should you have to show an ID for that? Or with your coworkers? Should you have to show an ID to go to church? Most of us think that that's inviolate. First Amendment, freedom of religion. Do you have to show an ID to get into church? What if we made a law to say that? What about to show an ID to peaceably assemble? Now remember, this is peaceably assemble. This is not if you're doing something crazy and the cops come to say, hey, what are you doing? Peaceably assemble. Should you have to show an ID to do that? Or to have a gun in your house? Some people might think that's reasonable. But in fact, why should you have to have an ID to have a gun in your house? Now, if you're going to take it out and walk around, that's one thing. What about an ID in order to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures? Something we hold sacred. Cops come to your door, bang on your door, say, you know what, we got a warrant. You say, well, let me see that warrant. Cop says, well, let me see your ID first. No. The Constitution says we don't have to do that. They got to show you the warrant. They got to have a warrant. What about to be free from excessive bail or cruel and unusual punishment? You didn't pay your parking ticket, $100,000 bail. Well, hang on a second, Judge. No, let me see your ID. These are things that you should not have to have an ID for because they're integral to our rights as a person who lives in this country. Now, in order to fan the flames of this phobia that this is so bad, this 1 in 31,000 chance that we should change the law and in fact enshrine it in the Constitution, changing the laws for all Minnesotans. We're willing to sacrifice the elderly, the poor, the disabled, college students, people who are less likely to have a current, valid, government-issued photo ID. And as has been stated by Representative Norton before, what is a valid ID? And I'll tell you right now, members, if you have lived in a different place for more than 30 days, you don't change that address. Many people are guilty of that. It's not a valid ID. State law requires you change your address within 30 days. Likewise, this further hamstrings the voting rights of members of our military. Members, I've voted in every election since I turned 18, except for the times that I was on active duty orders. And it wasn't for lack of trying. I really tried to do that, but it's made so difficult in the military mail system. You have to jump through so many hoops to do it. And I can't understand why we would pass this amendment in order to leave it up to voters to decide whether or not we want to throw up one more obstacle to our soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors. They don't need this. They don't need an additional obstacle. Now, of course, if I was going to believe this hype that we really need this amendment in order to solve that problem of a risk of 1 in 31,000, I might also believe that these obstacles that we're going to throw up are reasonable. And I think that's the point. If I believe this hype, I'll swallow the justification for those obstacles to my right to vote, and I'd willingly waste 2 hours of my life on a television program that did nothing but make money for Geraldo Rivera. And I want to point this out, that Geraldo Rivera later wrote in his 1991 autobiography, Exposing Myself, ironically, that in the wake of this show, this hype that he threw up that everyone believed that nothing came of, this was his statement. He said, "My career was not over, I knew, but had just begun, all because of a silly, high-concept stunt that failed to deliver on its titillating promise." Members, the titillating promise here is that somehow this is going to solve the hobgoblin of voter fraud for the citizens of Minnesota. But we're denigrating a right that so many of us hold very dear in the face of that we should not do. Constituents and citizens in my district are going to be disparately impacted by this amendment, and I think it's a prospect that members who support this amendment should consider in the future years. As has been stated, you may win this year, but you'll lose in every election after that, because citizens see that our priorities are disenfranchisement, not the priorities we should be working on, which is jobs, education, and a decent and fair place to live here and work in Minnesota.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I guess yesterday, you and I were talking. I came up to the rostrum there, and we were discussing the impact or the burden related to maybe hundreds, if not thousands, of folks in your district or around the state relating to photographic identification. Members, if you have your constitutions with you, I'd look at Article 1, Section 17, relating to religious tests. Mr. Speaker, we talked about some of your constituents who have voted in elections, but their faith prevents them from getting a photograph taken. I think there may be thousands of them in the state of Minnesota. The burden placed on them if they choose to vote, and I think this is an issue that's been raised around the country. I think in 2004 there were many folks of the Amish faith that voted in Ohio. I think in Minnesota they have voted in school board elections. Mr. Speaker, I think we talked about that. And voted perhaps in sheriff elections. But the way I read the constitutional amendment being proposed here, I see Representative Kiffmeyer's not at her desk, but it says on line 1.20, a voter in a polling place on election day must present a valid government-issued photographic identification before receiving a ballot. The Constitution of Minnesota, which I guess we'd be amending here with this, Section 17, religious tests and property qualifications prohibited. No religious test or amount of property shall be required as a qualification of any voter at any election in this state. We're setting some precedent here, folks, if we're changing religious qualifications for voting, where folks, their faith prevents them from having a photo ID, and they would be prohibited from voting under this constitutional amendment. I think that would be a burden. There may be other faiths. We hear about liberty, we hear about religious liberty. But folks, this is a big step that you're doing here with this constitutional amendment. Representative Champion talked about burdens. Representative Wagenius talked about burdens. This is a big one. There's folks who their faith prevents them from having a photograph taken of them. Vote against the amendment.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I think it's a pretty high insult to equate Representative Kiffmeyer's service on this bill and her previous service as our Secretary of State to a Geraldo titillation media event. I would like to credit Representative Kiffmeyer for all of her work on behalf of our state and in the very careful manner in which she proceeded with this bill. A couple of points, and first is the opposition is very carefully crafted, and they've mentioned it many times, their arguments for how they plan or the advocates plan to challenge this legally. And I thought there's a couple of important points to make as you go back and think about the legacy amendment just a few short years ago. I'm holding that amendment. It's about the same size as the one we're voting on here tonight. It had no requirement in it to pass enacting language, and it contained no enacting language, and in fact it had some pretty vague terminology that we spent quite a few years legislatively trying to hammer out, terms like protect, enhance, and restore, supplement, not supplant. We still debate that in committee, and we had to enact legislation for the Citizen Commission. So if you're trying to create a strong legal standing for the invalidity of this amendment, or if you're trying to defend your vote against it, I don't think those arguments hold up. We've also heard some passionate speeches about the history of people's families and the tradition of voting, but I think we're ignoring a more recent history, and you only have to go back to the year 2000 when the Bush-Gore election created a serious crisis of confidence in elections in this country. And I credit then Vice President Gore for standing down after the Supreme Court ruling granting an election that he could have continued to argue in all kinds of different forums that he had won. And the United States Congress was compelled through the Help America Vote Act in 2002 to allocate $3 billion to the states to improve their electoral processes, to improve access to voting to polling places, to bring in improved voting machines, to require statewide centralized voter registration files, to require voter identification, including photo IDs as part of the Help America Vote Act, confirmed by the Carter-Baker Commission that in fact photo IDs were an important part of ensuring electoral integrity and including the fail-safe provisional ballot option for states to implement as well. So members, we've got a 12 to 15 year history here where we have worked very hard to try and improve the integrity of our elections. Every single state that has implemented photo ID has had that law upheld. Every single state that has implemented it has seen, if anything, an increase in their participation. This is a good bill. This is a good law. It's going to increase the franchise, not depress it. I urge a green vote on the bill, and thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer.
The gentleman from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank Representative Kiffmeyer for her thoughtful and deliberate work through this bill in a process that has yielded us, I think, a great result here to present to the people of Minnesota. Members, many of you may have received, as I did, some emails that showed a YouTube video of Timothy Tebow and Thomas Brady. And it wasn't actually them, but it was an undercover individual going into our courthouses throughout Minnesota and asking them, what does it take to get a voter application here in Minnesota? And can you give us a stack of those? Because I've got a friend named Timothy Tebow, and the other guy had one named Thomas Brady. And they were basically told, you know what, here's a stack of applications. You deliver them to Timothy Tebow and Thomas Brady. Have them fill them out and send them in, and we will send Timothy Tebow and Thomas Brady their very own absentee ballot application. Members, I looked at the application, both the voter registration application and the absentee ballot application that Timothy Tebow and Thomas Brady would get to fill out and vote with. And there is a section on here that asks if they have a Minnesota-issued driver's license or Minnesota ID card. And then there's a space next to it that they can fill that number in and identify themselves if they like to. And then there's a box that says, do you have a Social Security number? And there's a check box. And then they can fill in the last 4 digits of their Social Security number if they like. So if they have a Social Security card, they could check that box. Or if they don't have any of those, they can check a box that says, I do not have a Minnesota-issued driver's license, Minnesota-issued ID card, or a Social Security number. So members, what this says is we've got a process here in Minnesota that you can just basically, from home, mail in your application and tell them that, you know what, I don't have any identification, but here's my name, here's my address, send me a ballot and I'll send it in. And it's counted. That's what we have here in the state. That's what Representative Kiffmeyer's proposal helps to bring integrity to our elections here in Minnesota, so we know for sure that people are who they say they are and they live where they say they live. Those are the two things that this accomplishes. Now, there was discussion about this proposal actually being a burden for people. We'd have to drive 75 miles if we were in one county, or Representative Dill his constituents would have to drive 225 miles. The need for a photo ID in Minnesota is ubiquitous. You need it to board an airplane, to cash a check or a payday loan, use a credit card, drive your car, apply for a business license. Now, members, think about this. In the number of times in a person's life that they connect with one or more of these activities, and how regular in a person's life that these activities are. To secure employment, to get a job, to purchase a house, to rent a house or an apartment, to rent a motor vehicle. And Representative Lesch, you talked about are there other constitutional protections, constitutional promises that we have that we also ask for a photo ID? Well, there are. The Second Amendment to to the U.S. Constitution that guarantees us the right to keep and bear arms. We are required to have a photo ID to buy a firearm in Minnesota. We are required to have a photo ID to buy ammunition in Minnesota. We are required to have a photo ID and demonstrate it in order to have a concealed carry permit in our state. In order for us to exercise our Second Amendment rights in Minnesota, we have a process to identify who we are so that people know, the government knows, we live where we say we live and we are who we say we are. And that's no different than Representative Kiffmeyer's proposal. Members, you need a photo ID to apply for a hunting license, to apply for a fishing license, to purchase beer or booze, to buy cigarettes, to purchase a car, to register a car, to apply for a building permit, to get prescription medicine, to buy over-the-counter medicine that contains pseudoephedrine, to serve on jury duty, to get a bank account, to transfer cash of $5,000 or greater, to get into the NPR studios in order to do an interview, to audition for American Idol, you need your photo ID. To apply for a Minnesota disability parking certificate, you need a photo ID. We need a photo ID if you live in Minneapolis, if you want to drive around one of those pedicabs, and I didn't know what a pedicab is. This is a bicycle with a basket on back to haul two people around. So if you want to pedal one of those around with two people with an umbrella over the top of them in Minneapolis, you need a photo ID. Need a photo ID to register to be an organ donor. The MPCA requires a photo ID for you to haul waste tires in Minnesota. And lastly, members, you need a photo ID if you live in the city of Bloomington in Minnesota, in the city of Bloomington, to license your dog, your cat, or your ferret. Members, I think that my friends on the other side of the aisle tried to put forward some very strong arguments tonight. But members, you're not going to convince Minnesotans that to have a photo ID, to bring integrity to the sacred, constitutionally protected right to vote in Minnesota is a burden or is unreasonable to Minnesotans. You're not going to convince them of that. I encourage you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And just out of respect for the time we've been here and for all of you, I'll keep it short. But in the last 7.5 hours, our friends in the minority have tried their best to persuade us that if we do this, or we shouldn't do this, because it would disenfranchise. But yet, even with organizations like the ACLU and the Women's League, scouring the land for examples of this and bringing it to court, they could not provide one single example. And I say none. I speak of the demographic groups that we've talked about ad nauseum tonight. The poor, the elderly, racial minorities, college students, and recently added the Amish, and children born overseas to servicemen and women. Not one example. We've heard that it won't stand the test of courts, but yet the Indiana law that's been in effect for a number of years now has went to the highest court in the land and found to be constitutional. We've heard that there is no evidence of fraud, and even though we've tried to point it out in numerous ways, even with the fact that we had, if you use the math that we've heard, 3,000, I guess it was at the end, 3,000 in 2008, that doesn't stand. We've heard that it doesn't rise to the level of importance to be placed in our Constitution, but we've heard words like it's a right, it's a sacred right. Well, I don't know where else you would find rights or sacred rights but in the Constitution. I'll keep it brief. Members, no one in this body, I said it before, wants to keep anyone at all away from being able to vote. But I believe, and I think most of us do, when the voters are finally allowed to vote on this very prudent measure, to safeguard our election system, to bring integrity to our election system, that it will receive overwhelming support. Thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. I don't have any doubt that this fall the voters of Minnesota will vindicate you for all the work that you have done. Thank you.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a couple of comments as well. And I just have to say to the last two speakers, I hope you're really wrong, because what really, really concerns me about this proposal is what's been described by several people as voter suppression. And I think the point being made by Representative Champion and others that we need to look at voter suppression as much as we need to look at any sort of fraud, and perhaps more, given our history here in the state of Minnesota. I wanted to just say that I really want to thank my colleagues for trying in so many ways to just make some very clear amendments that would have helped. And Representative Kiffmeyer, you're a good person, and we share a profession together, and that has a lot to do with compassion for people and so on. But I just really don't understand why you were so rigid on this, and I do think that what we've ended up with is an extreme measure. I had quite a bit of time sitting here, looking through documents in the past, and Representative Kiffmeyer, I know that many people are thanking you, but I do have to say I was looking at some of the documentation that perhaps may have been inspired by the American Legislative Exchange Council and some of your work over the years. And there was just a list of things that have been really difficult and have really made it harder for people to vote. I'm just going to mention a couple of them, things when you were in charge that happened. And the reason I want to mention these is because I think, I would like to trust that we are going to do the right thing, and that this constitutional amendment comes from the right place. But I can't, especially when I look at some of the things that have been proposed in the past. My own county, for example, one of the things that happened under your watch was when Paul Wellstone died. Your effort was to not allow those absentee voters to be able to recast their ballots for a living person. That was really tough. And I just have to say, when we talk about absentee voters, that's a precedent that really bothers me. There was a time when there supposedly weren't enough voter registration cards in the Department, Secretary of State, and there actually, I guess it was some sort of misinformation that happened there. There was a ruling that the voters must show a valid ID that is exactly matched the information on the Secretary of State's registered voter information, and that exact match rule was overturned in 2004. One of the things that has been very important in a district like mine, where 50% of the people I represent move every 2 years. I have a big population of renters, a lot of older people, a lot of families. They're moving a lot because they're renters. And one of the things that needs to happen is that they do need to bring other documents to the polls to prove where they live, and utility bills are one of them. And Representative Kiffmeyer, I think that one of the things you tried to do was disallow the use of utility bills by the University of Minnesota students to prove their residency. And then one of the things that I actually had a hand in was an effort to rule that tribal IDs could not be used for voter registration except for on the tribe's reservations. And that was we passed a law in 2005 to change that. And I guess, as you said earlier, that's right now in the courts. So these are just a couple of the things. I won't go on, but it raises the issue for me of really helping my people understand why they should trust a constitutional amendment like this is really in their best interest. And I just really, again, I want to thank my colleagues for trying to do some reasonable changes, and to say that I do hope that my colleagues on the other side who thinks that this is going to be passed overwhelmingly, I really hope you're wrong. I think if people understand where this comes from and what we will lose in terms of our right to vote, you will not be correct. And I urge members to vote against the constitutional amendment.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think what we're seeing here tonight is just a display of political power. Representative Kiffmeyer, you've got the votes, you've had the votes, the Senate has the votes. I have no doubt what the result is going to be here, but as I said at the beginning, doing it because you can and because it feels good isn't necessarily the right thing. I think what Minnesotans want is less displays or fewer displays of power and more displays of willpower from legislators. I think they're sick and tired of both parties, mine included, going as far as they possibly can. And now we're seeing with constitutional amendments really a nuclear option. And so, as I said before, I think this is setting not only a terrible precedent, but it's starting an arms race. And now we're going to see an impulse in kind on the other side. And we're going to see a lot of different things that people on this side of the aisle feel just as passionately about, just as ardently about, that has deep support within political circles, and that also polls well. And I predict you're not going to like it. And after today's vote, combined with last year's vote on the gay marriage constitutional amendment, I think the standard here is clear. If you like it and if it feels good, just put it in the Constitution if you have the votes. There's no standard, there's no test, other than if you can and you like it, you should do it. Total lack of self-discipline, total lack of self-control, indulgence of every appetite, quenching every thirst, without any regard to what the real long-term consequence of this precedent will be. Sure, you may like this individual bill and this individual idea, but we're going to go down a nasty, nasty road, I predict, and I really don't welcome it. I condemn it, and I hope you'll hold me to that if those constitutional amendment proposals come across the board, because I don't think we should be monkeying with our Constitution just for things that we kind of like. And that's the problem here. So more willpower and less power, I think, is what people really want here. One other thing that kind of the elephant in the room that hasn't been discussed here is the 2008 election. I suspect that outside of this chamber, I would never imply that anyone in this chamber has this motive, but outside of this chamber, in terms of many of the backers, well, let's face it, the 2008 election is a big motivating factor. A very close election, won by a couple or 200 or 300 votes, and a lot of allegations, I think unfounded, of fraud and abuse and sort of conspiracies. And I can understand that impulse because my own party had that impulse after the 2000 election, Bush v. Gore. And just as is happening now outside this building, you have all sorts of kooky ideas about what happened and who did what that have no bearing in fact or reality. And that happened in my party in 2000. I will tell you there were all sorts of kooky theories about the Bush family and the Diebold Company and rigged election machines, and it was just, a lot of it, hysterical nonsense. So I've been there. I know what it's like when your own base goes a little bit off the rails for a little time. A real close election and you lose and people overreact and they get a little bit hysterical. And I think that's what's happening here. We've been there. I've seen it. And I fear that a lot of that is what's going on here today. And I think that's too bad. I think Minnesotans deserve better. And they especially deserve better when we put something in our Constitution that is so stringent and so harsh and so unforgiving. We've had amendment after amendment to make this more reasonable, more palatable. You've heard what other states do. You've heard that only Mississippi has put this in their Constitution. You've heard that whether it's Mississippi or the other handful or a couple of handfuls of states that have photo IDs, they exempt people in nursing homes. They exempt people in group homes. They allow various forms of ID at public and private universities. Some of them allow private sector IDs. Some of them, you heard me say, in Florida, they even allow a neighborhood association ID. But apparently that's not good enough here. It's apparently important that we become probably the most stringent, the strictest state in the country. That's not necessary. It's just not necessary. And again, I know it feels great to scratch that itch. It's going to be a great victory. A lot of champagne corks popping. But just watch. When you push that green button today, you're firing a missile. You're firing a missile. And you're starting a war, I believe, that you're really going to regret starting. And I regret it too. And I wish that both parties would restrain themselves and show the self-restraint and self-discipline that Minnesotans expect. So, willpower, members, sorely lacking, very much needed, and I fear out the window.
Gentleman from Faribault, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Simon, I can't believe how far out of touch you are. I mean, how many polls does Minnesota have to create before you get a clue? You go on any poll. This stretches across both parties. You're talking about a party that's base. It's your base, too. It's Democrat and Republican. Every poll you turn to, it's 70% or more. I think you don't have a clue what's going on in Minnesota if you don't believe that there's a real move for voter ID. I can't believe that you'd even say anything like that, like it's a kooky base, the Republican base is doing this. It cuts across both parties, or more than two parties. I just made some notes here. I can't believe how hard you folks are on old people. I think Representative Liebling referred to them as the elderly how many times? I don't know what you classify as elderly. Everybody with white hair? Would that be me and Representative Thiessen? Or how do you classify it? What is elderly? And you make everybody look like they're old and decrepit and got a diaper on and can't make it to the polls. I mean, you kind of slam elderly. There's a lot of people that in nursing homes that really support voter ID. You'd be surprised if you go into nursing homes and ask some of those old veterans and old farmers and whatever we consider old or elderly, anybody that's in a nursing home, I think there's a lot of support for this. So I can't believe why you're beating up on old people and making them look like they can't take care of themselves or can't make decisions. And Representative Greiling, I think you said once on a famous debate here, methinks he does protest too much. I think we can gauge that something is wrong here by the fervor that you attack this amendment. If it's why is it so scary to you? There's got to be something deeper here, why you're so scared of this amendment and why the populace of Minnesota isn't. That is, it really scares me. I mean, why you're attacking this so heavy. Representative Winkler, your gotcha amendment on the veterans, I belong to my Legion. I'll gladly go back to veterans or into a veterans home and say I voted for voter ID. I seen you smile when that came on the board thinking, wow, it's going to be a good one this fall. But you folks are going to have to answer to a bigger one if you put up a red vote today. And with an 80% polling or 70%, you go back to your constituents and you say you voted against voter ID, that's going to be a bigger gotcha. And I really shouldn't warn you about that because that means I might lose my good conservative friend Tina Liebling next election. But so anyway, a couple more thoughts. Representative Morrow, is he in the building here? When he said that there was 2 times you should mark down 1126 and 1227, those amendments wouldn't have done spit to stop the legal challenge. You folks hate this amendment so much, and a lot of the liberal people hate this amendment so much that there's going to be court challenges. When he said there's going to be court challenges, I said to myself, duh. It's been in the papers for 2 weeks, CNN and Fox, that immediately, if this passes, there's going to be a court challenge. Everybody knows in here that it probably could be litigated for 2 or 3 years. That doesn't scare us. It can't deter us from taking an action that's right, just to be scared of court challenges. So Representative Morrow wasn't telling us anything new. And as far as a conference committee and hoping this goes through a conference committee, that'd be like going to a root canal with no Novocaine. There is no way that this is going to ever be resolved in the time we have left in a conference committee. That would be like taking redistricting to a conference committee. That would be a lot of fun too, wouldn't it? The only way that we're going to hammer this out is right here, and we're going to put it on the ballot, and it's going to pass easily. I'm just convinced of that. And then, of course, we'll start into the litigation. Let's see if there's anything else here. I guess that about wraps it up. But anyway, I'm talking a little fast because I had 2 cans of Red Bull and 4 cups of coffee, and I wanted to be wide awake. I wish House Photography was here to watch me push the green button because I'm anxious as heck to vote for this great bill. Thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. This is a good job you did.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me again to address the warning and the warnings about this amendment that the proponents of the amendment have consistently and stubbornly ignored. In our debate today, in our committee discussions, in the committee discussion last year, in the committee discussion and debate on the floor for the last 6 years, we have asked questions about how this would work. We've raised concerns about how an amendment would be applied. We have presented alternatives to this amendment, but our questions haven't been answered, our concerns with the bill haven't been explained, and our efforts to provide an alternative or a compromise have been ignored. We have asked a lot of questions about what the words of this amendment mean. We've asked questions about what substantially equivalent eligibility verification means, what government-issued photographic identification means, what at no charge to an eligible voter means, what all voters must be subject to verification standards, verification prior to a ballot being cast or counted. We have asked you to explain to us what those words mean, and the only answer we have received is, don't worry, it will be sorted out later when the legislature acts. The question you refuse to answer is what those words mean. We pointed out all of the confusion and uncertainty in our election system that this amendment will cause. We're introducing provisional ballots for the first time. We don't know how this will affect absentee ballots. We don't know how this will affect military or overseas ballots. We don't know how this will affect people in group homes or state licensed facilities. We don't know how this is going to affect college students. We've pointed out time and time again the confusion and chaos this amendment is likely to cause for our election system. But when we've asked you to give us an explanation for why these concerns are unfounded, you've refused to give it. Representative Kiffmeyer, we worked together once on bipartisan legislative reform, on bipartisan election reform. In 2009, we passed a series of election reform bills that Governor Pawlenty vetoed because there wasn't strong bipartisan support. In 2010, we passed largely the same set of measures. After we'd worked together, they passed overwhelmingly, and Governor Pawlenty signed them into law. That is an example that you are currently ignoring. We could do the same thing today. Representative Kiffmeyer, we could do that on a poll book alternative, a poll book compromise. It's an alternative that is supported by the governor, by the Secretary of State, by some Republican legislators. It's an alternative measure of providing some additional election integrity that you seem to care about. It allows us to verify people's identity by looking at a picture when they get to the polls. It doesn't require a constitutional amendment. It doesn't open the door to litigation. It provides the integrity that you seek. All these speeches that you're hearing about how Minnesotans want photo ID, what Minnesotans really want is some evidence that there's a proof of who somebody is. A poll book would provide that. But it's an alternative to your bill that you refuse to explore. We have told you and explained time and time again, and Representative Gruenhagen restated it, the courts will decide. And Representative Cornish, it isn't just that opponents of this amendment are going to sue, it's that proponents of the amendment are going to sue as well. Our elections are conducted by the Secretary of State and by county and cities and townships. We don't know what current practices and laws that we have in place now will be held unconstitutional as a result of this amendment if it passes. If we interpret the constitutional language strictly, the state will be sued. If we interpret the constitutional language liberally, the state will be sued. If the Secretary of State interprets the constitutional language strictly, they will be sued. If they interpret the language liberally, they'll be sued. If a county construes the language liberally, they'll be sued. If they construe the language conservatively, they'll be sued. Cities, counties, and townships are all facing the same lawsuits. And in case you are wondering whether that's going to happen, we've already heard about this. Lawsuits in Wisconsin to block implementation of photo ID. Federal lawsuits in Texas and South Carolina. Ultimately, a federal lawsuit claiming that Minnesota law discriminates against minorities puts us in the same category under federal litigation in the federal court system as Texas and South Carolina. We have explained and explained why extensive and expensive litigation is guaranteed by your constitutional amendment. But again, it's a warning that you ignore. And finally, Representative Falk offered an amendment to put a sunset on this. Maybe 2 years wasn't the right number, but you didn't even entertain it. The problem with this is We can't fix this in legislation. The only way we can fix the problems with this is going to be through a further constitutional amendment. And yet, it's a warning that you continue to ignore. Representative Kiffmeyer, members, Mr. Speaker, we have pointed out the problems with this constitutional amendment time and time again. We've asked you to answer the questions, to explain why we shouldn't be concerned, to explore alternatives, but all of these things you ignore. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope you understand that in November, when your members go door to door to voters and ask them what they've accomplished in this legislative session, and they ask about your voting record, and you seek to answer, explain, and explore why you've represented your interests, the voters are going to take your request and they're going to ignore it.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's late, so I'm going to keep my comments as brief as possible. Let's get real here. There are consequences of this action. This is about voter suppression, not just any voter suppression, but calculated and targeted voter suppression, pushed by the Republican Party and special interests like ALEC. And yes, Representative Kiffmeyer, we know you're a member. These are facts, that there are groups that are less likely to have a photo ID that would meet the requirements to vote under this bill. These groups are senior citizens, college students, minorities, and the poor. All groups that are likely to vote in a higher proportionality Democratic.
Mr. Speaker.
Party. Member from Washington, Representative Dean, for purpose you rise.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Mason Section 124, questioning motives in debate. Representative Falk, I just respectfully ask that you discontinue that line of questioning the motives that this has been brought before, and it's really inappropriate. Mason's 124. I'd ask for a ruling.
Representative Dean has raised a point of order under Section 120 Mason's advice. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Representative Falk was just pointing out facts, not questioning anybody's motives. So I would urge you to find the point of order not well taken. Just because someone questions the consequences of a particular action we're taking doesn't mean someone's protesting the motives or inquiring into the motives of someone. He's just pointing out the fact that this legislation is showing up in numerous states across the country, that this legislation is being proposed by ALEC, among other organizations. Those are just facts, Mr. Speaker, and if we're going to suppress debate and not allow us to even point out facts, then this body has sunk even lower than I thought it had.
Advice. Member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My advice is that the supposed facts have been found to not have standing before the U.S. Supreme Court. Therefore, I don't believe the Speaker should accept those as facts.
Advice. Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. We've had very wide latitude on this, and I have not named a person's motives. I've talked about a particular impact that will happen, and so I would find the point of order not well taken.
Representative Dean has requested a ruling under Mason Section 124, I believe, is the section you were referencing, Representative Dean. Again, members, it is not the person but the measure that is the subject of the debate and is not allowable to arraign the motives of the member but the nature or consequences of the measure being condemned in strong terms. We've had a very long debate tonight, members, about the issues before us. Jim Dean, I will not rule on this, but I would ask all members to stay to the bill. We are on third reading, so it is to the bill. Representative Falk, I would ask that you, as well as the rest of the members who still are on a list to be a part of the debate tonight, to contain your remarks to the bill. The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll speak to the general public then, because that's really who this is going to be that's voting on the issue in the end. And so if the members of the public, if Minnesotans are happy with what's transpired, if they're happy with a focus on special interests, on making sure that things like education have not been funded at the level they need to be, if property taxes are going to be continued to rise, that's been the priority. And so voting for this amendment just furthers those priorities. Members, I'd vote no, and I'd ask the general public to vote no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Representative Drazkowski was speaking, he was pointing out how you don't need an ID, and I think you were talking about absentee balloting, and that's what this bill was going to be fixing. I think Representative Kiffmeyer has pointed out very clearly that this bill, this constitutional amendment, wouldn't affect that at all. And one of the questions I really have is why we trust absentee people filing absentee ballots, using absentee ballots, so much more than we trust people showing up at the polls, because you truly are creating two classes of voters with this bill. People that are voting absentee, at least under Representative Kiffmeyer's position, will never have to show an ID. And so how are we going to actually identify and find out that they're actually the people that they say they are? If this is so important, you would think you would want to close that loophole, Representative Kiffmeyer. And I think at the most fundamental level, that exposes that this bill is not exactly about what you're saying it is. You're bending over backwards so far to put in place this photo identification requirement and then not applying it to huge classes of voters who are voting other than showing up at the polls. There can only be one reason that you're requiring people showing up at the polls to do that. I think that's unfortunate. I don't think it makes sense. And, Representative Cornish makes the point that we're now at a place where and in fact, Representative Simon didn't say anything about the folks being, that this bill being kooky. He said that some of the conspiracy theories on both sides of the aisle were that. I think the poll number that we actually ought to be looking at, though, members, is the fact that the Republican majorities in this legislature are polling favorably at under 20%. That's even higher than the 70% that allegedly support a photo ID. The Republican majorities in this legislature are polling positively at under 20%. And I think that's because we're focusing on extreme items. We're focusing on extreme items that don't fit what the people of Minnesota want us to be talking about. The people of Minnesota want us to be focused on jobs and getting people back to work. We haven't seen anything contrary to all the stuff that you say. We haven't seen a single bill that will put one person back to work on the floor of this House yet this session. People in Minnesota want us to work on property tax relief. The bill that Representative Davids is bringing through the legislature, and I think we'll be debating tomorrow, does about 99% relief for big corporations and less than 1% of property tax relief, if any, for residential folks across the state and for small businesses, and zero for agriculture. That's what the people of Minnesota want us to be focusing on, and that would maybe explain the poll numbers for the Republican majorities in the legislature. People of Minnesota want us to be focusing on education. They want us to be focusing on making sure people have access to health care. They want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that those basic, fundamental, bread and butter middle-class issues are addressed by this legislature, and they haven't been. Instead, you're spending so much time on constitutional amendments, whether it's this one or any number of other constitutional amendments that you've been pursuing, holding press conferences on, going around the state proclaiming. That's not what the folks want us to be focusing on. It's unfortunate that you spend so much time, whether it's at the end of last session when we hadn't solved the budget, and yet you spent 3 of the last 4 days of the legislative session on a constitutional amendment, or whether what you're doing tonight when we're going to end, maybe even 2 weeks from tomorrow, according to what I've been hearing, that we're spending hours and hours and hours in legitimate debate, and that's just tonight, not to mention all the committee hearings this has gone through on this particular constitutional amendment. And then Representative Drazkowski has a bunch of other constitutional amendments he wants to pursue, and many others over on your side of the aisle. Let's get back to the business that the people sent us here for, members, and then maybe we'll start to see those poll numbers go up. Because if we don't do that, the 70% number that Representative Cornish was referring to for this constitutional amendment, your poll numbers aren't going to see anything near that. It's not the direction we ought to be headed, and I look forward to actually having, starting tomorrow, a real substantive debate on actually getting people back to work reducing property taxes for residential folks, for residential properties, and doing the people's work once again.
The member from Washington, the Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for a very good debate on this bill. And I think Representative Champion had some very insightful words on the debate that I thought were pretty instructive. He talked about balance, talked about the balance between barriers to voting, and then talked about the opportunities for fraud. And I think he said there are two heads of the same monster or something like that from a court decision, and I thought that that kind of made sense because the extremes are kind of what define the issue. There are some folks who ascribe all sorts of terrible motives for the people who are putting this forward. Some of us might take some offense at that. Kind of comes with the territory. We understand that. But you know what? Minnesotans expect a little bit of balance. They understand that there's going to be some balance, and they're probably not on either end. There's folks that also believe that every election is being stolen by voter fraud, and if we only had a voter ID, we will get rid of 100% of the fraud, and suddenly everything will be righteous. And that's not true either. This will not solve all voter fraud, nor will it change the outcome of great numbers of elections. So both extremes are incorrect. But what Minnesotans do like is balance. And it's probably somewhere in the middle. Minnesota is one of just a handful of states with no ID whatsoever. About over half the states have it. We're saying, well, that probably makes some sense to move in that direction. Representative Kiffmeyer was the Secretary of State for 8 years. She takes this more seriously than any of us in our caucus. And she's been very, very diligent about making sure that we move through in a very thoughtful process, and I appreciate that. And every vote is so very, very vitally important to Representative Kiffmeyer because of the office she had and what the passion she brings to this process. And that really hits home to all of us in different ways and different parts of our history, but it hit home to me in two instances. Number one, when I was campaigning, I had an 18-year-old volunteer, and I got a text message when I was out campaigning on Election Day trying to get people out to the polls and said, "I just voted, and you're the first person I voted for," from an 18-year-old. And I looked at that, and I never thought about voting the same way again. One person, one vote. First time this person had ever voted. Representative Simon brought up the 2008 election, and I was in Bloomington with the recount, and I saw the election judges. And election judges are kind of a different group of people. They're kind of good government people. They count everything 6 times, and they get the same number every time, and they're really good government people. And they were all stacked up at these precinct tables, and they were counting every single ballot by hand. And they were looking at both sides and looking for identifying marks and making sure that each one was counted, literally hand counting every physical ballot in their own hands over and over and over again to make sure that that process was fair, the outcome was just, that we had the right person at the end of the day who actually won. It makes so much of a difference to these people because every single one of those pieces of paper is a vote. And it matters. It matters vitally to the person who cast it. It matters vitally to the state. It mattered at that time to the country. And what turned out to be as just a handful of votes scattered across the state, the difference between 59 senators in U.S. and 60. And I looked at these thousands and thousands of ballots in a room in Bloomington, and just one vote difference, one way or the other, each one of these people hand counting could make the difference, and indeed did make the difference statewide. And you know what? When things are close, it does matter. It matters that people have trust in the outcome of elections. And if you don't have trust in the outcome of elections, you don't have trust in the government itself. And that trust is so vitally important. as is the balance that Representative Champion talked about. Representative Kiffmeyer has addressed the very, very legitimate concerns about barriers to voting. And we are not entitled to barrier-free voting. We all have differences. The courts have realized that you are not entitled to exactly the same experience from one person to another, one part of the state to another. And we understand that, and the courts realize that. The courts realize that. But what you have to have is trust in the outcome, and what we're moving towards is saying, are you who you say you are when you go to vote? That's a pretty simple thing. Should you be able to vouch for a very large group of people and say they are who they are? That's a pretty big deal. And if we can't trust the outcome of elections, we're disenfranchising people. If there is voter fraud, we're disenfranchising people. If there's suppression, we're disenfranchising people. They are both one and the same. This bill strikes a balance, and it really looks very seriously at the very serious challenges that you put before Representative Kiffmeyer, whether it be veterans overseas addressed, whether it be people in nursing homes, people in care facilities addressed, the elderly addressed. Representative Hansen, you brought up people who have a religious that don't like to have their picture taken. There's an exemption addressed. Representative Kiffmeyer has gone through and painstakingly addressed all of the very, very legitimate concerns, which I wish was a better part of the debate tonight. I think it would have made for a better debate if we could have talked about the very legitimate concerns that have been addressed in this bill based on what's gone on around the country so that we can improve this each and every time. Will there likely be a lawsuit? I don't know of any voter ID law or any major piece of legislation that hasn't been challenged in law. We want to make sure that we have the best possible product. Representative Kiffmeyer, Representative Benson, and others who've worked very, very hard on this bill have done so with great skill and great care. I thank them for the work, and I thank you for your green vote.
The author of the bill, the member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker and members, first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of you. The many hours, this deserves many hours. It is important. And for us to be able to have the chance to express ourselves here together, not always agreeing, that has never been the case. And it's not an expectation. But probably I bring to this body a little bit of a unique experience. Probably from any of you, when you serve in the executive branch, you have a great deal of respect for the legislature. They set policies, they set laws. And your job and the executive branch is to uphold those laws that you have passed and to faithfully follow them through, whether I like them or not. When I was Secretary of State, I supported photo ID. I testified for photo ID, but I didn't get photo ID. And so the laws that were there that didn't allow election judges to require a photo ID, I upheld that. And in the training and in the manuals and in the discussions, I upheld that. Why? Because that is my oath, to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of Minnesota and the United States Constitution. And I take that very seriously. But when I did come to this body, the unique experience of the legislature as well, and how much you have all showed me, because in the executive branch, you get elected and you're a caucus of one. When you come to this body, there's 134, and you have 2 caucuses. And elections do matter. You have the majority and you have the minority. I've been in both places. I kind of like this majority thing, but I recognize that at any time in the future that can change, and I respect the will of the people in that regard. But nonetheless, for this time, we have been chosen by the people to be that majority. And when we all campaigned, we made it clear what we supported, and we are following through. That is what they expect when you campaign and you say what you stand for. They expect you to follow through. And in the next election, there's another opportunity to stand before the people, to be held accountable for those things, for people to have a say on election day when they govern, to have their opinion. It'll be very unique in this election day. They will both have a photo ID constitutional amendment on the ballot, as well as those of us who are casting votes on this subject. When I think of what is above us right here, the voice of the people is the voice of God, and recognizing that as the people speak, we can honor that. Certainly we have a clear choice before us today. We can vote to increase integrity in the voter registration part of the system. We can preserve our easy to vote. We can make sure that with this photo ID constitutional amendment, there will be the ability for people of all colors, 18 or older, eligible to vote, seniors, military, students, every eligible voter with this photo ID constitutional amendment will still be able to vote. Same-day registration, absentee voting, mail balloting, with this photo ID constitutional amendment, those things will still be able to be continued. But what we do have is a system right now that is easy to vote and easy to cheat. This photo ID constitutional amendment says it will still be easy to vote, but it's going to be hard to cheat. And that is a great balanced approach to the strong tradition of Minnesota elections. Members, I proudly ask you to cast a green vote. Vote yes for integrity.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as title is agreed to. Calendar for the day, call the member from Washington, Representative Dean. Representative Dean moves that the calendar for the day be continued. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Motions and resolutions are copied on controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there are no objections, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail. Announcements.
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want to wish Bud Nornis a happy birthday, so I hope you can all join me in wishing him a happy birthday this nice, bright, and early morning.
Announcements. Member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you. I just want to announce that the Government Operations and Elections Committee will be meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow in the same room.
Announcements. Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 5 p.m. Wednesday, March 21st, 2012.
Representative Dean moves and the House adjourns today, adjourns until 5 p.m. Wednesday, March 21st, 2012. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Representative Dean.
I move the House do now adjourn.
Representative Dean moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 5 p.m. Wednesday, March 21st, 2012.